Chapter 1 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Order Number 11 by Caroline Abbot Stanley. Chapter 1. The Man with a Single Aim. It was a September day on the western prairies of Missouri. The earth had risen from a fresh bath like a strong man rejoicing to run a race. There was no trace of the summer's lassitude in field or flower, nor as yet a hint of failing powers in the forest beyond. A young man of 20 and a girl in the exuberant beauty of form and coloring that belongs to 17 sat together out in the summer house and talked the fleeting hours away. And how fast they went! Gordon was going away soon, and the sun was almost down. They were very commonplace things they talked about. Sometimes the conversation was fragmentary and disjointed. It would hardly have passed for conversation at all if they had been held to the strict letter of the law, for often there were long intervals in which neither cared to talk. But they were never awkward pauses. He was no stranger that must be entertained with ceaseless chatter. Sometimes the silences seemed the pleasantest part of their talk, they were so instinct with communion. Yes, a very commonplace conversation, but to them sparkling and deep-toned, for the coloring of 17 and 20 was in it. They were speaking now of an expected guest. "When is she coming?" he asked. "We don't know exactly. Father has gone to the office now to see if there is a letter. We think she will be here tomorrow. I hope she will. I'm crazy to see her. And then she ought to have Sunday to rest. It is a long journey from Massachusetts to Missouri." "And it was longer in 1859 than it is today." "She is from Boston, you say?" "From near there. My! I dread it. As anxious as I am for her to come, I'm afraid of anybody that knows so much." Virginia Trevilian gave a shrug to the pretty dimpled shoulders rising from the baby waist of pink lawn. "Gordon, they say she can teach Greek and Latin. Just think of that! A woman!" Gordon Lay smiled. He had been in college 3 years now, and he was not so much in awe of Greek and Latin as he had once been. The girl gave a bubbling laugh that was good to hear. It was so spontaneous. Somehow it made one think of the overflow of a nigher-falling spring. "Aunt Nan says she fully expects them to get stalled coming out from the landing. She says all that wisdom is enough to mire the mules." He laughed with her. "It takes Miss Nannie to set things out. How will she get along with a Massachusetts Yankee? She is such a Virginian." "Oh, they'll get along all right, if Miss Abby only has some sense of humor. If she hasn't, she'll have a hard time. Aunt Nan always sees the fun in things, but she's good. She wouldn't hurt her feelings for the world. It's mother that is worrying. She is so afraid Miss Abby won't eat hot waffles and things," and the spring bubbled over again. The summer house was covered with a wealth of coral honeysuckle that shut out the world and all it held. A winding gravelled walk, with a border of old-fashioned heart's-ease, led from it to the white-pillared portico of the house. Beyond that Virginia Trevilian called home. It was a stately structure for the western border. There was a great upright, whose projecting gable, severe as that of a Doric temple, rested on columns of stuccoed masonry that gave the place a classic air and justified the direction so often given to strangers looking for it. "Take the Lexington road and keep straight on till you come to a little courthouse." On either side were wings which added to the breadth of the facade and gave a reassuring suggestion of housing for all guests who might choose to enter its portals. Through a rift in the honeysuckle Gordon could see from where he sat the broad double porch running back the length of the generous L. Its companion was on the other side, with a stairway in it giving access to the upper rooms of the L. It was a typical Southern house of the better sort, and had been built on the frontier by a loyal son of the Old Dominion with memories of Mount Vernon and Monticello stirring in his soul, and tenderer recollections still, perhaps, of his own boyhood's home in old Albemarle. Colonel Trevilian had journeyed away from that old home with his flocks and his herds, his men servants and maid servants, like the patriarchs of old, but he had not cut away from the ancient traditions. He would build here in the wilderness a new Keswick that should be to his infant son what the old Keswick had been to him, an ancestral home, full of tender memories, at once an anchor and an inspiration. He laid his foundations broad and deep. He built to stay. The place would go down to Beverly, and Beverly's children after him some day, and it must be worthy of the Trevilians. Most men have some ruling passion, says Henry Van Dyke. This was Colonel Trevilian's, to found an honorable house in the state of his adoption, to make the name of Trevilian respected in Jackson County, as for generations it had been in Albemarle, to bequeath to his son and heir an estate commensurate with the position he would inherit, and entitling him to a place among the landed gentry of the new commonwealth. These were the hopes and aspirations welling up in his heart as he had stood 20 years before on the site of Keswick, with his firstborn son pressed to his breast, and looked out over the swelling prairies that lay serene in the consciousness of latent strength. This was the thought that had dominated his life through all these years. Keswick, as it stood in its chaste beauty, was the flower of a mingled hope and steadfast purpose, whose trunks had grown together, and whose roots had been striking deeper year by year. With some men, love of the soil and the habitation they have made to grow ranks with love of human things. "And you go on Monday," the girl was saying, regretfully. "You and brother." "Yes, on the Thomas H. Benton, down the Missouri and up the Ohio. We separate at Cincinnati, you know. I go from there to Lexington, and Beverly on to Virginia." "I know. It's too bad you can't be together." "Well, we've kept together a good long time. Our ways will have to divide sometime, I suppose. I can hardly remember a day that Beverly and I have not seen each other. Damon and Pythias, father calls us." "And mother, David and Jonathan. She says any time, 'Well, Jonathan, have you seen David?'" He smiled at her clever mimicry. "And you've been friends through it all, haven't you? Never fall out, or anything like that?" "Never. We don't always think alike, but—" "I reckon it is because you are so different that you are such good friends. Now, Sallie and I have fusses any time at all, but then we always make up. You see, Sallie has red hair, and—well, I reckon mine is a little tinged when it comes to fusses. I really think it is." He was looking quizzically at the rippling mass of dark brown on her shapely head, a wave of which he lifted now with a pencil he held. "I think I have observed that myself," he said, with a slight smile, "when it comes to fusses." "Go away from here, Gordon Lay. You haven't at all. I am amiability itself. I really don't know what we are going to do without you boys," she continued seriously. "We shall miss you dreadfully." "Oh, Virge, will you?" He moved toward her, all his flippancy gone. "Why, of course. Brother being in the house with me, and such a tease, I couldn't help missing him, and I know Sallie will feel the same way about you." He moved back. Sallie was his orphan cousin, who, with her mother, had lived in his father's house for years. He was glad she would miss him, but it was not the assurance he most desired to day. Perhaps she saw something of this in his face, for suddenly she exclaimed, "How sweet those pansies are! Mother calls them heart's ease. I just love them." The young man stepped to the border and gathered a handful. "I should be glad if I could gratify every unspoken wish of yours as quickly, Virginia," he said very seriously as he gave them to her. She buried her face in their cool fragrance. When she lifted it, the color was still in her cheek. "My deepest wish, spoken or unspoken at present," she said gaily, ignoring his look, "is to be somewhere where something is likely to happen. It is all very nice for you and brother. You are going off to travel and see people as well as go to college. But Sallie and I have to stay here at home and content ourselves with the same little old schoolhouse that we've sat in all our days." "And there couldn't be a dearer old place." "No doubt, to those that have left it. How blessings brighten as they take their flight! I suppose I should feel the same way if I were just starting off to Monticello or Elizabeth All Seminary." "I wish I were, but mother won't hear to a boarding school. Well, anyway, this is my last year of school. Next year, when I am 18, I am going to Richmond on a visit. Aha! Then I'll be Miss Trevilian, having beaux and a good time, while you'll be plodding away in school." She rose mockingly, caught her pink lawn skirt daintily between her fingers, and made him a low courtesy. "Miss Trevilian. Dr. Lay. Ah!" "I thought you were Miss Trevilian now, having beaux and a good time." "Oh, boys don't count," she said scornfully. "Boys you've been raised with. I'm talking about young gentlemen, real, grown up, sure enough beaux." "Very fine." He was feeling unaccountably depressed. There was likely to be a good deal of truth in what she was saying. Then he rose and shook his tall frame. "Well, I reckon I'd better be going." "Don't hurry. There's something I want to ask you." He sat down. "I went to the grapevine tree this morning." "Oh, did you?" He spoke eagerly. The grapevine tree had been the trysting place for the four since they were children. "I was going down there myself, but—" "But you concluded to take a walk down by the branch instead. I saw you. Who was the girl with you?" She was watching him narrowly. The slight start that he gave did not escape her notice. He smiled slightly. "Whom did it look like?" "It looked like Lois Chandler. But of course it wasn't." The mocking eyes that looked into his had just a suspicion of anxiety in them, as if she wanted confirmation of her statement that it couldn't be. "Why of course?" "Because because—" "Is there really any reason why if I, or Beverly, or any of the boys wanted to tell Lois Chandler good by, we shouldn't do it?" Virginia's head was up, and her hair taking the dangerous tinge. "None in the world that I know, if you wanted to. Was it Lois? I don't see why there should be any secret about it." "Nor I." "Well, then, tell me." He was silent a moment. "If there is any secret, Virginia, mind, I don't say there is, it is not mine to give away, that's all." "Oh, you think she wouldn't want it known? Well, perhaps she wouldn't." Virginia was very much vexed. She had started to find out all about this thing, and she had been quietly and deeply foiled. And Miss Virginia Trevilian was not accustomed to defeat. They sat in silence a few moments, Virginia pulling the hearts relentlessly out of the pansies she loved so. Then he spoke quite naturally, as though the last subject had been finished up and it was time to introduce another. "Virginia, father was telling us a strange story yesterday. Would you like to hear it?" "I don't care." It was spoken very indifferently. He looked up, not at her face, but her head. "Virge, do you know I think your hair is a little red?" She broke into a laugh at that, ashamed of her temper. "Nonsense! There's nothing the matter with my hair this time. I'm sure I don't care whom you go walking with. What's your story?" Gordon felt better. It was not his intention to tell her anything more about this matter than she already knew, but he would be sorry to have anything come between them just as he was going away. He settled himself to tell the story. "Well, father was called over to Kansas yesterday, to Lawrence, in consultation. Just as he was starting home he noticed that there was some excitement down the street a little way, and he rode over to see what it was. There was a dead man lying on the ground, and a crowd around him. Father says he never saw men laboring under such excitement. One man turned around to him, his teeth chattering and his face as white as a sheet, and said, "Another!" He says they all looked as if they had seen a ghost. "What was the matter with them?" Virginia asked, her vexation all forgotten in her interest. "They surely ought to be used to seeing dead men in Kansas by this time." "It wasn't simply his being dead, it was the way he was killed. Father got down and examined him closely. There was a round bullet hole in the middle of the forehead." "Well, what was there strange in that?" "The strange part is to come. They say that every little while a man is picked up around there, killed in that same way. This is the 15th, they told father." "Mercy, Gordon, you scare me to death." "Isn't that frightful? Father says people are perfectly desperate over it. Nobody can tell who the next one will be, and nobody knows what to protect himself against. That's the worst of it." "Haven't they any clue to who does it?" "Not the slightest. When they find the man he's always dead, and dead men tell no tales, you know. But every few months there is a new victim, and always in the same way." They sat in dismayed contemplation of it. "Well," said a gay voice in the doorway, "you look very solemncholy. What's the matter?" "Hello, Sallie. Where did you come from?" "Oh, from going to and fro in the earth, like Satan, and from walking up and down in it, or rather riding, if you want the exact truth." "Where is brother?" "Here," spoke a voice over Sallie's shoulder, as a handsome curly head and a pair of broad shoulders were thrust into view. "Who's calling the roll?" "Miss Abby Ann Cheever." The sepulchral tone, with its strong nasal twang, came from between Virginia's red lips, and she lifted a frowning brow to him. "Don't let me hear you say 'callin'' again. Remember your G's. That's what Aunt Nan says she will say to me." "Oh, dear, I suppose our incarceration begins Monday," groaned Sallie. "Yes, if the incarcerator doesn't strike a sandbar. We are all anxiety about that now. Liz is in a great state of excitement, because mother says she can wait on Miss Abby. I suppose I'll have to wait on myself, or fall back on Mammy. Liz has about drained me of ribbons and belts and so forth, and I suppose she thinks a lady from Boston will be fat game." After a little more jesting about Miss Abby, Gordon asked, "Really, what have you two been up to?" It was Sallie that answered. "Beverly has been making himself popular with the old ladies in the neighborhood by going around telling them good by. Just what you ought to have been doing, Mr. Gordon Lay, instead of wasting your time in the Trevilian summer house." And that was just the difference between the two. Beverly remembered everybody, while Gordon thought only of Virginia. "And what were you doing while brother was so virtuous?" asked Virginia. "Chaperoning Beverly. I couldn't risk him alone with all those designing mammas. Of course not. So I sacrificed myself for his good. But what were you all so sober about?" she persisted, dropping into the seat opposite them and making room for Beverly at her side. "I want to know." "Virginia says she saw me out walking this morning down by the branch, and she was trying to get me to tell who it was with me," said Gordon, looking straight at Beverly, not Sallie. "Bev, would you tell?" If Virginia had been on guard she might have seen a questioning look and a swift answering frown pass between them. "No," said Beverly carelessly. "Girls have too much curiosity." "That wasn't it at all," cried Virginia, indignantly. "I'm sure I don't care who Gordon walks with. He was telling me about the man Dr. Lay saw in Lawrence, and—" "Ugh!" "Wasn't that horrible?" interrupted Sallie. "I've been feeling my forehead every 15 minutes since, to see if I had been hit, unbeknownst to me, as old Aunt Dicey says, but it seems that this is for men only." "What do you make of it, Gordon?" asked Beverly. "Sallie has just been telling me about it." Gordon shook his head with a gesture of giving it up. "I hardly know. It seems to me it must be the work of one man. Not many could aim like that and hit the mark every time. But what the motive can—" "Don't let's talk any more about it," cried Virginia, impetuously. "I'm ready to jump out of my skin now. I know I will dream of it to night. Sallie, have you seen the schoolhouse since it was fixed up? Let's go and take a look at it." The girls started together, and the two young men followed, discussing the case as they went. They were strikingly alike in height and build, a fact that Virginia, looking back to make some remark, noticed for the first time with a start. Then Sallie cried: "Oh, there is your father now. See, he's waving the letter." And the schoolhouse idea was abandoned. They all gathered on the porch to wait for him, Mrs. Trevilian and Miss Nannie coming out too, and even Mammy hovering in the background to be the first to spread the news. Colonel Trevilian threw the bridle to Jake and came up the walk bordered with flowers. "How are you, Gordon?" "Howdy, Sallie. As blooming as ever, I see. Well, my dear," turning to his wife, "she'll be here to morrow." That evening, as Beverly Trevilian started from the dining room, where he had been doing justice to prairie chicken and hot waffles, Virginia looked at the hat he had taken up. It was a black and white straw just like Gordon's. "Brother, where were you this morning?" "Out hunting. Aren't you eating the fruit of my labors now?" "Oh!" It was Gordon, after all, then. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Order Number 11 by Caroline Abbot Stanley. Chapter 2. Miss Abby Ann Arrives. At the close of the Keswick school, the June before, it had been decided that they must have a better teacher than they had heretofore had, or else send their daughters away as they had sent their sons. Colonel Trevilian advocated securing one from the North. "Will you board her?" asked Mr. Swamscott. They all wanted the teacher, but none of them cared to introduce a new and doubtful element into their homes. "Yes, sir, I'll board her," said the Colonel, stoutly. "My servants are beyond tampering with." The whole matter had been put into his hands, and negotiations were entered upon at once with the prominent educator of the State by which a competent lady was to be chosen for the position. That lady was Miss Abby Ann Cheever, of Massachusetts, who came with unquestionable recommendations as to character and attainments. They had the vaguest ideas about her on Grand Prairie, having seen but few Northern people in the course of their lives, and being accustomed to look a little askance at a Massachusetts Yankee as a possible, even probable, abolitionist. Uncle Tom's Cabin was fresh in the minds of the South then, though with most of them, it must be admitted, it was hearsay knowledge. "Do you suppose I will have to keep cold light bread for her all the time?" asked Mrs. Trevilian of Miss Nannie. "No, of course you won't. She'll take to hot bread like a duck to water if she doesn't have to cook it. They say the Yankees all do." "I hope so," sighed Mrs. Trevilian. "It would be a heap of trouble to have to keep in cold light bread." "I only hope she is ladylike," Miss Nannie said. "Somehow I always think of these Northern teachers that go about the country as having short hair and bad manners." "Why, so do I," marveled her sister-in-law. "I wonder why?" In far-off Massachusetts, Miss Abby Ann Cheever was pondering the new relation with quite as much concern. She and her family with her felt that she was almost taking her life in her hands to go among the border ruffians. But her younger brother, Dr. Abiel Cheever, had been one of the first of the faithful to speed to Kansas when the race for occupancy began, and if things got too hot in Missouri, she could go to him in Lawrence, it was decided. Perhaps it might not be dangerous, after all. But then you never could tell what these slave holders would do. They were like the human heart. deceitful above all things and desperately wicked," said her maiden aunt, Miss Tabitha Cheever. "It will give you an opportunity, my daughter, to do something for those poor suffering people, the slaves," said her father, impressively. "I want you should make use of every occasion that presents itself for instilling truth into their darkened minds. Be instant in season and out of season," an admonition that Miss Abby Ann Cheever really did not need, being, like her father, a strong partisan, and a trifle too much inclined by temperament to lay stress upon the last clause of St. Paul's command. "If you were only going to Kansas, I should feel safe about you," sighed her mother. "But Missouri—" The Cheevers were abolitionists of the straitest sect, a fact entirely unknown to Colonel Trevilian and the rest of her constituency, or, it is safe to say, Miss Abby Ann would never have been invited to undertake the training of their children. "Well, Kansas is not far away," said Miss Abby, soothingly. "There is not even a river to separate it from Jackson County." Alas, alas! A trivial fact, apparently, but one fraught with mighty consequences to that doomed region a few years later. The weather was not propitious for pleasant impressions the day Miss Abby Ann Cheever reached her destination. There had been a downfall of rain for a day and night. Everybody knows what that does to western Missouri roads. The black mud looked bottomless. Miss Abby's depression matched it as from the guards of the Thomas H. Benton, the same that was to carry the boys away. She watched the mule teams with their loaded freight wagons struggle through it. If there had been a waiting Pullman bound for Boston, it is possible that the Grand Prairie School might have been minus a head that day and thereafter. But a journey from Massachusetts to Missouri in the '50s was a thing not to be entered upon lightly or unadvisedly, and having been made, the return trip was seldom taken short of years. So retreat formed no part of Miss Cheever's thoughts as she looked out upon the scene before her. It was only a steamboat landing that she saw. The town lay 4 miles back, and Keswick a great way beyond. "Do you know how far it is from Independence to Colonel Trevilian's place?" she had asked the captain when she found he knew where she was going. Colonel Trevilian had written to him and placed Miss Cheever under his care from St. Louis to Independence, not having much opinion of women traveling around the country alone. The captain had shown her every attention that a gentleman could, but Miss Abby's scholarly instincts were stirred to their depths at his speech. "Oh, it's a right smart piece," he answered. "I reckon it must be 14 or 15 miles, maybe mo'." She was thinking of the distance as she looked out at the landing. Fortunately, however, a toilsome road, like life itself, must be traversed one step at a time, and most of its laws are hidden from us until we are in them. Then our energies are absorbed in getting out, which lessens the tediousness of it incalculably. Miss Abby kept her place as the boat puffed and churned the turbid brown waters of the Missouri in its efforts to make the landing. With New England preparedness, she had had her effects in place an hour ago. She had nothing to do but to watch the scene and look out for Colonel Trevilian. The captain had relieved her fear that she might possibly find nobody to meet her. "Didn't Colonel Trevilian say he would come?" he asked. "Well, ma'am, he will be here if he has to swim a hoss." She rested upon this assurance and looked about her with a mighty interest. In addition to the natural curiosity of a newcomer about the country that is to be his home, there was the intense tragic interest felt by every Northern man or woman who set foot for the first time on slave soil, that unwilling fascination which impels us against our will to look upon the thing that we know will haunt us forever with its horrors. "I am face to face with it," she said to herself. "These are undoubtedly slaves." She was looking down at the roustabouts lounging around the landing while they waited for the gangplank to be thrown out. Miss Abby Cheever had in her youth, now some time past, seen a picture that made an ineffaceable impression upon her. an impression deepened by constant recurrence to the subject and much sombre thought in one deepening groove. It was of a naked negro on one knee, with manacled hands raised imploringly, while over him stood his cruel master with upraised lash. She had always thought of slaves as looking like that. Not that she really supposed the business or pleasure of the Southern planter would be to chastise his servants from morn till eve, nor indeed that in a decent community they were kept in a state of nature as to their wearing apparel. She was too bright a woman to think either one. But a picture makes a lasting impression on a child, a fact not unknown to the purveyors of such illustrations in the years of crude art and deep feeling preceding the Civil War. Now as Miss Abby looked into the faces of the men below, she did not see the sullen look, the hopeless woe, that ought to have been there. She was distinctly relieved? No, disappointed. It was as when one standing beside Pisa's tower says, with an outraged surprise, "It isn't right. It doesn't lean enough." A tall, fine-looking man with iron gray hair and a slouch hat was at the landing. Back a little distance was a carriage with a mule team and a colored driver. A gray horse was fastened near. Miss Abby felt instinctively that this was her company. Nor was she mistaken. When the gang-plank was thrown out, the tall man boarded the boat and the captain piloted him to Miss Abby, leaving his post to deliver his charge into the Colonel's hands. Colonel Trevilian was such a man as a woman instinctively likes and trusts. He greeted her as cordially as if he had always known her, apologized for the weather, which he feared had given her a poor impression of the State, thanked the captain for his attentions to her, apparently under the impression that he had received a personal favor, relieved her of the bandbox brought in her hand all the way from Massachusetts, and gave it to a negro man called from the wharf peremptory. "Here, boy, take this to my carriage," his hand instinctively seeking his pocket as the service was rendered. Miss Abby looked around for the boy, but could not see any. She said good bye to the captain and started across the plank. "Wait, Miss Cheever. Better take my arm, madam," said the Colonel hastily. "It's mighty slippery." He led her carefully across the gangway, helped her up an embankment, and brought up at the edge of a mud hole from which there seemed no escape. He looked at it ruefully. Then, "If you don't object, I'm an old man, you know." And before Miss Cheever knew what there was to object to, he had lifted her bodily in his strong arms and set her down dry shod on the other side. "There really was no other way, madam," he said apologetically, "without getting your feet wet. Reuben, back up as close as you can. There. You won't feel afraid of the mules, Miss Cheever. I assure you they are perfectly safe, madam. I believe they don't use them much in your country, but a mule's foot is made for mud. We would get along mighty poorly without them here." He was tucking a Bay State shawl snugly around her. "There, now, Miss Cheever, I will leave you in Uncle Reuben's care. He'll take good care of you. He is a careful driver." Uncle Reuben acknowledged the introduction by taking off his hat and murmuring, "Sarvant, mistis," and Miss Abby bowed, strangely embarrassed. She did not know what to call him. "The roads are heavy that I rode over on horseback," continued the Colonel, "but I'll be right along by you." His deferential, protecting manner was most grateful to Miss Abby Cheever, who had knocked around the world a good deal and been suffered on many occasions to look out for herself. She could do it as well as anybody, but when this kind, deferential gentleman took upon himself, as a matter of course, the task of seeing to her comfort and helping her over mud holes, she liked it. We all do, no matter how independent we are, provided only that the hand be strong enough and gentle. Colonel Trevilian rode along by the carriage when it was possible to do so, and kept up a scattering fire of conversation. "Getting along all right, Miss Cheever? That's good. Yes, madam. It is 4 miles from the landing to Independence, and about 14 from there to Keswick." It sounded very much to Miss Abby as if he said "thar." Then a mud hole would intervene and conversation be suspended, and Miss Abby would look shudderingly into the depths and think of the mule's foot and hope for the best. She had never dreamed of such mud, and no wonder. In rock-ribbed New England she had never seen the material, in quality or quantity, of which it could be made. She was literally in the deepest, richest soil of a deep, rich state. "The going is very bad," she remarked after one such slough. Uncle Reuben half reined up the mules. "Ma'am?" "I say the going is very bad." He looked blank. "The going. The roads, you know." "Oh, yas'm, yas'm." The old man wore a relieved look, as of one who had found his bearings. "Yas'm, it is so. De travelin's mons us bad, mistis." It gave Miss Abby a distinct shock to be called mistis. It seemed to make her a partaker in the slaveholder's guilt. Her first impulse was to repudiate the title and tell him that one was his master, even Christ, and none was his mistress or should be. But Uncle Reuben had used the term so cheerfully and naturally, with so little of self-abasement, that she restrained the impulse and decided to wait a while. But she felt like a coward. In season and out of season, her father had said, and she had promised. Miss Abby sincerely wished to enter into conversation with Uncle Reuben, but hardly knew how to begin. She was desirous of asking him immediate questions about his state of servitude and his feeling in regard to it. He had probably been a slave all his life. How the iron must have entered his soul! He was doubtless brooding over it now. In reality, Uncle Reuben was wondering what sort of a white woman this was that was so unsociable and say nothing. If it had been Miss Matt Dawson, now, whom he so often brought out from Independence, he would have had a chance to tell her all about the family and Aunt Dilsey, and his own rheumatism and the last big meeting and a dozen other things, and she would have been interested in them all. But this white woman, and when an old-time darky begins to denominate any lady of his acquaintance as a white woman, it is a sure sign that her stock is depreciating. But of course Uncle Reuben was too well trained to do more than think all this. "Have you lived long at Colonel Trevilian's?" It seemed to her a delicate way of introducing the subject uppermost in her mind without referring directly to his bondage. She could not bring herself to call him uncle, which seemed to her a kind of claiming relationship for which she was unprepared. And yet she did not want to call him Reuben. Her question seemed curt and almost impolite, without the softening which the name would have given. Uncle Reuben raised his hat with a gesture that was the counterpart of Colonel Trevilian's. "All my life, mistis," he said, with visible pride, "I was born in de family." Miss Abby caught her breath. She did not know whether this was supposed to be a matter for congratulation or condolence, except from his pride of demeanor. "Yaas'm, we all done belong to de Trevilians as far back as de reckoning goes." He was thinking, "If she laws, I'm anybody's bought nigger. I'll jes let her know right now she's on de wrong trail." Then he produced his highest trump. "My daddy was ole ma's body servant. Yaas'm." He announced it as if it were a patent of nobility. "I druv Marse William over to Jedge Caruthers to be married, and den brung 'em back next day to de infant. Yaas'm." He waited for a moment for this to sink in. "I been drivin' of de carriage ever since, even to carryin' ole miss to her las' home. Marse William say I was de one what was 'titled to it, 'case my daddy was ole marse's body servant. Yaas'm." Miss Abby felt that she was taking soundings in an unfathomable sea. The sympathy she was longing to give voice to seemed strangely inconsequent as she listened to this recital of an interlacing of interests in joy and sorrow that linked black and white together. She determined to defer the expression of it till a more opportune time. It was hours before a turn in the road brought Keswick into view, and then it was miles away, for one sees a great distance on the prairie. Uncle Reuben pointed to it with his whip. "Dar's our house," he said, with manifest pride. "Yaas'm, dat's Keswick. Can you see de white pillars? Jes through dat clump o' trees." As they got nearer he called attention to the different points about the place. "Way over dar beyant de garden is de buryin' ground." "I don't see any church," commented Miss Abby. She was looking for New England on Missouri soil. "No'm, dey ain't no church round dar. De church is way over yonder. You jes' can see it." "I want to know," and Uncle Reuben repeated his statement. "Don't they have the graveyard by the church?" "No'm, dey all has family buryin' grounds round here. Dey ain't nobody in ourn but Miss Betty's little child an' ole woman Judy. She died dis same summer dey did, an' Miss Betty say she want her laid out dar wid 'em. Of course dey's a fence betwixt 'em, but de same willer what me an' Miss Betty planted over de chil'n shades Aunt Judy too. I've hauled bars an' bars o' water full dat willer. Yaas'm, I is so." It was dusk when the carriage stopped in front of Keswick. A little negro had seen them and run down to open the big gate. Colonel Trevilian was waiting to receive them, Beverly by his side. A shambling negro boy had taken the bridle carelessly thrown to him and led the gray horse to the stable. Peeping out from behind chimneys and around rose bushes and various other points of vantage were nappy heads surmounting round, shiny brown faces that appeared, disappeared, and reappeared with bewildering rapidity. "Miss Cheever, my son Beverly, who is unfortunately a little too old to come under your instruction. Beverly, give Miss Cheever your arm up the walk." On the porch beside the white pillars were Mrs. Trevilian, Miss Nannie, and Virginia, while in the open door, ostentatiously holding aloft a candle to light the way, stood Mammy. Mrs. Trevilian took the worn traveler into her motherly arms and gave her a kiss of welcome as if she had been an old friend. Miss Abby was so visibly surprised at this that Miss Nannie tempered her greeting to a handshake, but Virginia put up her lips as a matter of course. And so Miss Abby was installed. Chapter 3
Chapter 3 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Order Number 11 by Caroline Abbot Stanley. Chapter 3. Weighed in the balance and found wanting. At bedtime Mrs. Trevilian took the new teacher to her room herself, turning down the bed and looking after her comfort in various ways. She left Liz, Virginia's maid, to help her undress, greatly to Miss Abby's consternation. Help her undress, indeed! She had performed that office for herself since she was 4, having at that tender age been crowded into the world of individual enterprise by the advent of a second sister younger than herself. She would greatly have preferred Liz's room to her help. But the girl took her bonnet and put it on the shelf in the wardrobe quite as a matter of course, folded her shawl and laid it away also, and then waited for orders. Miss Abby had none to give. She wanted of all things to have her attendant go away. Undressing seemed to her too private and personal a matter to be entered upon before another, and that other of an alien race so manifestly curious. The girl made no motion to leave, however, and at last Miss Abby began to take down her hair. Liz seized the brush. "You want me to brush yo' hair?" she asked, with recollections of the sociable time that always accompanied this nightly service to her Miss Virginia. Miss Abby drew back. "Oh, no," she said hastily, with a creepy feeling at the thought of a negro's coming near her. "I never let anybody touch my hair." Liz felt the rebuff. Negroes, like children, are quick to read mental states, particularly those that are antagonistic, and Miss Abby's feeling amounted to absolute repulsion. She took herself to task for this afterward, but at the time it was entirely beyond her control. "Ef you'll set down, I'll take off yo' shoes," Liz said, rather coldly. Clearly she would have to prompt this New England lady as to what a lady's maid might properly do. Divesting Miss Abby's feet of their outer coverings, she found them decidedly cold, and her kindly instincts were at once aroused. Stepping out upon the porch, she returned with a noggin, which she filled with hot water from a bucket on the hearth. Miss Abby sat in bewildered wonder at what was coming. A moment later Liz was on her knees before her, stripping off a stocking from that astounded maiden's foot. "What are you doing?" she demanded sternly. She began to think the girl was half-witted. "I gwine to wash yo' foots," Liz returned half indignantly. She did not understand having friendly offices met this way. "What? Yo' foots is cold. You ain't gwine to bed wi' cold foots, is you? I gwine to wash 'em fur you." "Certainly not," said Miss Abby, firmly, withdrawing the members in dispute within the security of her dress skirts. "I shouldn't think of allowing such a thing." Liz's face darkened. She took up the noggin and all the rest of the paraphernalia. At the door she turned. "I reckon you ain't never is had any maid, is you?" she asked. It was as much as she dared say, much more than she would have dared let Miss Betty know she had said. The fatal suspicion was forming in her mind that Miss Abby was "po' white folks." "Never," said Miss Abby, firmly, "and I never want to have. I don't think I shall need you any more to night." Liz retired with head up. Miss Abby told Mrs. Trevilian one day about this episode. It was after she had been there long enough to feel better acquainted than she did that first night. "Yes," Mrs. Trevilian had said quietly, "I knew about it. Liz told me." "She did? Well, don't you think it was a very strange thing for her to do? Very well familiar." "From your point of view, yes, but not from hers. On the contrary, it was a very natural thing for her to do." Miss Abby stared. She did not more than half like Mrs. Trevilian's taking it so quietly. "I should like to know the point of view that would make it natural," she said dryly. "Well, I can easily give it to you. Liz has been Virginia's maid from the time she was born. I gave her to her then. There was a little obscurity about the pronouns, but not more than the facts warranted. Nobody could have told whether Virginia was given to Liz or Liz to Virginia. She has always done for her just the things she wanted to do for you, put away her things, brushed her hair, and bathed her feet. She naturally supposed that you would want the same things done, and when she found your feet cold, she offered you, in the kindness of her heart, a hot foot bath. I will grant that she was unfortunate in her wording of the offer." She laughed a little at the remembrance of what was said and done, but she meant it kindly. "But I shouldn't think of allowing anybody to do so menial a thing for me," exclaimed Miss Abby. "I told her so." "She doesn't look upon it as menial, and she didn't understand your motive in declining. You only succeeded in hurting her feelings. They are very much like children, but they almost always mean well." "They are a very strange people," said Miss Abby. "I don't understand them at all." "Don't you think," Mrs. Trevilian returned gently but suggestively, "that until you do, it might be better for you to take them just as they are? They are all right when you know them. And, Miss Abby," she added, "while we are on the subject, I wish you wouldn't call them slaves in their presence. We always speak of them as the servants." "They are slaves," returned Miss Abby, stoutly. "Yes, but there is no use keeping it constantly before them." "It ought to be kept before them." The New England woman would not compromise. "And before everybody else, too." She wrote to her mother that night: "These are the most inconsistent people I ever saw. They will require the most menial, degrading services from the blacks, and then caution others who wouldn't think of allowing such things to be done for them, not to hurt their feelings." But this was weeks after that first night, when, after Liz's dismissal, the harassed lady was preparing for bed. She had just blown out her candle and ensconced herself in the high feather bed when there came a knock at the door. "Who's there?" "It's me," answered Liz. "I got to come in." Miss Abby rose and unlocked the door. There stood Liz with a bundle of bedding in her arms. "What do you want?" demanded Miss Abby, somewhat abruptly. She was mystified beyond measure at the apparition. "Miss Betty, she say I was to sleep in hyah on de flo'." "To sleep in my room? For what reason? Haven't you any other place?" Liz stared. "Yaas'm. "Co'se I is, but she 'low maybe you was skeery. But I don't want you to stay. I'm not afraid." Liz quietly deposited her bedclothes on the floor and began arranging her palette. "Yaas'm, Miss Betty she 'low maybe you'd say it wa'n't wuth while, but she say I was to stay." Apparently that settled it. Much against her will, Miss Abby relocked the door and betook herself to bed. It is not strange that she looked upon her protector with some shrinking. The next day would be the Sabbath, and Liz's locks were in training for the sanctuary, which is to say they had just been "ropped," and that means that they were done up in innumerable pigtails, tied with white cord strung from one to the other. It formed a network which to Miss Abby's unaccustomed eyes was startlingly uncanny. The poor lady could not quiet her soul. Long after Liz was lost in slumber and giving unmistakable evidence of it, Miss Abby lay with fascinated, staring eyes turned toward that head. The moon rose and threw wavering shadows of leafy branches across the window panes. The dogs bayed the moon, and Miss Abby thought of bloodhounds and fugitive slaves. The feather bed grew hotter and more cavernous, the atmosphere more oppressive. She rose at last and stepped shudderingly past Liz to the back window to raise it. The soft moonlight flooded the place. The smoke house, the hen house, the spring house et al. Stood out black and ghostly. Beyond she could see the line of cabins which stood to her for so many prison houses of despair. To think that those poor things were all locked in! And Liz snored on. Miss Abby Cheever knelt down on the other side of the bed and invoked the protection of the Almighty against foes without and fears within. She felt very, very far from New England. She was sleeping soundly the next morning, worn out with her ride and her vigil, when she was awakened by a prolonged knock. It fitted in so perfectly with her dream that it was repeated several times before she was brought to a realization of her surroundings. "Who is it?" she called at last, sitting up in bed and brushing her hair back with a confused notion of setting herself to rights. She was not accustomed to having her privacy invaded in this manner. "'Tain't nobody but me," said a feminine voice. "I come to mek yo' fire." Then in a grumbling undertone, "I reckon dat triflin' Liz gwine to sleep till de Jedgment Day." Miss Abby unlocked the door, and Mammy appeared with a shovel of coals. "'Scuse me, young mistis," she remarked apologetically. "I wan't gwine to wake you, but I couldn't git in. How come you to lock yo' do'?" "I always lock my door," returned Miss Abby. Mammy was on her knees before the fireplace. She looked around in open mouthed astonishment. "You do? Name o' God, mistis, what sort o' outlandish place is you come f'om dat you gotta lock de do'? We all don't never lock up." "But this is an outside door," protested Miss Abby. "It opened upon the upper porch." "We all don't lock none of 'em. I don't reckon dere's a key on dis place. Of co'se de cabins jes' has latches, but dey useter be keys to de house. Whar did you git dis hyeah key?" "It was in the door, where a key ought to be," said Miss Abby. "Humph! I dunno whar it come f'om. I ain' hyeah about any keys befo'." In reality, Mrs. Trevilian had the day before hunted it up, thinking that Miss Abby might feel nervous with her door unfastened. "De front do' key was lost when Miss Figinia was a baby," said Mammy, returning to the subject after the first blaze was started. "I always mistreated Marse Beverly, throwed it down in de well, but we ain't know for sho', and de do' ain't been locked sence. No'm, dey ain't no rogues around hyeah." "I prefer to lock my door," Miss Abby said, with dignity. "I don't mind getting up to let you in. Or I could make my fire myself if you would have some kindling always ready." Now kindling was an unknown quantity on that place. They always used chips and a shovelful of coals, and who ever heard of a lady making her own fire? There was a slight but very expressive shrug of Mammy's shoulders as she turned to the fireplace, the full import of which Miss Abby would not have understood had she seen it. There was a volume back of it. Liz had promptly communicated her suspicions the night before that the new teacher was "po' white folks," and this offer to make her own fire confirmed it. It was reported immediately at the cabins, which was unfortunate, for it placed Miss Abby in a very equivocal position. Mammy now applied herself severely to the fire and departed without further conversation. She did not wish to be too familiar until this new lady's social rank had been definitely ascertained. "I am afraid this seems rather early to you, Miss Cheever," said Mrs. Trevilian, as she poured out the coffee a little later. "We are obliged to have breakfast about the usual time on Sunday in order to let the servants get to church. We have some distance to go." "Do they go to the same church with you?" asked Miss Abby, in much surprise. "Yes, most of them are Presbyterians. Aunt Judy was a Baptist, and Aunt Viny is now, but all the others who are church members at all go with us. When the church was organized years ago, soon after we settled here, 9 of the 13 members were from Keswick, Mr. Trevilian, Sister Nan, and myself, and 6 of the older servants." She called Emmeline to her with a motion of the eyebrows, and said in a low tone, "Hand Miss Cheever the cold light bread." But Miss Cheever was finding hot waffles quite sufficient. "Your pancakes are very nice," she remarked affably. "How do you keep them so hot?" She had noticed before she came down the great distance between the kitchen and the house. "Don't you find it very difficult with the kitchen so far removed?" "Not at all," said Mrs. Trevilian, cheerfully. "There is always a little negro waiting to run right in with them." "But when it rains?" "Oh, they turn a pan over them, or if it is raining very hard they take an umbrella. Oh, no, it is not at all inconvenient. Have a hot one." "They are delicious," said Miss Abby, showing her faith by her works. "I never saw any before of this shape. Waffles, do you call them?" Emmeline's under jaw dropped, and the little darky who had brought them in started on a run for the kitchen. "Never seed any waffles befo'," cried Aunt Viny. "My Lord, whar she raised?" "Oh, whar do you come f'om? Knock a nigger down," sang Aunt Viny's Bob, who chanced at that moment to be within hearing. "Git out o' here, you limb er Satan!" cried Aunt Viny, advancing threateningly upon him. "You let me hyah you impairin' Marse Williams's white folks, and I'll lay ow—" Bob's sentence was indeterminate. Dodging her uplifted arm with a dexterity born of much practice, he was at the woodpile before it was concluded. There he sat down to muse confusedly upon the fact that what was sauce for the goose was by no means always sauce for the goslings. Chapter 4 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Order Number 11 by Caroline Abbot Stanley. Chapter 4. A Stronghold of Orthodoxy. "Virginia, you'd better go in the carriage with us," said Mrs. Trevilian, as she heard her daughter ask some question about Rob Roy. "No'm, I don't want to. I want to ride." "It is too muddy for you to ride," said Mrs. Trevilian, firmly. "You would ruin your riding skirt." "Now, mother, I'm going to ride with brother." There was rebellion in Virginia's eyes. She turned to Beverly, for at this moment Mrs. Trevilian stepped to the door to speak to her husband. "Brother, say something." "It's all right going, Virge, but you see I'm engaged for the return trip," was Beverly's prudent aside. "Well, I'll come home with father." "Father! Yes, I know you will. Oh, yes, Mother Virge and I are going together. It's all planned. I'll—" "Look out for her skirt." Still Mrs. Trevilian demurred. She would be a great deal more comfortable inside the carriage with us. No, she wouldn't," said Miss Nannie Trevilian, as Virginia flew upstairs. She was younger than her sister in law. There are different ways of taking comfort. Some people take it in pairs. When the carriage reached the church, Virginia was seated demurely up in the corner of the Trevilian pew, Sallie in the corresponding corner of the seat back of her, and Gordon and Beverly across the partition on the men's side. It just happened that they came so. Hickory Grove Church, to which Miss Abby was that morning introduced, was the counterpart of hundreds of Missouri churches in the year of our Lord 1859. There was the same impersonal character to its architecture that appeared in the dwelling houses and in the pioneer millenary, where the presiding genius invested triennially, or at most biennially, in a block, and made all bonnets after one model, trimming them impartially with a bow behind, 3 loops at the side, and a bunch of flowers. The headgear inside of Hickory Grove Church, however, was much more varied than this, for it was made up of sunbonnets of all hues and scoops with blue or green barège skirts, and elaborate quillings and bows, with here and there a flimsy, flippant, flowery creation from the town milliners. The bonnets ranged all the way from the dainty white ruffled ones with pink strings and bows from under which fresh young faces peeped out, to the austere row of brown ginghams that covered the heads of the McTavishes, mother and daughters, who all wore dresses of the same material, down to the youngest, a babe in arms, suggesting irresistibly the purchase of an original package. Miss Nannie Trevilian's piety had been seriously called in question by some of the devout scoops of Hickory Grove Church, because she would always have the latest fashions from Lexington or Independence, sometimes, it was said, even sending all the way to St. Louis for her summer bonnet. Kansas City then had so lately got over being Westport Landing that it could not be expected to furnish fashions for the gentry of Jackson County. Outwardly, the building was not unlike other rural churches Miss Abby had seen, but inside there were some startling features. In the first place, the pulpit, instead of being at the farther end of the church, was placed between the 2 front doors, and all who went in must face the whole staring congregation. This was the distinguishing excellence of Missouri churches in antebellum days, and made it possible for curiosity to be frankly gratified without unseemly stretching of necks and turning of heads. A country church is so largely a social institution that it seems greatly desirable to provide for this. The Trevilians were a little late that morning, and the peculiar architecture of the Missouri church never answered a better purpose than when they walked up the aisle. There was a large attendance in spite of the roads. Miss Abby stood the test. She was well dressed and ladylike in appearance. The telegraphed verdict was that she would do. There was time, before the service began, for the newcomer to look around and make some observations on her own account. The place was as bare and guiltless of adornment as a monk's cell, uncarpeted, uncurtained, uncushioned, its painted seats hard and unyielding, like the faith of its worshippers. The men sat on one side, the women on the other, and giggling, whispering girls and half grown boys flocked each by themselves. Somehow there always seemed to be more half grown boys at a country church than anywhere else in the world. They lounged outside till the service began, the older ones ready to help from her horse every woman, young or old, that appeared. They may have been lacking in the outward polish of conventional life, those stalwart young frontiersmen, but they had been trained to deferential helpfulness to women for generations before they were born. Not only was the church without ornament, but it seemed to Miss Abby also without ordinary comforts. Mrs. Trevilian, whose family in Virginia had been mild ritualists of the Low Church type, had scandalized the congregation when the church was built by putting in her pew a footstool and a strip of carpet. It was thought to lean toward worldliness, if indeed it was not a concession to the scarlet woman, and was looked at askance at first, but her example was soon followed by the well to do members, with a startling variegated result. Mrs. Trevilian had talked about a cushion, but happening to speak about it in the presence of Mrs. McTavish, whose husband was a ruling elder and magnified his office, it was brought informally before the session and frowned down, Mr. McTavish calling attention pointedly to the woes pronounced upon those who sat at ease in Zion. Apparently these woes did not apply to the brethren, or else they were more willing to take chances, for in half the pews on the male side were spittoons, and in the other half there ought to have been. Attention was quite impartially divided between these receptacles and the heads of the sermon. But it was not the position of the pulpit, startling as that was, nor the patent fact that she was in a community of tobacco chewers, that made this church stand out in Miss Abby Cheever's mind as belonging to a new order. It was the gallery in the rear, filled with dusky faces and white turbaned heads. She had never seen negroes in a church before, and was unprepared for their presence. She had not supposed until this morning that any provision was made for the spiritual needs of the brother in black. She thought she had studied all phases of this subject, but somehow this had escaped her. She stole surreptitious glances in that direction as they rose for prayer. It stirred her with a sense of infinite pathos to see those dull, patient faces as they listened to the man of God, and to hear their voices mingle with those of their masters in singing his praise. She compared them in her mind to the captives of Babylon, and wondered with a flood of pity how they could sing the Lord's songs in a strange land. She had forgotten that this to them, as to their masters, was home. Miss Abby was destined to a still greater surprise. Soon after the Trevilian party was seated, an aged negro, whose white wool formed a most striking contrast to his black skin, came in at the front door and sat down in a split-bottomed chair just below the high pulpit. She had noticed that the others ascended to the gallery by an outside stairway. The old patriarch leaned forward comfortably on his staff as though he belonged there. Miss Abby was watching him breathlessly. Knowing the Southern intolerance of presumption on the part of the alien race, she expected nothing short of instant ejectment. Nobody seemed to take any notice of him, however, and she turned toward Mrs. Trevilian with a question in her eye. "It is Captain Hart's old Uncle Adam," that lady whispered. "He is so deaf that he can't hear up in the gallery, and Mr. Singleton had that chair put right down under the pulpit for him. He loves to come." This little incident and its very simple explanation made a deep impression on Miss Abby. She was getting together a small stock of sensations that she hardly knew how to classify. They did not seem to belong in any of the prearranged cuddy holes of a somewhat immobile memory. The white faces around her were less absorbing, and yet they were not without a certain fascination, from the fact that they were the faces of the masters of these slaves. One versed in types would have seen that the bulk of them were of the sturdy Scotch Irish stock, which had found its way hither via Ulster and the deep sea, which had hewed its path resistlessly through the hardships of pioneer life till it had come out at last where hewing was no longer imperative, with flocks and herds and houses and lands and peace and plenty around. But they were the faces of men who were ready to hew still at whatever stood in their way, the men of whom Theodore Roosevelt said years ago in his keen analysis of the New West. There was little that was soft or outwardly attractive in their character. It was stern, rude, and hard, like the lives they led, but it was the character of those who were every inch men, and who were Americans to the heart's core. Among them were faces of another type, those which bespoke gentle blood, though not less red, whose owners spoke with more cultured phrase, and moved with the stately grace of gentlemen of the old school. The term has been scoffed at and travestied and misapplied until one hesitates to use it, but to those Missourians whose memories go back to the old slaveholding days, wherever they were spent, it stands always for the central figure in the neighborhood, judge or colonel or major, as the case might be, whose manners were a trifle ornate, perhaps, whose stateliness was sometimes oppressive to a ruder presence, but whose breeding never failed. And he, or his father, almost invariably came from Virginia. He, and such as he, formed the gentry of Jackson County, though they never even in thought called themselves by any such vainglorious name. As Miss Abby scanned the faces of the men who were to be her patrons for the coming year, she was startled to come upon one, well back against the wall, that seemed to be staring straight at her. It was an evil face, if there is anything in physiognomy. Miss Abby returned the gaze with one that might quell even the Scotch Irish. But the man's countenance did not change. Then she perceived that he was looking not at her, but at Virginia, who sat beside her. She gave an instinctive glance at the girl. Virginia was utterly unconscious of the little byplay. At the moment that Miss Abby turned, she was lifting a smiling face up to Gordon, who had just whispered something to her. Miss Abby's eyes went back to the man. He, too, had seen the radiance of Virginia's upward glance. His gaze shifted to Gordon, and a sudden look of hate leaped to his eyes. Miss Abby felt as if she had been reading the first page of a story that might turn out badly. She wondered who the man was, and why he looked at Virginia that way. All these observations had been quietly made before the services began. It was Miss Abby's inherited custom to pay strict attention to the minister's message. It was hard to do so here, she found. Down in the front corner of the church on the female side was a cedar bucket on a pine shelf. The bucket had a cocoanut gourd in it. To this fount of refreshment came at all times through the sermon lank mothers with crying babies and a small procession of assorted sizes at their heels. The clerical incumbent of Hickory Grove church certainly had need of clear head and steady nerves, for the competition was varied and all compelling. No sooner had the sermon got well under way than the children began to stray up and down the aisles, sometimes attracted by the water bucket, sometimes to the nearer contemplation of companions of kindred tastes a little way off. Miss Abby, accustomed to the decorum of a New England city church, found herself more absorbed in the scene around her than in the minister's points of doctrine. Just in front of the Trevilian pew were Mrs. Brooks and her small daughter Pattie, flanked by a little negro girl with puffy locks, who enjoyed the distinction of being in the family pew by virtue of having to tend to her Miss Pattie. Apparently the tending to was not very thorough, for her charge escaped her espionage and sauntered down toward the pulpit, looking back roguishly at her mother, who was making unavailing motions for her to return. Cassie was dispatched to capture her, but Pattie, with a bubbling laugh that brought a grandfatherly smile to more than one face, pressed on, her dusky caretaker, who was only a few years older, following. Pattie seated herself on the top step leading to the pulpit, and Cass, as was proper, took the step below. Then this reprehensible nurse showed her Miss Pattie the reticule of sweet cakes put in to break the fast on the way home, and Pattie decided that the time for refreshments was now. She took the bag, graciously gave a cake to Cass, and took one herself. The effect upon that congregation of youngsters was electrical. With a rising as spontaneous as that which lay behind the children's crusade, they started. Pattie was soon surrounded by a throng of silent, hungry satellites, who put their fingers in their mouths, but said never a word. But Pattie knew. Reaching down, she generously handed each mute suppliant a cake. They dropped down below her on the steps one by one, to rise again when that was gone, and stand as before. Then Patty began to look anxious. She investigated the bags, sized up her following, and prudently broke the remainder of the cakes in halves. A smile rippled over the feminine side of the house at this exhibition of housewifely caution. There was a giggle from Sallie, and Mr. Singleton wondered what was going on down below. He had not time to investigate, however, for at this moment a barefooted little urchin on the other side began to straggle near the pulpit. Mr. Singleton saw his approach with dismay, while Virginia and Gordon exchanged amused glances. It was little Tommy Trawles, who feared neither God nor Mr. McTavish, and least of all the kindly minister. Tommy mounted the steps, and Mr. Singleton involuntarily put out his hand to ward off the attack. Tommy seized it promptly and tugged at it to secure a hearing. "Mithter Thingleton." The beleaguered minister gently extricated himself from Tommy's grasp, and patted him on the head, trying hard to hold on to the heads of his discourse. He began to realise the penalties of a man's making himself too friendly in his parish. But young Trawles was of a persevering turn of mind. He caught the tortured ecclesiastic, who was rosily conscious that Virginia Trevilian was smothering a laugh, by the coat tail, and held on till he had told his tale of woe in a shrill, childish treble that reached all but the dull ears of Uncle Adam below. "Mithter Thingleton, I got a thore toe." There was a moment in which even the elders lost the connection. Then Mr. Trawles senior, who ought to have been on duty long ago, reached for the culprit, and the episode was closed behind the house. Miss Abby was not able to recall quite all the heads of the sermon when she got home, but she found herself the possessor of some very new and distinct impressions for all that. Mrs. Trevilian took the opportunity after church, while the horses were being hitched up, to introduce her to the ladies whose children she would have in school. It was the hour when the informal reception was always held. As the dark-hued charioteers also took this time for a pleasant exchange of civilities, and nobody in the section ever hurried, the occasion was sometimes prolonged until the dark suspicion arose in the minds of the ungodly that the social features of Hickory Grove church rivaled in importance the spiritual. There was a pleasant little coterie of kindred spirits on Grand Prairie at the time, such as may often be found in pioneer communities where a few families constitute the Brahmin class. These were the ones who were gathering around Miss Abby now, representative people of the neighborhood. To the outskirts of this group came a man and woman who had watched from afar the gathering of this little company, and after a few words of consultation had walked resolutely across to join it. They stood at Mrs. Trevilian's back, in full sight of Miss Nannie and the new teacher. A very casual observer could have seen that they had come for the express purpose of being presented, but they were standing where Mrs. Trevilian could not see them, and Miss Nannie ignored their presence beyond a bow. They waited a few moments, listening to the lively conversation with an evident sense of being on the outside, and then turned abruptly and walked off. Miss Abby's eyes followed them. The woman was saying something in a low, excited tone, and the man's face was black. Just then Mr. Singleton was brought up, and Dr. Lay and some of the other gentlemen, and she lost the disgruntled couple. Miss Abby was not a little surprised to find cultured speech and easy manners among the ladies to whom she was introduced, her mind being naturally a little prejudiced against border ruffians. Unconsciously she had expected to find the term more technically descriptive than it seemed to be. However, she met all their frank, cordial advances in the same spirit, so far as in her lay, which, it must be confessed, was not very far, for she was encased in the slight, impervious shell of New England reserve, which they tried to get through and couldn't, which she tried to throw off and couldn't. But they found her ladylike, and that was the main thing, and she found that their sentences were parsed, which was what she had been uneasy about, and so they got along. It is perhaps too much to expect that two sections as far apart in distance and sympathy as were Massachusetts and Missouri in that particular decade would do more than this. "Gordon," said Mrs. Trevilian, as he helped her into the carriage, "you and Sallie come home with us to dinner. Aunt Viny is preparing for 8 or 10, and we've nobody but Mr. Singleton and Mr. Whalen. Mrs. Whalen is down in Lafayette." "Thank you, ma'am. I believe I will. There are some things I want to talk over with Beverly before we go, and Sallie is always ready." A few moments later he was riding down the road very, very slowly, so that the riding skirt would not get splashed, talking some of them over with Beverly's sister. On the way home the Trevilians were discussing the people Miss Abby had met. "Who were the lady and gentleman that came up and then went away without being introduced?" asked Miss Abby. "I don't know," said Mrs. Trevilian, in surprise. "Did anybody do that? I didn't see them. Do you know who it was, Nan?" "Yes," returned Miss Nannie, composedly. "I saw them. It was the Tigermans." "Why didn't you introduce them?" "I didn't want to." "Why, Nan!" "Sister Bettie, you know the Tigermans had no business popping themselves up there to be introduced. They have no children old enough to go to school, and they are not friends of ours. They came because they saw other people doing it, and they wanted to push themselves in. Nothing else in the world." "Oh, well, that kind of people I like to be specially polite to." "And that kind of people I like to sit down on," said Miss Nannie. "Besides, I don't want Miss Abby to take her opinion of the neighborhood from the Tigermans. They don't belong here, anyway." It seemed rather strange to the New England teacher that everybody called her Miss Abby. It seemed to be the way of the country. "But, Nan, they will be sure to take offense." "Of course," said Miss Nannie, without much concern of soul. "The Tigermans always take offense. They are that kind of people." Chapter 5 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Order Number 11 by Caroline Abbot Stanley. Chapter 5. In the Schoolhouse. When they sat down to the table, Miss Abby gave an inward gasp at its prodigality. There was a turkey at one end, a baked ham of the vintage of 3 years ago; at the other, a pair of ducks under blankets of flaky pie crust midway of the table before Beverly, and to balance it, a chicken pie. It seemed to her like a veritable slaughter of the innocents. And as to the concomitants, Miss Abby counted up to 9 different vegetables, and then stopped. Why, there was enough on that table to last an economical family for weeks. While she was making this swift mental inventory, Colonel Trevilian and Beverly had fallen upon the fowls with deft hands. Pink slices were issuing from under Mrs. Trevilian's sharp knife, and the girls were rallying Mr. Singleton on his encounter with Tommy Trawles. "I really thought for a while that Tommy was coming out ahead, Mr. Singleton," laughed Virginia. "Oh, he did, undoubtedly. I'm very sure none of you youngsters remember any of my points as well as you remember his. Tommy certainly has one qualification of a pulpit orator. He makes himself understood." "Yes, he doesn't lack clearness or force," said Mrs. Trevilian. "Nor pertinacity in holding to his point of view," added Gordon. "And he carries his audience with him," Beverly put in, cutting carefully into the blanket. "Quite true, Beverly, quite true. I feel very certain that nobody in that church followed me while Tommy was in competition but old Uncle Adam. I know I didn't follow myself. My memory slipped a cog just as Tommy announced his complaint, and you were out of church 5 minutes too soon in consequence. I'll get that 5 minutes back on you some day, Beverly." The table grew hilarious at the remembrance of the scene, and the jests flew thick and fast, Sunday as it was. When they had laughed themselves out, and had settled down to the discussion of prospective patrons and pupils, Miss Abby asked, "Who was the sweet looking girl that sat in front of you, Miss Trevilian? The one with the very fair complexion and golden hair? I think I noticed that she went out with an elderly man. She looks as if she might be one that would belong to me when school begins." "It was Lois Chandler and her father. She is a pretty girl. It seems to me she gets prettier all the time. I could hardly keep my eyes off her to day." Mr. Singleton, after all, there's nothing in the world so beautiful as fresh blooming young girls, is there?" "Nothing in the world, Miss Nannie," he said, with a significant glance that took in the auburn head and the dark one opposite. He had long been shepherd of this flock, and sobered suddenly. "Sometimes nothing so pathetic. They know so little of what is before them, so little of the pitfalls for unwary feet. There is something about Lois Chandler's position among us that appeals to me." "What, Mr. Singleton?" asked Virginia, in surprise. "Well, my child," he stirred his coffee in a contemplative mood, as if he saw the blonde haired girl and her past and future in its depths, "principally the thing that can never come to you and Sallie, her isolation, and the lonely way in which she has been raised. It is not a good thing, Mrs. Trevilian," forgetting that he was addressing his remarks to Virginia, "for a young girl to be raised by a man, and especially an old man." "And more especially an old crank," said Miss Nannie, in a swift aside to Beverly, who sat next to her. But Beverly's eyes were on his father, who had spoken before Mrs. Trevilian could reply. "I will answer that, Mr. Singleton," he said, with kindling eyes. "One who has been reared without the counsels of a mother, such as Sallie and Virginia have, has missed God's best gift to a child." Mrs. Trevilian's colour rose, and she acknowledged the compliment by a deprecatory smile. "Lois is to be pitied," she said softly, "in that she is motherless, and she seems to be a sweet, simple hearted child." Beverly and Gordon were both looking straight into their plates. Virginia looked to see, and so did Sallie. "Mr. Singleton, did you ever hear of our first acquaintance with old man Chandler?" asked Miss Nannie. The conversation seemed to be taking rather a sentimental turn. "Get brother William to tell you about it." "It's no story of mine," declared the Colonel. "I never have seen any special joke in it." "Brother William, that is because it is on you. People never can see a point that is coming straight toward them as well as when they are a little at one side, in other words, when it is going toward somebody else." "What is it, Miss Nannie?" inquired Mr. Whalen. "Well, then, when the Chandlers first came here, they settled on a poor little place down on the creek, and they had no orchard. We had plenty of fruit that fall, so brother William said that he thought he would send them over a few barrels of jennetons. But before he got at it, here came the Chandler boy one day with a meal sack and 15 cents to buy a peck of apples. A peck, I want you to understand, Mr. Singleton. Of course, brother William filled up the bag, and told the boy to tell his father he never sold fruit to a neighbor, but to send over and get all he wanted. Well, in about 15 minutes here came the boy back with the apples, and the message, rather stiffly delivered, that Mr. Chandler never begged fruit or anything else. And that was the beginning of the intimacy between the two families. In the laugh that followed, Beverly took part with the rest, but it was in a perfunctory sort of way. He had often heard this story, and joined in harmless mirth at the old man's expense. But to day, for some reason, it rasped his nerves to have old man Chandler's penuriousness impaled upon the point of Miss Nannie's sarcasm, and held up to ridicule. It was a pitiful thing for a girl to have been so reared, as Mr. Singleton had said. He felt his heart warm to the minister. If Lois could only have had such influences around her as Sallie and Virginia had had! He never had realized before how much that all was to a girl. She might be "Beverly, I have asked you a question 3 times, and you haven't heard a word I've said." "I beg your pardon, Sallie. I'm getting very deaf in that ear. Ask me once more, and I'll turn the other." And Sallie had no further cause to complain. "And what was there wrong about his wanting to buy the peck of apples?" asked Miss Abby, leaning past the two and speaking with a puzzled air. It seemed to her that she had missed the point. "Oh, nothing," returned Miss Nannie. "Nothing at all. Only men in this part of the country don't buy apples that way, and don't sell them at all, unless they have a wagon load or so." "I want to know," said Miss Abby. And simultaneously 4 pairs of young eyes sought the turkey on their plates. "He's peculiar," said Colonel Trevilian. "He hasn't a particle of tact. You remember Mr. Wayland, his taking Mr. Pasco to task about leaving his machinery out in the field, told him to his face that it was shiftless. Shiftless in the extreme was the way he put it. You know Pasco prides himself on his farming." "That was rather amusing," replied Mr. Wayland, with a chuckle, "especially considering the two farmers, Colonel." "Yes, sir, yes," and they laughed heartily. They did not explain the difference, but Miss Abby rightly conjectured that one was successful and the other was not. When there was a moment of silence, she broke it by asking, with pedagogic directness, "And don't you think it is shiftless to leave machinery out?" They found later that she never failed to have a question or a remark to drop into the conversation when it began to bubble. They were always eminently practical and to the point, but they never failed to precipitate the solution. After dinner the young people went out to the school house, which had been treated to a fresh coat of whitewash and a new blackboard in honour of Miss Abby. Sallie opened her eyes at seeing on the table the hourglass and the big globe that had never before left Colonel Trevilian's office. He had himself transferred them to the school house, with a natural desire to let the new teacher from the North see that they were quite up to date on the border in the matter of equipment. They dropped into the same seats they used to occupy, Sallie and Virginia together, with Gordon behind them and Beverly alone on the other side. "Sallie, come over here. I'm lonesome." "Aha! You miss the young lady with the golden hair, do you?" "Yes," replied Beverly, "and in default of her, I'll take the young lady with the auburn hair. No, don't sit in front of me. Sit by me. It is your last chance." "You won't you?" He gave his desk a whirl, and Sallie went shrieking into the aisle, for the Trevilian schoolhouse seats were rude wooden ones, each a part of the desk behind, and not screwed down. The occupants were thus entirely at the mercy of their neighbors in the rear, and sometimes it had proved the tender mercies of the wicked. They would find themselves often, in the midst of study, unexpectedly swept into the aisle by impatient or mischievous hands, and, as in the instinctive working of that law which is said to be nature's very first, they invariably clutched the desk in front as they went, the hapless possessor of that in turn would be thrust into the opposite aisle. So those old desks kept up a zigzag that varied the monotony of school life immensely. It had been an old trick of Beverly's to set that ball rolling. He played the trick once too often, though, for Miss Lavinia saw him, and the next day the seats were changed, the boys now alternating with the girls, who would presumably keep them straight. This brought Virginia and Sallie in front of Gordon, and Beverly on the other side, behind a girl with flowing yellow hair who always sat alone. Nobody in the back of the room seemed to mind the change, and Beverly least of all. If Miss Lavinia had meant this for a punishment, she had underestimated the age of her pupils. Beverly had never been so near the yellow-haired girl before. How like a rose leaf her cheek was, and her hair was like spun gold. Why did the girls play with her, he wondered, or choose her in the spelling match? "What are you girls going to study?" asked Gordon, when quiet was restored and Sallie had capitulated by sitting beside Beverly. "Paley's Natural Theology, Alexander's Evidences of Christianity, and somebody's Mental Philosophy, I forget whose. Whew!" There was a wailing whistle. Then Beverly rose, placed his hand on his heart, and made a low bow, first to one and then to the other. "Ladies, you have made a wise choice. These studies will fit you most beautifully for social life in Richmond and Lexington, where I understand you expect to shine next year. But," with anxious inquiry, "are you in doubt about Christianity, may I ask?" "Oh, brother! All the girls study Evidences of Christianity in their senior year, and I thank you, we are seniors if we don't go to college, for next year we stop." "Ah, and who are the other seniors that next year are going to stop?" "There's nobody but Sallie and Mollie Driscoll and myself, of the girls." "By the way," said Gordon, "does anybody ever see anything of Rene Taggart nowadays?" And there was a peal of laughter without apparent cause. "I'm like you, Gordon. I never hear of Mollie Driscoll without thinking of Rene Taggart. Didn't she give it to Mollie that day? Jemimy! I bet Molly never has thrown it up to another girl that she was poor white folks." "It served her right," said Gordon, sternly. "She had no business to say it. It changed that child's whole life. She was a bright little thing if she was a Taggart, and she was trying so hard to be like the rest of you girls, and make something of herself." "It was too bad," said Virginia. "She never has been to school a day since." "You made a friend that day, Gordon," said Beverly. "They say the Taggarts never forget." "I'm thinking I made an enemy, too," Gordon returned, with a smile. "Mollie Driscoll will hardly speak to me yet. If she ever gets a chance to do me a bad turn—" "But wasn't Rene game?" interrupted Beverly, with reminiscent admiration. "She never shed a tear through the whole thing, while Mollie blubbered like a baby." Which was all he knew about it. The haw bush could have told a different tale. It was a pitiful little story, for all their merriment over it, and is worth telling, perhaps, if only to show how quickly a flickering flame of aspiration can be put out. Then, too, it may have been the primal cause of something that happened one dark night on Grand Prairie long afterward. Perhaps nobody ever connected the two, but the hidden springs of life sometimes lie very far from the spot where they emerge as deeds. Rene had been one of the few Creek folks that patronized the Trevilian school, and she had never gone until that time 4 years ago, the last year before the boys went away to college. She had gone steadily then, until Mollie Driscoll told her one day that she was poor white folks. "I dare you to say that again," Rene had challenged, with eyes flashing and fingers that tingled for the touch of hair. And Mollie could not take a dare. There was where the trouble came in. "It's good enough for you, Mollie Driscoll," Gordon Lay had said indignantly, when the girl who wasn't poor white folks emerged, with bleeding nose and dishevelled hair and garments that told of the conflict, from under the hands of the one who was. "You had no business to say it." Rene was standing motionless, her nostrils dilated, her breath coming hard. She was watching every movement of her antagonist like a cat ready to spring. "I'll say it if I want to," blubbered Mollie, goaded past common prudence by Gordon's scorn. "It's so, anyway," and in an instant the battle was on again. They were parted at last, the girls taking Mollie to the pump, while Rene, with white face and blazing eyes, stood facing Miss Lavinia. "It wasn't her fault, Miss Lavinia," Gordon had hastened to say. "Mollie made her do it. I saw the whole thing." He was almost a man in size then, though he was not much over 16, and she was a child of 13. He stooped and brushed the dust from her dress. Love of fair play had always been strong in Gordon. "Go to your seat, Irene," Miss Lavinia had said, not unkindly. "I will talk with you about this after school." She did not have the opportunity. Rene walked straight into the schoolroom, packed up her belongings, and vaulted through the window before Miss Lavinia had finished hearing the story from the excited children. Her school days were over. The girl's way home lay through the pasture back of the house, which led down to the creek. She had looked neither to the right nor the left until she was safe behind the shelter of a clump of haw bushes. Then she threw herself on the ground and wept it out in an agony of humiliation and fierce grief and anger. They do not know the human heart who speak lightly of childish sorrows. It is true they are evanescent, but for intensity of suffering and blackness of despair there is nothing in later years to approach them. When time has taught us the truth, we know that nothing lasts, but at 13 we are sure that we will stagger under this load forever. Poor Rene! By the time she had reached the sobbing stage, she saw that the case was quite hopeless. She could never, never go back. The neighborhood had wondered a little when she started in the first place. It was something new for a Taggart to show any desire to climb, anything less material, at any rate, than the creek banks and the walnut trees. They did this fearlessly enough, girls and boys alike, but otherwise the ways of the Taggarts were usually down. The child had had one heavenly glimpse of a different life during those months at the Keswick school. She found herself trying to be like the rest. She braided her hair as Virginia did, and when Sallie Devereau came out one day in hoops, Rene got a grapevine and ran it in the hem of her petticoat. It was rather stiff and thumped a good deal when she sat down, but it was much better than no hoops, she thought. That there was a difference between her and the rest of the girls Rene saw all too plainly. She did not try to bridge the gulf, and neither, it must be confessed, did they, being full of themselves and the unconscious selfishness of youth. There had been one day, though, when she had seemed just like the rest, a day that stood out in her memory as the one in which for one brief space she entered paradise. It was the time they were playing plate, and the boys, instigated by Gordon, had made her a bell. Gordon had thought it was too bad for her to be so left out, and the boys took their cue from him. She had never had such a heavenly time. The girl sobbing under the haw bush was thinking of that day with the rest, and it was all over. There was a fresh burst of weeping at that, and sobbing, and then the dull ache about the throat that we all can remember, no matter how far we have got from the haw bush. But through the shame and the hurt and the despair, so strange a thing is a girl's heart, there had been a throbbing note of joy. "He stood up for me," it said. "Gordon stood up for me." Poor Rene. "Virginia," said Beverly in the first pause, for they had been full of laughter and chat while we have been following Rene's little story, "who was that fellow that stared you out of countenance in church to day, the one that sat over by the wall?" Virginia looked annoyed. "I suppose you mean that horrid old Emmons Baird. I hate that man. He stares at me so that I always feel as if something was the matter with me, that my hair was coming down, or I had too much starch in my face, or something. I put my hand up a half dozen times this morning to see if my hairpins were coming out. Did you see anything wrong about me?" she demanded of Gordon, raising to him a face that Emmons Baird might well be forgiven for feasting his eyes upon. "No," he returned gravely, his lips twitching a little. "I didn't see anything wrong about you. I don't see anything wrong now." "Well, if I were going to be here," Beverly said savagely, "I would make him understand that he had to look at old Mrs. McTavish next Sunday, or somebody else. Who is he, anyway? Has he come here lately?" "He lives down here on the old Baskin place. He's nothing but a renter, they say. He doesn't look to me as if he ever owned anything, though I believe he did buy old Uncle Bob and Aunt Cindy at Mr. Baskin's sale. There are two of these Bairds, this Emmons and another one named Jim. Where did they come from?" "They claim to be Virginians, but I don't believe they ever set foot on Virginia soil myself," said this loyal namesake of the Old Dominion. "This Emmons Baird was over here one day, and Aunt Nan says he got awfully tangled up in the counties." "Dreadful," said Beverly, in mock consternation. "I know that finished him with Aunt Nan. She thinks if a fellow can't tell off the counties of Virginia as he would the multiplication table, he has pretty nearly lost his chance of being counted with the elect." "Well, not so bad as that, brother, but certainly his chance of being numbered with the FFVs." That was the day Miss Tiny and Miss Tony were here, and Miss Tiny began to question him about the Bairds in Virginia that she had known. She seemed deeply impressed when he said he belonged to that family, but she lost her faith when he couldn't tell his grandmother's name. She said to me privately after he was gone, "He may be all right, child, but I always have my doubts of a man that can't tell his great grandmother's name before she was married. I do indeed." There was hilarious laughter at this, for Virginia had the gift of mimicry, and Miss Tiny was a good subject. "How long has he been here?" asked Gordon. He, too, felt an interest in the man which was antagonistic. "They came here about a year and a half ago, I have heard father say, but I never saw them till last spring. Did you, Sallie? There seemed something mysterious about them. Father says they never went anywhere at all when they first came into the neighborhood, not even to the store. They always sent old Uncle Bob. Lately they have been coming to church, and mother thinks we ought to speak to them and sort of encourage them." "It strikes me this one needs discouraging," said Gordon. "Oh, Gordon, not about coming to church. But I'm not going to talk to him. He comes over here to see father sometimes, and we have to be polite to him, but I don't like his looks myself." "Neither do I," said Beverly, rising. "You'd better let mother do the encouraging. You study Christianity and let her practice it. Come on, folks, let's all go down to the grapevine tree." As they were starting, Virginia heard her mother calling her. "You all go on," she said. "I'll be there in a minute." "I'll wait for you here," said Gordon. When she was gone, he sat staring at the blank walls, which seemed blanker than ever suddenly. There were no grateful green boards then for tired eyes to rest upon, no bright tinted maps, no pictures to relieve the staring whiteness. None? Well, perhaps we might except the two great panels on the side, framed by the window casings, to which Gordon turned to day, as he had so often done in the years gone by. There Nature hung each day a fresh canvas. On it were limitless expanses of shaded greens, and gorgeous western skies such as no lesser artist would dare to paint, and a restless ocean whose grassy billows rose and fell with every passing breeze, and took on the shifting lights and shades and shimmer of the sea. There was no lack of variety in those panelled scenes, either in subject or colouring. Sometimes, as to day, it was a pastoral in green, sometimes a landscape in sober browns, lit up by the scarlet of the sumac and the hickory's gold. Some days the world was in a winding sheet of white. There was so much more in the picture than met the eye. Gordon could see from where he sat the curling smoke of his own home, over there where the woods dipped down to the creek. He knew every foot of that creek bank. In the spring days he and Beverly, Virginia and Sallie, they four and no more, used to scour those woods for red buds and dogwood and service berries, which they ate with endless discussions that he smiled to recall as to whether it was service or sarvice. Then there had been the earlier tramps, which necessitated the girls wearing their gum shoes when the sap began to flow, and the grapevine's blood must be caught in tin buckets to use later in the mysteries of the feminine shampoo. In the fall those old grapevines enticed them again, and the boys climbed to perilous heights and threw down the luscious clusters into the girls' outstretched skirts, and they all sought the gnarled old trunk that had served them so well, and served them still, with outspread seats just large enough for four. There were pawpaws and blackhaws and hickory nuts in those woods, and later on, when the frost had laid its withering touch on all else, the defiant persimmon, which, like some hearts, needs this sharp touch to turn its acrid juices to sweet succulence and use; and the vicious little winter grapes, which even the frost could not more than half subdue, but which were vicious to the last, and puckered the mouth, and made one shut his eyes and shiver and feel that he had suddenly developed mumps. All these Gordon saw in the picture. Over the rise between Colonel Trevilian's and Dr. Lay's ran the road, the big road it was always called. It looked to day like a tawny ribbon laid over that cloth of green. Sometimes it was lost for a space, but it would bob up again somewhere else, and the ox teams that had been lost would emerge from the sink in which they had been swallowed up. The young man in the schoolhouse was under memory's spell. He almost expected to see the prairie schooner, with its tow-headed youngsters peering out from every opening, the household gods swinging below, and the sad-eyed yellow dog guarding them. This had been the supreme excitement of their childish life. He could see once more the rising along the line of boys, and hear the thrilling whisper pass from one to another, "Movers, movers." But the smile faded from his lips. Those old pictures had made his heart tender to day. Would it ever again be just the same? A vague depression that he could not throw off had fallen upon him. He rose and stood by the open window, drawing in a great breath. Would this cataclysm that his father feared for the country really come upon it? They had had stirring times on the border already. Who was this mysterious avenger or assassin, or whatever he was, who had been dealing out death with such a relentless hand across the Kaw? Suppose he should come over the line? He shivered. All he held dear was on this border, and he was leaving it. Then with sudden wrath he thought of the man who had dared to look at Virginia with covetous eyes that day. There was a step, a vision in the doorway, a voice, and the sun shone. "What are you looking at, Gordon?" "The shadows." She stood beside him, and together they looked out over the peaceful scene, the shady vales, the uplands basking in the sunshine, the floating fleecy clouds that cast their shadows on the meadows primeval, where cattle stood knee-deep in the lush grass and ate their fill, shadows that shifted and darkened and melted away as they looked, that dropped down here and lifted there, and chased each other over the sun-kissed plain till it seemed that they were playing hide-and-seek with the very god of day. Gordon had called Virginia's attention to this panorama of cloud shadows one day long years ago as they stood together at this very window. After that they somehow felt that it was theirs by right of discovery. They never spoke of it to anybody else. They kept it to themselves, one of nature's sweet secrets that she had told to them alone. To day, as they stood side by side and watched it for the last time, their souls were flooded with the sweet ecstasy of it all, and the haunting and elusive undertone of sadness that always comes with nature's masterpieces. Ah, the beautiful play of lights and shades on virgin meadows. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Order Number 11 by Caroline Abbot Stanley. Chapter 6. 2 and 2 are 5. The boys were off bright and early the next morning, Virginia and Sallie going with them in the carriage, under Uncle Reuben's guardianship, as far as the landing. Colonel Trevilian had intended going, too, on his gray horse, but at the last moment he was called away on urgent business in another direction. There seemed likely to be a hitch in the plans for a while, but Virginia had pleaded, "Oh, mother, it's all planned, and Sallie will be so disappointed, and so will Matt Delano, for we were going to stop there for dinner and take her down to the boat with us. Now, mother, please. Uncle Reuben will take good care of us. Father." That last appeal won the day, as it had since she was old enough to put her arms around his neck and say in just this tone, "Now, Father." "Oh, yes, my dear, I think they may as well go. Mr. Delano will ride down from Independence to the boat with them." And Virginia flew upstairs to get ready. Miss Abby was a good deal scandalized on two counts. First, they would be absent from the opening of school, which seemed to her far more important than any mere leave-taking; and second, they would have to ride back all that distance alone with this old negro. She spoke of this to Miss Nannie. "Afraid to have them go with Uncle Reuben!" exclaimed Miss Nannie. "Why, he is as trustworthy as the Apostle Paul. He has driven these children around ever since they were born, and their father and grandfather before them. Mercy! Uncle Reuben!" The ride to Independence was a long one, but it seemed all too short to day. It was likely to be the last one they would take together for a good while. The roads had dried up, the day was fine, and Sallie was never in higher spirits, which is saying a great deal, for Sallie's spirits were of the effervescing type. She and Beverly kept things going, and it was well they did, for Gordon was rather quiet and Virginia's gaiety intermittent. Once Sallie got out to get some flowers, of which the prairie was full, and Beverly followed her to see that she did not get left, he said, or snake bitten, and they could hear her shrieks as he laid this danger forcibly before her. Gordon moved across to the place beside Virginia, but when he was there and the opportunity had come for confidential talk, he could think of nothing but commonplaces to say, and the time so short. When the train is coming, and we stand on the platform and know that in a moment our chance will be gone, and that when it is we shall think of 100 things that we wanted to say, our brains seem palsied, and all we can think of is, "Be sure to write," and "Did you get everything?" Gordon could not tell her all the things that clamored for utterance. There was not time, and this was not the place. Besides, he had but little of the small change of conversation, and when he thought of nothing worth while to say, said it. A strange constraint had fallen upon Virginia, too, and when they did talk, it did not seem altogether satisfactory. Outside on the prairie, Beverly was saying, "Of course you'll write to me, Sallie." "I don't know," Sallie returned teasingly. "You write to me, and maybe I'll answer." "Humph! Maybe I'll write," said Beverly. Sallie laughed, and then said seriously, Beverly Trevilian, you know you don't care for my letters. You would rather have 2 pages from Lois Chandler than 10 from me. Now, honest, wouldn't you?" Beverly caught her hands and held them. Sallie," he said solemnly, let me look into your eyes. I think I caught the reflection of the prairie, just the least little speck of it." But Sallie had turned her eyes away. Everybody can see it but Virginia," she said. Sallie, you are talking nonsense. What could Lois Chandler ever be to me?" He spoke impatiently, but as if his impatience were more at a situation than at her. I'm sure she's a very nice girl," said Sallie, with a woman's contrariety. Then she laughed. Beverly, it is so funny. Virginia thinks Gordon likes Lois, and I halfway think so myself." He turned quickly toward her. You do? Pshaw!" Well, I said halfway. You needn't look at me like that." When they reached the carriage which had stopped at their call, Gordon kept his seat. Sallie, you are not old enough to have conscientious scruples about riding backward, are you?" He found his place satisfactory, at any rate. Gordon, I am devoted to you. I would strangle any scruple that would not give you the opportunity of looking forward," she said, settling herself beside Beverly. At Independence they had a disappointment. Matt Delano had other company and was not able to go down to the boat with them, but Mr. Delano dropped everything to ride down with them on horseback and see the boys off, as Colonel Trevilian had requested. Their good byes were spoken at the gangway, Gordon whispering hurriedly as he held her hand, Will you write to me, Virge? And Virginia answered quietly, Yes. Sallie threw parting jests to the last. Then the plank was drawn in. The boys disappeared and reappeared on the guards. The churning of brown waters began. Hats were lifted from 2 handsome heads. 2 white hands were waved from the shore. There was a hearty, Good luck to you, boys, and they were off. The girls did not look at each other till they had said good bye to Mr. Delano and were in the carriage. As they started, Virginia leaned forward to give some direction to Uncle Reuben. When she turned toward her friend, a shocked expression came over her face. Why, Sallie! she cried. Sallie! For Sallie was lying in an ignominious heap in the corner of the carriage, shaken with sobs. I know just how you feel," said Virginia, with consummate tact and an ominous heaving of her own breast. I feel that same way about brother, and Gordon is just like a brother to you." On the Thomas H. Benton the 2 young men were stowing away their belongings in their staterooms and preparing for the journey, which, even with clear sailing, would be like an ocean passage of to day for length. If they struck a sandbar, there was no telling when it would end. They sat out late that night on the guards, watching the endless processions of trees, willows and cottonwoods and sycamores, pass by in ghostly file, dreaming young men's dreams of the future and planning their lives with as much confidence as if there were no unknown factors to deal with. You will get through in 2 years," Beverly was saying. Yes. And then? Well, I rather think I'll settle in Kansas City, if it is large enough by that time to support another physician. Father thinks it is going to make quite a town. You never had any leaning toward medicine." No, sir! When I come back for good, it will be to take up life at Keswick. I think it would break father's heart if I should do anything else. You see, the Trevilians have been planters in Virginia from time immemorial, and I suppose I have a sort of inherited love of the soil. I'm going to be a planter in Missouri, only it won't be tobacco alone that I'll plant, and I will probably be called by the less high-sounding name of farmer. Still, with the 2,000 acres that will be mine some day, I think I might almost be called a planter." It was of their prospects they talked, of establishing themselves, of prosaic plans for making a livelihood, but they were verging upon manhood's estate, and who can doubt that mingled with their thoughts of drugs and crops were dreams of fair faces and bright eyes? Eden was incomplete until woman came. She brought trouble with her, it is true, as she has brought it ever since, but she was fair to look upon, and from that time to this, when Adam's sons have planted them gardens, they have not had the resolution to shut her out. So Gordon's thoughts were of Virginia and the heir of Keswick's with Beverly, said Gordon, breaking a silence that had lasted long, you placed me in a very uncomfortable position the other day. Did you know it? No. Beverly lifted his eyes from the contemplation of the flashing spray of the side wheel to look in genuine surprise at his companion. When? The day you left Virginia, thinking I had been walking down in the woods with Lois Chandler. She wasn't that funny," broke in Beverly with a laugh. Do you know, I believe she had a sort of suspicion that she was wrong, for she asked me at supper time where I was that morning." What did you tell her?" Told her I was out hunting, as I was. She thought it took me all morning to get those few prairie chickens, I suppose," and he laughed again. I don't see anything very funny about it," Gordon said with uncompromising gravity. I wish you would look at it seriously. I couldn't tell her the truth, because I had promised you not to, but I tell you I didn't like the position it placed me in." Oh," said Beverly, lightly, she'll never think of it again." She will think of it. She asked me again to day, when you and Sallie were getting the flowers, if it was Lois I was walking with that morning. The very fact that I don't tell her naturally makes her think there's something wrong, something I'm keeping back. I think you ought to have told her." Oh, Gordon, you don't know what wrath I would have brought down on my poor head. Father won't hear to my looking at a girl who hasn't a pedigree as long as the moral law, and mother isn't much better. I wouldn't quite say that they think it a crime for a person not to have a grandfather and a great-grandfather, perhaps not even a misdemeanor, but an indiscretion certainly. These old Virginia families have tar-bucket memories, and they always want to look it up in the Herd book. Confound it, why is it that the prettiest girls never had any pedigree? And the ugly ones, there's Mollie Driscoll now, counts back to the time of the flood, a little before, I believe. And who would ever want to go with Mollie Driscoll? Let her keep the company of her antediluvian ancestors, I say. Gordon was not to be diverted. I wish you would absolve me from my promise," he said soberly. I ought never to have made it in the first place." No, sir." Beverly shook his head in a tantalizing way, but there was an undercurrent of purpose beneath the light words. I hold you to that promise. You said upon honor that you would never tell until I said you might, and I won't release you from it. You are never to let on in any manner that I've ever been in the habit of going down to old man Chandler's. You've promised. Besides, Gordon," he continued in expostulation, you know it is all in fun. There can never be anything serious between Lois Chandler and me. Why, it is ridiculous." Gordon Lay pushed his chair back and stood up as if to end the conversation. Then drop it," he said roughly, "and drop it now. If you are not in earnest, stand aside and let some honest fellow go in that is. An affair of this sort, that can neither be carried on in the open nor be treated seriously, will lead to no good." He left him as abruptly as he had spoken. It was the nearest approach to a quarrel the two had ever had. Beverly turned and looked after him, amazement in every feature. Well, by Jove," he said, "I halfway believe Sallie is right. Who is the honest fellow that wants to go in earnest? Can it be himself?" He sat there late into the night, looking at the white spray as it fell from the wheel, and thinking, no, not quite thinking, but letting his thoughts stray whithersoever they would, and they strayed oftenest to the humble house where sweet-faced Lois Chandler lived alone with her peculiar father. The girl was wonderfully pretty, and she was good, too, if she only had a pedigree. The white spray still dashed from the wheel. There was a fascination in watching it. How pure it was, how it flashed in the starlight, and how irretrievably it was lost when it touched the black vortex below. I don't know but he is right, he thought. I'm glad I am going away. She'll forget me before I get back, and maybe I'll forget her. I hope so, anyway. And then a vision flitted before him. of Lois Chandler's blue eyes, in which there had been just a hint of tears when he saw them last, and the golden hair which fell about her face in such profusion, and had somehow enmeshed itself about his heart, and the soft cheek that was like a rose leaf, and he was not sure that he wanted to be quite forgotten after all. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Order Number 11 by Carolyn Abbot Stanley. Chapter 7. Miss Abby on Domestic Economy. It was November, the season when the wise woman who looketh well to the ways of her household, and is not afraid of the snow, must be up and doing in old Missouri, for that household was literally to be clothed in scarlet. The ladies were all seated one day in Mrs. Trevelyan's room, which looked like an Oriental bazaar, with its gay plaid linseys covering every available space. Mrs. Trevelyan sat by the bed, cutting out the woman's winter dresses, and Miss Nanny's deft fingers were rapidly transforming them into garments. There was an open fire in the room, and Miss Abby sat in front of it, doing her Saturday's darning, an onerous task for her hands, which were better trained to the pen than to the needle. She felt almost dizzy at the rapidity with which work was being turned off today by those experienced seamstresses. Miss Abby had settled down into the most comfortable relations with the Trevelyan family, in spite of widely differing ways. She had actually learned to lie in bed and have her fire made. So seductive are luxurious habits, even to those born of Puritan stock and brought up on the east wind. The school was well started, not without some few tilts between teacher and patrons, it is true, and was progressing finely. Miss Abby had wanted to start a class in physiology, which was vetoed by the mothers, who said that physiology might be well enough for boys, perhaps, but it was certainly indelicate for girls. They had them take instead geography of the heavens, as being more practical, and Grecian mythology as less likely to corrupt the imagination. "Nan," said Miss Trevelyan, unrolling a bundle of blue jeans, "see if you can find me Uncle Reuben's coat pattern. It's marked with his name." Miss Abby looked up in astonishment. "You don't tell me you make the men's clothes, too?" "Why, of course," returned Mrs. Trevelyan. "Who else would make them? Don't the women sew at all? They do their mending, but they couldn't really be expected to make their clothes. They have their other work to do." Miss Abby sniffed. "I know you think they don't work very hard, Miss Abby, but there's Caroline now. She does all the washing for the family, with Liz's help, and the ironing. What time would she have to sew?" "Plenty of time," said Miss Abby severely. She had made a number of observations since she had been on this easy-going farm, and one of them was that there was a great waste of time as well as other things. A sinful waste, she called it. She had long wanted an opportunity to express her mind about it. Caroline could do the washing and ironing in 2 days, 3 at most. My mother used to do the washing for a family of 9 and get it out by 10 o'clock. I've heard her say often that she would feel disgraced to hang out a washing after dinner. All her work was done up in the forenoon. "What time did she get up?" asked Miss Nanny. "At 4 o'clock on wash days, winter and summer. Had to get it done by 10. "Was there any law requiring it be done by 10? "It was the custom of the country," said Miss Abby shortly. She did not like Miss Nanny's satirical air. "Well, Sister Betty, Suppose we adopt that custom, suggested Miss Nanny blandly. It would probably keep you awake the best part of the night, and it would rout Brother William out to wake Caroline, and she would rouse the rest of the family rummaging round for the clothes, but it might end up in her getting started by 10 o'clock. That would be something gained. Did you ever try to hurry a darky, Miss Abby? No, said Miss Abby, with significant emphasis. Thank God I've never had anything to do with them, but I thought not, interpolated Miss Nanny. I can see no reason why they should not be trained to habits of system and the economical use of time, the same as anybody else. I am sure, Mrs. Trevelyan, that my mother could get 3 times as much out of these Negroes as you do. I don't doubt it, returned Mrs. Trevelyan dryly. It was a well-known fact in Virginia that the northern overseers got more work out of the Negroes than anybody else, and were harder on them. You can easily see why. It was not that they were more hard-hearted. They simply expected them to do as much work as white men, and Southern people never expect that. They know them too well. I think it ought to be expected. It is no kindness to let them dawdle over their work. It is not surprising that Miss Abby thought they dawdled over their work. They certainly did. As one looks back upon it now, it seems strange how they ever kept up a pretense of being busy. For with so many to do the work, there was a minute subdivision of labor in those homes that would have been amusing to a brisk New England housekeeper accustomed, as Miss Abby had said, to getting her work done up in the forenoon, if she had not from long habit shut her eyes to all but the darker, sadder side. How to keep them busy was really a problem, and the question that Mrs. Trevelyan put now to Miss Abby was the keynote to the difficulty. What would Caroline do the rest of the week if I insisted on her finishing by Wednesday? She might learn to sew. Miss Abby laid down her work and assumed her argumentative expression. She was on her native heath when arguing. But if she does the laundry work, that is enough for her to do. It is her part. It is a very small part of what an energetic New England woman would do, said Miss Abby. She still felt that these people did not know what a real day's work was. I suppose so, returned Mrs. Trevelyan quietly. But if we should work our Negroes as hard as the New England women work themselves, you would have reason to abuse us. Well, urged Miss Abby, if they worked faster, they could get through and have some time to rest. But they would rather take their rest as they go along, and why not? It is a waste of time, declared the New England woman. I think we will be held accountable for that as well as for a waste of other things. What things she did not say. She shut her lips firmly together, lest they should release what was behind them. The truth was that the prodigality of this household was almost more than she could see go by unrebuked. Why, they sometimes ate 6 chickens a day. 9, Miss Nanny had told her, when they first began to use them. 3 broiled for breakfast, 3 fried for dinner, and 3 smothered for supper. Such wasteful extravagance. Why didn't they wait till the chickens were full grown before they began eating them? She had asked Mrs. Trevelyan one day how many she raised. About 500, she had replied, and then to Miss Abby's remark that they must bring her in quite a sum, had added in surprise, "Oh, we never sell any. We raise them entirely for our own use. But we have a good deal of company." Then there were the cows. Miss Abby had counted them one day when the women were milking. 13. And they never sold a pound of butter. She had spoken to Mrs. Trevelyan about that one day, too. My, if her father had those 13 cows, how much he would make from them. But Mrs. Trevelyan had only said, "No, we never sell any. Aunt Viney doesn't like to be stinted, neither do we. My family like butter better than anything that butter will buy." "But 13 cows!" Miss Abby had gasped. "Of course we give about half the milk to the calves," explained the beleaguered housekeeper, driven to it to explain her ways to this stern economist, "and we use a great deal of cream." "We give our calves skim milk," suggested Miss Abby. "Well, we don't." It was spoken as curtly as it was in this well-balanced lady to speak. The truth is, nobody likes to have their own particular faults of management made matters of astonished comment, even by those who can manage better. Miss Abby used to walk around and mentally estimate what this thing and that, sacrificed so needlessly here, would bring in Boston. The apples, for instance. Why, there were barrels and barrels of them going to waste. She could not forbear speaking of it one day. Mrs. Trevelyan had said, "Why, we have enough to last us as long as they will keep. The apple hulls are full, and we have dried them and made apple butter." It did seem to her that they were blameless on the apple question. "But," Miss Abby had persisted, "couldn't you find a market for them in Kansas City?" "Oh, we never sell them," was the reply. "Mr. Trevelyan hasn't time to bother with a few bushels of apples. Besides, the hogs eat them." It seemed to Miss Abby that the waste of time on this place was after the same pattern. She returned to it now. "If they should work more expeditiously," she said with some hesitation. She felt a little in doubt herself about the propriety of what she was about to say, and still more about how it would be taken. They would have time for something else besides work. Reading, for instance. "But who would have time to teach them?" asked Mrs. Trevelyan. "Nan and I are busy making their clothes and attending to those that are sick. Virginia did try once. She and Liz had a great time of cleaning out the hen house and fixing it up for a school for the little negroes. Do you remember it, Nan? But she soon got tired of it." "You can't teach them," said Miss Nannie. "They haven't the minds that white people have." "I should like to try it," said Miss Abby, firmly. "You can never make me believe that the Almighty made human beings and left out the brains." "You may try it," said Mrs. Trevelyan, promptly. "You can take them any time you want to. Of course, you would have to teach the men at night." Miss Abby was thunderstruck. "Do you mean it?" she gasped. Here's the opportunity that of all things she had longed for. She could not believe that it had actually come. How her father would rejoice that it had been given to her to minister to these poor thirsting souls. "Isn't there a law against teaching the slaves?" she asked. "I really don't know whether there is in this state or not. There is in the South, but nobody pays any attention to it. It is simply a precautionary law. We can do as we please with our own servants, but the law is made so that if anybody should come down here and attempt to make trouble in that way, he could be stopped." Miss Abby was amazed. "I never had thought of it in that way," she mused thoughtfully. "I always supposed it was a criminal offense for anybody to teach them anything." "Not at all. It is difficult, but not criminal. You are welcome to try it, if you can get them to come." "I imagine there will be no trouble about that," said Miss Abby. Miss Nannie raised her eyebrows and smiled. No time was lost in getting the new project on foot. Colonel Trevelyan was consulted and gave prompt consent. He even suggested the use of the loom room, now unoccupied, for the new schoolhouse. The Loom House Academy, Miss Nannie christened it, and Virginia rummaged the attic for old first readers. The little negroes were jubilant at the thought of having a school of their own, supposing it would make them white, and the men looked foolish and joked over it, but were willing to try. But Miss Abby felt pained at heart by the apathy of the women. She could not understand their indifference when such a vital point as their education was at stake. Perhaps Mammy voiced the trend of feminine sentiment more clearly than anybody else. "Mammy," asked Miss Nanny affably a few days later, "are you going to attend the Loom House Academy?" "No'm, I ain't," said Mammy, with decision. "She ain't give me nothin' since she's been hyeh." End of chapter 7. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 8 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Order Number 11 by Carolyn Abbot Stanley. Chapter 8. A Spirited Maiden. Virginia Trevelyan, in her becoming riding habit and jaunty cap, was riding at a leisurely gait along the road that led from Dr. Lay's to Keswick. In her lap was a bundle which explained her errand, but whose dog-eared contents could never have been guessed from its neat exterior. With the same enthusiasm that had engineered a chicken funeral or a baptizing in her youthful days, Virginia had undertaken to provide books for the Loom House Academy. She had ransacked the garret and bookcase at home for old primers, spelling books, readers, and whatever else had the alphabet in it. And most books had in those days. And this afternoon she and Sally had done the same thorough job at Dr. Lay's. She must have been pleased with the result, for she was smiling to herself at that or something. It was probably something, for that search among the old books with Gordon Lay's name in them had brought vividly to mind the days gone by, when they had measured the flight of time by the page of Webster's spelling book, and the height of their attainments by the reader they were in. Those old books had a good deal of scribbling in them. She found a large part of it hers, and she was thinking that she would look over them tonight with an eraser before they were put into circulation. Miss Abby might get hold of them. Old school books tell so much more than their authors ever dreamed of. Sally had shown her a letter from Gordon, and there had been in it a note to herself, which she had slipped in her bosom, forgetting she had a pocket. She was trying to recall the exact words of something in that note. Twice she started to take it from its hiding place, and each time she stopped. "I won't. I'll wait till I get down to the old grapevine tree," she told herself. That was where she always read her letters from him. He was getting along finely at Transylvania, he wrote, but he missed the prairie. Just as she had reached this decision for the second time, a slight sound came to her ears, and she looked back. A man on a white horse was emerging from the timber, which she had just passed through. With a quick frown, she gave Rob Roy's bridle the jerk that started him into a rack. She did not wish to appear to be running away. She said to herself distinctly that she was not, but she meant to get to the fork of the road before Amon's Baird did. But the hoofbeats behind were coming nearer, and without once looking around, she threw Rob Roy into a lope, her head erect and a red spot on her cheeks. She was determined to make that fork in the road first. She did, but to her surprise the white horse did not take the road going down to the old Baskin place. In a moment he and his rider were beside her. "Good good evening," said a well-oiled voice, which sounded for all its smoothness as if it might rasp when the time came. "Oh, good evening," said Virginia politely. She had been beaten, but she need not let him know it. "I thought once I heard somebody behind me." They kept up an intermittent conversation, during which Virginia took herself severely to task. Amon's Baird really never had done anything that she should feel so toward him. Why couldn't she treat him decently, as her mother had said? Of course he was common and all that, but then she made an honest effort to be civil. But girls are queer compounds and contradictory. The thing that Virginia most disliked in Amos Baird was that he liked her. "I suppose you hear from Bev often," he remarked, and Virginia instantly resented the familiarity. "Do you mean my brother?" she asked. The rebuff dropped from Amos Baird's coat of complacency like water from the back of one of his own Muscovies. "Yes, I always call him Bev. Most of them do around the neighborhood, don't they? His friends call him that sometimes. Yes, we hear from him frequently." "I suppose you hear from young Lay full as often, don't you?" He looked at her with a glance that was meant for playful badinage. But the man was clumsy and very much in earnest. When the badinage reached her, she took it for what it really was: impertinent curiosity. Besides, badinage must be between peers. "I suppose they hear from him," she said coldly. He was impervious to the change of pronouns, but even he could not help perceiving the change of atmosphere. He would not abandon the subject, however, for he had carefully planned it to lead up to his main proposition. "It must be pretty lonesome for you without the boys," he pursued. "And it's lonesome down at the old Baskin place all the time. Say, Virginia, I've been thinking that, seeing you are lonesome and I am lonesome, we might. Have you any objections to our keeping company this winter?" It was an innocent enough proposition, couched in the language of his part of the country and his class. But Virginia had never even heard the expression, and the idea of Amos Baird presuming to call her Virginia, and to say such a thing anyway. She was furious. "I don't know what you mean, Mr. Baird," she said when she had found her voice through her astonishment, "and I do not care for any explanation. If you will excuse me, I will ride on, as I am in something of a hurry." Her words were civil enough, but her manner was a slap in the face. She could hardly have put more contemptuousness into it. Moreover, it put a quietus upon his hopes, for the present at least. The campaign upon which he had hoped to enter would evidently be unsuccessful. The girl did understand. Every evil passion in the man was aroused. He laid a heavy hand on her horse's bridle and brought him to a walk. "By God, you won't ride on till you've heard me out," he said between set teeth. "I guess there ain't any law against a man's telling a girl he likes her and wants to keep company with her." "Let go my horse! You wait till I— Let go my horse, I tell you!" He tightened his grasp and gave a wicked leer into her white face. They were alone on the road, but if he thought to cow her thus, he had mistaken the girl. In her right hand was a riding whip. Without warning, she brought it down in a stinging blow on his hand. He gave a howl of rage and pain, and involuntarily his grasp relaxed. Had Virginia been a less expert horsewoman, she might have been in the dust at his feet after all, for Rob Roy felt the insult of a blow dealt out to a meaner creature and leaped forward. But she was braced for the leap and kept her seat, though the package of books fell to the ground. A swift glance over her shoulder showed that he was not in pursuit, but for all that she did not draw rein till she was at the big gate at Keswick. Her excited account of it was characteristically received. "And what did you do?" Miss Nannie asked breathlessly when Virginia got as far as the stopping of her horse. "I gave him a cut with my riding whip." "Why, Virginia!" exclaimed her mother. "And served him right," Miss Nannie asserted stoutly. "Such a man can't be reached except through his hide. Nan, you are as bad as Virginia." When Colonel Trevilian heard of it, he fairly raged. That a woman should be held up on the highway in such high-handed fashion seemed to a man of his birth and traditions, to say nothing of his somewhat inflammable temperament, a monstrous thing. He got on his horse and rode straight over to the old Baskin place. Emmons Baird had reached home and came sullenly out when called for by Colonel Trevilian. He stopped long enough to arm himself, though, and he held one hand across the red welt on the other. He listened in dogged silence while the colonel used up 5 minutes and his extensive vocabulary in telling him what he thought of him, and then he said with a sneer, "Well, you can call me out if you want to, like you did the other man. I ain't afraid to meet you." It was an untimely recalling of the fact, well known in the community but never adverted to, that the colonel in his hot-headed youth had once met a man in mortal combat on the field of honor. "Call you out?" he roared. "You? Let me tell you, sir, that a gentleman calls out only gentlemen. I would sooner challenge your hound yonder. But I'll tell you what I will do. If ever I hear of your molesting a woman again on the public highway in Jackson County, be it my daughter or a Negro wench, I'll cowhide you within an inch of your life, sir." He drew out a yellow silk bandana and wiped his heated face. "Things have come to a pretty pass if our women can't ride about the country without fear of insult from some blackguard of a fellow, come here from the Lord knows where, for the Lord knows what. Are we to have the methods of Kansas turned loose upon us? If so, we'd better send for the Kansas Slayer and be done with it. By the Eternal, a man like you deserves a bullet in the forehead. Why, sir—" He stopped, struck dumb by the look on the man's face. During the first part of this arraignment, Emmons Baird had stood in sullen defiance, the hot blood flaming in his swarthy cheek. For no man, however debased, can hear such words from fellow man without resentment. But as Colonel Trevilian finished, the blood receded, a grayish pallor crept over his face, and a look, a hunted look, of abject terror into his eyes. He drew back and glanced quickly over his shoulder. With an involuntary movement of his hand toward his head, he seemed almost to have forgotten his visitor. But when Colonel Trevilian had turned his horse's head and he stood alone, Emmons Baird remembered all those stinging words that had fallen like blows upon him, and the blood came back to his face with a rush, and a malignant gleam took the place of the terror in his eyes. He shook his clenched hand after his departing visitor with a gesture of menace, and his face was that of a bad man who means mischief. "By God," he said hoarsely, "I'll pay you for this, old man, if it takes me 40 years." Colonel Trevilian said little about the interview when he got home, and nothing at all of the thing that he recalled about it with the most interest. But he pondered over that look deeply. It had been a random shot, but it had brought down the game. Could it be possible that Emmons Baird was— Nonsense. End of Chapter 8. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 9 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Order Number 11 by Caroline Abbot Stanley. Chapter 9. The Loom House Academy. In spite of Mammy's defection, and the logical reason therefor, the new school opened with every prospect of success. The charm of novelty is nowhere more potent than with the race that Miss Abby was seeking to uplift. They may lack staying qualities, but not enthusiasm. Colonel Trevilian gave her all the assistance she could desire, except that he would not require any of them to attend. They might go if they so elected, but there should be no compulsion in the matter. He had Uncle Peter, the farm carpenter, make some puncheon benches and a long table for the prospective scholars. Virginia, her ardour undampened by her recent adventure, undertook to see that the room was in readiness. With Liz's help this was done, and when the hour came, the old loom house, with its 2 tallow candles on the mantelpiece, 2 more on the table, and the crackle and glow of a hickory fire, was not an unattractive place for Keswick's rival school. The lighting was reinforced at the last minute by Mammy's contribution of a saucer of grease in which was a twisted rag for a wick. It is impossible to say whether it was love of Virginia that prompted this offering, or a natural curiosity to see the school house without a sacrifice of dignity in going thither. At any rate, the Oriental lamp was brought by her, and deposited in the middle of the table, where it did its humble best to illuminate a somewhat dark scene. At the signal, the dinner bell in Virginia's hands, they came in, a motley crew, headed by old Uncle Bob, crippled and deaf, who usually went to roost with the chickens. They ranged in age down to Ca'line's youngest, Uncle Bob's grandchild. If modern methods had been in vogue then, they might have had the stimulus of class instruction, for they were all at A. It really was more of an attendance than Miss Abby had dared hope for. They more than filled the benches on each side of the long table. Virginia promptly seated the overflow of tender years on the floor in front of the fire, where they sat most properly, except for an occasional nervous giggle. Miss Abby had intended to open the school with prayer, and had so informed Virginia; but when they were seated, and looking up into her face with that dumb expectancy which she always found so pathetic, she was suddenly seized with stage fright, if the expression could be so far wrested from its proper place as to refer to prayer. Never in her whole self-possessed life had she felt so embarrassed. Virginia's quick intuition saw the trouble, and away up. "Call on Uncle Reuben," she whispered. Miss Abby obeyed, and how Uncle Reuben did pray! The New England woman listened in a sort of dazed wonder. She had conscientiously determined to open every session with prayer, her own, of course, which she knew would be halting and imperfect, but better than none. She relinquished the intention before the old man was half through. Uncle Reuben was more at home here than she was. When she reached home that night, she was in a state of excitement that forbade sleep. It seemed to her that this experiment was fraught with no end of possibilities for those she sought to help. Miss Abby confidently believed that the end of the black man's bondage was near at hand, and she was permitted to have some small share in preparing him for the new life that was before him. She must tell somebody about it. She drew her table before the fire, and wrote. What joy that letter would bring to the faithful ones at home, waiting for the coming of the day. Keswick, Jackson County, Missouri, November, 1859. My dear Father, I have delayed my usual letter several days, because I had something of importance to communicate, and did not wish to do so until after to night. You will rejoice with me, I know, that the opportunity I so earnestly desired in coming to a slave state, that is, to be able to do something to ameliorate the condition of these poor creatures, has come to me earlier than I dared hope. I shall have the inestimable privilege of leading them to the fountain of knowledge, that they may slake their thirst. When we reflect how long it has been withheld from them, we can well imagine what that thirst must be. It has all come about in the most natural manner possible. I can see the hand of Providence in it all. When I broached the subject of teaching them, I expected the most bitter opposition, but God had put it into the hearts of Colonel Trevilian and his wife, who really are very good people, though slaveholders, to second my efforts, and almost before I could ask, my request was granted. I must say that they have been very cordial in their support of my plans. Tonight I began work in a disused building called the Loom House, and had a most gratifying attendance. The women, for some unexplainable reason, do not take hold of it as the men do, but I hope they will come in time. Their ignorance is appalling. Why, they actually do not know the alphabet, and some of them are old men. It will be slow work, but I hope much from their deep interest. I go from one to another, hearing them say the letters I have told them, and often by the time I have got around they will have forgotten the first ones. Virginia, who is a very bright, attractive girl, though she laughs too much, helped me tonight. She does not seem to mind in the least going near them, but I am ashamed to say that, as anxious as I am to help them, I feel a repugnance at coming in contact with them that as yet I am not able to conquer. I strive constantly against the feeling, but it is so strong that it seems to me they must almost be aware of it. And they were. But that is not the way for me to feel, and I hope to overcome it by strong effort and prayer. I consider them downtrodden and oppressed, and I want them to have their rights. But really I am glad that we are not likely to have very many of them in Massachusetts. It seems so strange to me that none of the family here seem to have this repugnance at all. There was one thing that surprised me very much. I felt so strangely embarrassed when I came before those old men that I felt unequal to beginning with prayer, as I had intended doing. I think it is best to give them some religious instruction, and Virginia suggested my calling on Uncle Reuben, the carriage driver of whom I wrote to you. I did so, and have hardly ever heard a better prayer. Coming from one who does not even know his letters, it is astonishing. They certainly have had more religious instruction than we have been led to believe, or else he is in communication with the fountainhead. Virginia says he is the exhorter at the prayer meetings, which they hold from cabin to cabin. This country is full of surprises to me. You know, we had always supposed that they were not allowed to hold any kind of gatherings. I feel so uplifted in spirit that I am permitted to do this work, and I hope for great things. With their hunger for knowledge, it will be a pleasure to teach them, and I think, or at least I hope, I shall get over the feeling I spoke of. Pray for me that I may not faint by the wayside while they struggle on. Your affectionate daughter, Abby Ann Cheever. Miss Abby wrote this letter in a kind of spiritual exaltation. It was on foolscap paper, with a square left blank in the middle of the last page. She folded it dexterously so that the writing was hidden, and sealed it with red wax. Envelopes for general use had not then reached the Prairie, and Miss Abby was economical. They were full of talk the next morning at the breakfast table about the school, and Miss Abby told of her surprise, which she could not get over, at Uncle Reuben's prayer. "Oh, Reuben makes a good prayer," said Colonel Trevilian, "and what is more, he lives up to the grade of his praying. Did he ask the Lord to send down his Sanctum Sanctorum upon you?" Miss Abby looked blank. "His Sanctum Sanctorum?" she questioned. "Yes, the bishop tells about being down at one of their meetings in Virginia once, and the old preacher wanted to do his best by them, and he prayed that God would send down his Sanctum Sanctorum upon them. The next morning the old preacher, who was the carriage driver, took his master's guests to the boat. The bishop thought he would get his idea of what it meant. You know they are more careful to get sound than sense, Miss Abby." Miss Abby had noticed it, to the great confusion of her ideas. She could not always follow Mammy on account of it. "Well, the bishop said to him, 'Uncle, I was very much obliged to you for all the good things called down upon me last night, but I wanted to ask you just what you meant by his Sanctum Sanctorum.'" The old darky scratched his head a moment, and then said, "Well, master, I don't jes exactly know what dat word do mean, but I know what I meant by it." "Well, what's that?" asked the bishop. "I meant give 'em de best you got." They laughed heartily over the story, and Miss Abby remarked, "Uncle Reuben didn't say that, but he prayed that we might be fed from a low rack. I thought that was good." "It was expressive enough to one who has ever seen stock try to reach up to a high one," said the Colonel. "Reuben's prayers are full of symbolism. His metaphors are a little mixed sometimes, but they are always striking." "Miss Abby, that prayer was for you," laughed Mrs. Trevilian. "Uncle Reuben was afraid you would shoot over their heads." "Well, Jake knows 3 letters, anyway, if he never learns any more," declared Virginia. "Round O, crooked S, and T. I skipped about." "I want to know. I began at the beginning and taught them straight down. It hardly seemed orthodox to her to do any other way." "I tried to teach him Q," said Virginia, with a reminiscent gurgle of laughter, "but he couldn't remember it. All he could tell was that it was dat un what got a tail hitch on." "Virginia, are you going to help Miss Abby every night?" There was evident disapproval in Miss Nannie's voice. "Yes'm, as long as they come. I think it's fun." Miss Abby did not quite understand Virginia's qualifying clause. "I shall need you all winter," she said. "You are a great help to me." Miss Nannie smiled, that inscrutable smile that always made Miss Abby uncomfortable. The school began on Tuesday. Uncle Bob held out till Friday, when he concluded that the late hours were too much for him. He was, doubtless, led to this decision by Aunt Viny's scorn of "any ole fool nigger wi' one foot in de grave, settin' down studyin' AB's, stidder gittin' a good night's res'." Conjugal scorn will tell even on elderly ideals. When Saturday came, Logan, one of the younger men, and one that Miss Abby counted on most, was missing. He had gone to his wife's house, which Miss Abby considered a most reprehensible thing to do, seeing that he had to miss a night's schooling to do it. Mrs. Trevilian had suggested that Saturday was a bad night to have school, but Miss Abby had said grimly that they needed all the time there was. There was none to lose. Liz, too, was kept away by a visit from a neighboring gallant on Mr. Swamscott's farm. Miss Abby felt that it was inexcusable for them to let such trivial things interfere with what should be the absorbing interest in life to them. "Why, of course Logan wants to go to his wife's house," said Mrs. Trevilian, half indignantly, when the grievance was laid before her, "and he ought to go. He has a sick child." "Can't the mother take care of it?" asked the lady, whose teaching instincts were easily stirred, but whose human impulses were as yet held in abeyance. "He will forget everything he has learned before Monday." "Then let him forget," Mrs. Trevilian said, this time more than half indignantly. "Don't you suppose they have any natural affection?" Liz's case was even worse. She was simply "out sparkin'," as Caroline explained. It may be said in her defense that her lover, too, could come over but once a week. "I told you you'd better not have school on Saturday," said Mrs. Trevilian. "That is their night." Jake stayed by her until he had mastered half the alphabet, and then his own fireside began to seem more enticing than the Loom house Academy. Miss Abby did not like for them to come in their working clothes, and the strain of wearing Sunday fixins on week days was too much for Jake. "Caroline," she lowed, "I was too old to learn, anyway," he explained to his irate instructress when she demanded the reason of his withdrawal. "Nobody is too old to learn that wants to learn," she had replied with emphasis, and there she unwittingly struck the key note of the difficulty. They had no strong, abiding desire to learn. It had been a craving for novelty more than a hunger for knowledge that had prompted their attendance in the first place. Miss Abby was inexpressibly disappointed in them. Why, they dropped out on the slightest pretext, and as Colonel Trevilian had distinctly stated that he would not compel their attendance, there really was nothing to do but to let them go. The younger ones held on longer, urged thereto by parental authority, which can sometimes see a good thing for one's offspring more clearly than for one's self. But even this following daily grew thinner. Uncle Reuben had held firm amidst the exodus. He wanted to learn how to read. But when it was proposed to hold a protracted meeting, and the Loom house was needed for it, Uncle Reuben, too, wavered and succumbed. The meeting was more important than the school, also more enjoyable. To say that Miss Abby was grieved at the ignoble failure of her effort is to put it mildly. She was chagrined beyond expression. It seemed to her that the fault must be in her. It could not be possible that any people could be so lacking in enterprise and love of learning. She was disgusted with them and angry with herself. She did not stop to reason that ambition is a thing of inheritance, and that their inheritance had been in the line of sloth. "They actually seem satisfied to remain in ignorance," she said to Mrs. Trevilian, in bewildered helplessness. "They are. You can see for yourself that they are contented. They would rather have their play parties and their prayer meetings than all the learning that you can give them. They are very much like children." "You could not advance a stronger argument against slavery," cried Miss Abby, with heat. "That they are satisfied with their condition is the deepest degradation of all. It has taken away their manhood and womanhood, and left them content with a mere animal existence. It is worse to destroy the soul than to enslave the body, infinitely worse. That is no argument at all." "Heaven forbid that I should argue," said Mrs. Trevilian, hastily. "I am no Yankee. I am only stating a fact that you yourself have discovered." Miss Abby wrote again to her father that night. From the loom house could be heard the sound of many voices singing the monotonous hymns so full of resonant sound and so void of sense to any but the singers. It irritated her to hear them. She felt that that letter would be taken in far off New England as an admission that she had ingloriously capitulated at the beginning of the war. And yet how little they knew about it! Her very first doubt of the wisdom of trying to settle the great problem at long range came over her. The letter was written from a full heart. "They drop out," she wrote, "on the most trivial pretexts. A man's wanting to go to his wife's house, a girl to entertain her beau from another farm, the children because they are sleepy, etc. You see, the slaves are permitted to marry those on neighboring farms, and when Saturday night comes each man thinks he must go to his wife's house, as they always say. Think of allowing such silly things to interfere with the serious matter of education. And they may never have another opportunity like this. I am out of all patience with them. They are so emotional. If they can only get together and sing their senseless hymns and shout and carry on, they are perfectly happy." And at this moment there rolled up from the improvised sanctuary a wave of ecstatic melody. "Jesus through the heavens ride, O my Lord, with two white horses side by side, and O my Lord, He's a lily of the valley, and O my Lord, He's a lily of the valley, and O my Lord." Miss Abby closed the window, which she had opened because she was so hot. Such childishness. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Order Number 11 by Caroline Abbot Stanley. Chapter 10. A Grown-Up Man. If the colored school at Keswick was a failure, and Miss Abby was forced to confess to herself that it was, the white one was a most abundant success. Never in the history of the neighborhood had there been a school so well attended and so satisfactory in every way. Miss Abby's methods were advanced and her scholarship beyond question. Why, she had an intimate acquaintance with Latin, and was even teaching Ike Swamscott the rudiments of Greek. The ladies of this conservative neighborhood looked covertly for ink stains and disheveled hair when they heard of these heights of attainment. Classical learning was not unknown, even in that day on the frontier, but it was strictly limited to the sex supposed to be able to grasp it. A Latin scholar in petticoats was a rare bird on Grand Prairie, and feminine knowledge of the world's most polished language was limited to Alpha and Omega, the first and the last of St. John the Divine. So often, however, had they heard this much in prayer and sermon, that it had come to be invested with a kind of sacred solemnity, and when Mrs. Trevilian once accidentally overheard Beverly, in the exuberance of youthful spirits and recent acquisition, running over his Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta, with its inevitable paraphrase of "Adder, beater, dammer, pelter," she was shocked beyond expression, and realized that the new learning was beset with dangers. So successful was Miss Abby's school that before Christmas Colonel Trevilian and the rest were making their plans to secure her for the coming year. Of course, as some of the ladies said, she had a brother in Lawrence, but that really was not her fault, and perhaps he was not an abolitionist after all. It was not right to condemn a man unheard. The hearing came off sooner than they expected. Miss Abby had a letter one day that threw the Trevilian household into great excitement. Her brother, Dr. Cheever, announced that he would be over at Christmas to spend a day or two with her. "Write to him and tell him to arrange to stay at least a week," said Mrs. Trevilian, hospitably. "Two, if he can." "Could you board him here?" Miss Abby questioned. "Board him! Miss Abby, do you suppose I would charge your brother board? Write to him to come exactly as you would if you were in your mother's house." These Missouri people certainly were hospitable, Miss Abby thought, as she wrote the message. But of course it was easy to be hospitable with all these negroes to do the work. When Jake stood ready to take the horses, and Mammy to make the fires, and Aunt Viny to wring the chickens' necks, and all were in such a ridiculous state of delight at having company. Which was all true enough, but then it is always easier when it runs in the blood, and it had run in the Trevilian blood since the memory of man. Virginia and Sallie Devereau speculated not a little as to what Dr. Cheever would look like, one predicting that he would be fat and bald, the other that he would be tall and thin, with a general odor of asafoetida, and spectacles over which he would look at them if they giggled. And they would be sure to giggle, which they proceeded now to do hysterically, just to prove that they were not past the stage. "I know he'll be prim," prophesied Virginia. "Of course," Sallie assented. "He couldn't be Miss Abby's brother and not be prim." "I suppose he will say 'I presume,' and 'good afternoon,' and maybe 'Tuesday,' and 'hadn't ought.'" "Yes, and 'I want to know,'" and Virginia drew down her brows and spoke the words with a voice so like Miss Abby's that Sallie went into fresh convulsions. "Well, you may look for me to spend most of this week at you all's house." But she did not, as Sallie took occasion to remind her afterward. "No," Mrs. Trevilian was saying to Miss Nannie about the same time, "I don't really expect to enjoy the visit very much, but I want to be nice to Miss Abby's brother. I suppose he will see the weak points in our Missouri farming and tell us about them, as Miss Abby does about my management." They were out on the porch to meet him, leaving roaring fires and all sorts of good cheer inside. Virginia and Miss Nannie kept back in the doorway, and Mammy was taking a surreptitious peep from behind the parlor curtains. "Isn't he little?" whispered Virginia. "But he is awfully handsome." Dr. Cheever greeted Miss Abby affectionately, and acknowledged his presentation to Mrs. Trevilian with courteous cordiality. "I'm very glad to meet you, madam. I feel that I know you already from my sister's letters, and most pleasantly." He had a cultured voice, and said "madam" like a Virginian. Miss Nannie was inwardly commenting, "Where did he learn to do that?" "Ah, Miss Trevilian!" and he bowed low over Miss Nannie's hand. Then he turned to the girl beside her, and without waiting for an introduction, said, "And this, I am sure, must be Miss Virginia, my sister's assistant," he was going to say in a spirit of raillery, but remembering Miss Abby's grief at the fate of that venture, and having the tact that can spare its own flesh and blood, a rare kind, he finished, "my sister's star pupil." Virginia blushed, and somehow felt strangely immature and underdone. When they were in the parlor, he said, "Mrs. Trevilian, you have a beautiful place here. It reminds me of some of the old colonial homes on the Atlantic seaboard. Abby, you remember the old Williams place with the columns? This reminds me of it." "This was modeled after an old colonial home," Mrs. Trevilian said, "but not in your part of the country, I think." "Oh, but I have been in Virginia," he exclaimed eagerly. "I spent 2 teaching years there. I have seen Mount Vernon and Arlington House and Monticello. These columns are very familiar to me." "Oh, have you seen Monticello?" cried Miss Nannie. "Albemarle is our old home." It was an instant bond of sympathy between them. So the talk fell upon Virginia and its customs and people, about which they delighted to talk, and then turned to differing types of architecture, colonial and otherwise, in which their visitor led. Virginia listened with deepest interest. She had never thought before about there being any distinctive types of architecture, North or South. There was an eager give and take that put them at once upon an easy footing. Miss Nannie could not help contrasting it all with the first night Miss Abby was with them. When they sat down to the table, Dr. Cheever exclaimed like a boy, "Beaten biscuits! I haven't seen any since I was in Virginia," and they were at it again. Then Emmeline withdrew, nominally to replenish the plate, but really to report, "You won't have to tell him what waffles is. He's discoursin' right now about beat biscuits and ole Figinny, and de white folks can't beat him on ary one." "Colonel," remarked Dr. Cheever, when they had returned to the parlor, "it seems to me you hear more of counties in Virginia and Missouri than in the North." "I've noticed that," said Miss Abby, with surprise. "They always talk here about going over to Lafayette or to Cass, when they really mean they're going to some town in Lafayette or Cass. And Miss Trevilian has just said she was from Albemarle County, Virginia, and that Dr. Lay, your neighbor, is from Fayette County, Kentucky. But if he had been telling you, he would have said he was from near Lexington," put in Miss Nannie, and the family smiled. Dr. Cheever smiled too, in sympathy, though he did not see the point. "I suppose the reason is that we of the South are an agricultural people, sir, and live largely on farms and plantations," returned Colonel Trevilian. "We haven't many cities in Missouri, as you Northern people count cities." They were gathered around the big wood fire in the parlor now, Virginia on an ottoman at Miss Nannie's side over in the corner. Dr. Cheever, from his place in the center of the group, found his eyes wandering in her direction frequently. She took almost no part in the conversation except with her eyes, but a sympathetic listener is sometimes the most agreeable companion, and Virginia was listening with ear and eye. She was finding the talk of this grown-up gentleman, so well dressed, so self-possessed and easy in his manner, so evidently a man of the world, intensely interesting. He had something to say and knew how to say it. "I think perhaps there is an underlying reason, a little deeper even than that, Colonel," he was saying. "The 2 parts of the country were differently organized. You know that in New England the township was the unit of representation in the colonial legislature, but in Virginia it was not the parish that was the unit of representation, it was the county." The Colonel assented. He really had not thought of this before. "Well, that difference is very significant. As the political life of New England was built up out of the political life of the towns, so the political life of Virginia was built up out of the political life of the counties. This was partly, as you say, because they were on plantations, and those plantations were not grouped about a compact village nucleus like the small farms at the North, and partly, I am inclined to think, because there was never in Virginia that Puritan theory of the church, according to which each congregation is a self-governing democracy. Don't you think there is something in that?" "Undoubtedly," returned the Colonel. "I hadn't thought of it before in just that way, but I can see that there would be the difference that you suggest." "Yes, I studied it up a little when I was in Virginia. These sectional peculiarities interest me." It was one of Dr. Cheever's conversational charms that he was always saying things on any subject brought up that nobody had thought of before, but that they could see at once after he had talked 3 minutes about it. Some persons are strongest in their ability to inspire thought. The Colonel was thinking how pleasant it was to discuss in this broad way points of difference between North and South, without having the everlasting subject of slavery lift its head. It couldn't be done with Miss Abby. "That is a striking portrait you have there, Colonel," the visitor remarked, looking up at old Colonel Trevilian of Albemarle above the mantel. "My father, sir," returned the Colonel, with pride. "Yes, sir, it is a fine picture of a fine old country gentleman. It reminds me of one I saw abroad. I forget just where that was, but it was by an American artist and was labeled 'A Colonial Gentleman.'" And the talk drifted to Europe and his travels. "He certainly was changed in the cradle," declared Miss Nannie, when she and Virginia were upstairs after an evening in which everybody had appeared at his best. And there was not time to say all the things clamoring to be said. The same mother never bore him and Miss Abby. "He certainly is one of the most agreeable gentlemen I've ever met. Why, you wouldn't know, except from his pronunciation, that he was not from Virginia." "Perhaps it is because he has been abroad, Aunt Nan." Virginia spoke almost in an awed tone. "I never have seen anybody before that had been to Europe." "Neither have I. There are not many people that get to Europe, I can tell you." But the same mother had borne them, impossible as it seemed, and the very things that had made Miss Abby what she was had made him what he seemed. Miss Abby was the eldest of a New England family to whom bread and an education were the necessities of life. Butter and the numberless little refinements whose sum total is culture were its luxuries. In her rigid determination that each Cheever in turn should have the first, the last had slipped from her own stiffening fingers. This brother was the youngest. He should have such advantages as she would have given her own right hand for, and so she had taught school to fit him for college. She had scrimped and saved to help him through Yale. She had denied herself travel and alluring luxuries of every sort that he might study abroad when he had proved that it would be worth while. And she had done all this until saving and calculating had become to her second nature and an object in themselves. But the struggle, which had left her less lovable, perhaps, than she might have been had there been no struggle, had left him free to use his powers to the utmost. It is true that he had scrupulously refunded to her the money advanced, but who can return the heart of a sacrifice, which is the lifeblood that has gone into it? But it had been a free will offering, and she was having her reward to night as she saw him holding his own in wit and repartee and graver themes with this old Virginia family, between whom and herself there had always been an impalpable social barrier. Abiel was a match for them all, she was thinking, and Abiel was her idol. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Order Number 11 by Caroline Abbot Stanley. Chapter 11. A chapter of border history. As might have been expected, Dr. Cheever entered heartily into the life of the neighborhood, which was unusually gay at this Christmas season. A man of his adaptability could hardly fail to fit in anywhere. The first thing was a horseback ride over to Sally Devereau's, which was successfully accomplished after Dr. Cheever was once in the saddle. Virginia lost her awe of him during that ordeal, and was able to laugh and talk with him afterward, just as if he had always been a dweller on the prairie. When Sunday came, he innocently suggested, being quite in love with his new accomplishment, that he and Virginia ride, but Virginia reminded him that it would hardly be fair for her to take him away from Miss Abby, and he agreed at once to go in the carriage if she would. "You are crazy," Virginia said to Miss Nannie, who privately urged her to ride, if Dr. Cheever wanted to go that way. Even Miss Nannie had fallen under his spell. "Do you suppose I'm going to ride to church with anybody that has to have his horse brought up to the blocks? Why, I wouldn't hear the last of it for a year. He gets into a carriage beautifully." But at the church she thought with a concern she had never felt before of how it must all strike one who had seen all that Dr. Cheever had seen at home and abroad. If their guest felt any amusement, however, at the crudities of the little church, he was too well bred to disclose it by word or look. There were parties that week, and a wedding and an infare the next day at the groom's house, and the Trevilians were kept busy with it all. During all this time there had never been a reference to the border troubles that had kept Missouri and Kansas in an uproar for the last 5 years. Such portions of the two States, at least, as had been adjacent. They all recognized that as a dangerous topic, and yet both gentlemen had felt a growing desire to talk it over before they parted, for each felt sure now that he would have a reasonable person to talk to. It was the last day of Dr. Cheever's visit, and they were all seated around the open fire in Mrs. Trevilian's room, which, after the custom of the country, was the general sitting room. All, that is, except Miss Abby, who was busy with school papers. "I saw a man to day as we were coming home from Dr. Lay's," said Dr. Cheever, thoughtfully, with half closed eyes, "that I am sure I have seen before." "Who was it?" asked Mrs. Trevilian. "What did you say his name was, Miss Virginia?" "Emmons Baird," she replied, turning uncomfortably red. "Oh!" said Miss Nannie, "an old friend of Virginia's." Her niece shot an indignant glance at her and frowned at her mother, giving imploring pinches meanwhile at her father's arm as she leaned against him. She did not want Dr. Cheever to hear that story. "Emmons Baird," repeated Dr. Cheever, oblivious of this little family byplay. His eyes were closed now in his effort to fit name and face together. "I never heard of Emmons Baird that I know of, but I am sure I have seen that face. It is not one to forget now, is it?" He appealed to the Colonel. "It is not," his host replied. He was thinking of it as he saw it that day last fall. The white terror in it had stayed with him for days. "Where do you think you have seen him?" "In Kansas, unless I am greatly mistaken. I think he is one of a company that came in there in '55. You know that about that time they were coming in from almost everywhere. I think this man was one of them." "Oh, I reckon not, doctor. At least he is a slaveholder now. He bought a man and a woman soon after he came to this neighborhood. A man that had come out to make Kansas a free State would hardly do that." "How long has he been in this neighborhood?" "About a year and a half or 2 years. I can't say exactly." "I think I've seen that man in Kansas," Dr. Cheever insisted. "Let me see." "You have seen pretty much all of this Kansas Missouri trouble, haven't you, doctor? I think Miss Abby told me you were one of the first to go." "Yes, sir. I was in the second company that got to Lawrence. The first one preceded us by about 6 weeks. They pitched their tents on the present site of Lawrence, August 1, 1854." "You didn't lose much time," remarked the Colonel, dryly. "I believe the Kansas Nebraska bill was signed only the May before." "Well, Colonel," laughed Dr. Cheever, "you people were so quick on the triggers that we didn't have any time to lose. You were here before us as it was." "We entered the territory immediately, sir." "And we did as soon as we could get there." They both laughed. They had wanted to do it all along, and now they were safely started. Miss Abby being away and Miss Nannie sitting with lips shut tight, they thought they could get through it all right. "It was a race," said Colonel Trevilian, "and you beat us. That is about all there was to it." "Well, Colonel, you gave us a good run. There's no denying that. I don't think you have anything to reproach yourselves with. At the spring election in 1855 you polled more votes than there were voters in the State. You couldn't hope to do more than that," and he threw back his head with a hearty laugh, in which they all joined. "I don't deny it, sir, I don't deny it. But we thought we were fighting the devil with fire. You were bound to have the State, and so were we. The trouble was, Colonel, that you took up only a voting residence. If you had gone to stay, now, as we did " "I don't know about that. The impression prevailed here that yours was a fighting residence. You know there was a great dearth of women and agricultural implements in those companies." "Is it true, doctor, as we have heard," asked Mrs. Trevilian, "that one company was sent out to Kansas from New England armed with Bibles and Sharp's rifles, and told to use both?" "I believe it is," admitted Dr. Cheever. "They were from New Haven, and were known as the Rifle Christians. But that was later, Mrs. Trevilian, after it seemed necessary for them to control the polls and protect themselves. We understood that both were presented by a minister of the gospel." "Yes, they were, by Henry Ward Beecher." Miss Nannie shut her lips tight. "You know what the inspecting officer said about the companies sent in by way of Nebraska after our patrol of the Missouri had barred them out that way?" asked Colonel Trevilian. "What was that, Colonel?" "He said, 'I do not see many spinning wheels sticking out of the wagons.' But he found a remarkable assortment of farming implements, sir. Muskets, carbines, sharpshooters, revolvers, and ammunition. And these are the implements with which southeastern Kansas has been farmed for several years. You know that, doctor. Well, such crops never fail." "No," said Dr. Cheever, shaking his head. "And what is more, they follow the law of the harvest, which is increase." They sat in silence a moment, and then Colonel Trevilian said, "Doctor, whatever was the nature of the first emigration to Kansas, its character later was clearly warlike. You can't gainsay that. And you can't wonder that we felt alarmed. There are 100,000 slaves in Missouri, 10,000 of them in Jackson and Lafayette counties, and we are right here on the border. We fully believed that you had come down here to incite an insurrection, to arm them and get up a servile war. That threat was made on the streets of Weston, sir. You know John Brown was right here, and he did his best. That affair on the Pottawatomie was a butchery." "Oh, old John Brown!" exclaimed Miss Nannie, as if words were inadequate. "Understand that I don't indorse John Brown," said Dr. Cheever, hastily. "I believe the time will come when John Brown and his methods will be repudiated by his own party." "If we had had money enough," continued Colonel Trevilian, who had been pursuing his own train of thought, "we should have won. We could have brought our people here from the South, just as you did from the North, paid their way, and made it an object for them to come. But then we didn't have the money, so there's no use talking about it." "Colonel," Dr. Cheever stopped, and then went on valiantly, "it was not the money you lacked." "You think it was a high moral purpose?" asked Mrs. Trevilian, smiling. "I didn't say that. I would not dare to, with Miss Nannie sitting so close." "No," she said, shaking her head at him, "you'd better not." "I didn't, and I'm not going to. Would you, Miss Virginia?" She shook her head. "No," adding coaxingly, "Go on. I love to hear you and father talk." "I don't know about all that," said Colonel Trevilian, returning to the charge. "I concede to you, Dr. Cheever, and men like you, the highest possible motive in giving up your life in the East and coming here to Kansas. I think you were wrong, but I trust I am not so unacquainted with principle myself that I cannot recognize it in other men." Dr. Cheever, with a sudden impulse, extended his hand. "Thank you, Colonel," he said, with much earnestness. Colonel Trevilian took the offered hand in a cordial clasp. It seemed almost like a pledge of friendship, come what might. "You are all right, my boy," he said heartily. "You are all right, from your point of view. Of course you were born on the wrong side of the line to get the right point of view. But I tell you, doctor, all the men that have come to Kansas are not of your stamp." "Probably not. I know, in fact, that the later companies were not always selected with much care. Indeed, it would have been impossible to discriminate and weed out undesirable persons." "Yes, but when you put a money motive before men for allying themselves with a movement, and at the same time give them the shelter of a high moral purpose, It is not surprising if unprincipled men take advantage of it. And some unprincipled men came out with those companies. That I know. Now you take this man Tigerman, for instance, right here in this neighborhood. He came out with one of these very companies that you were speaking of, those that took in Rag, Tag, and Bobtail." "I don't remember that I said quite that," began Dr. Cheever. "No, but I did. Now Tigerman had his expenses paid out here to settle in Kansas. But when he got to Kansas City he looked over into the territory and found it bare and rather poor picking, and then over into Missouri, where the farms were well stocked and the farmers prosperous, and he forgot his cause and dropped down here. What do you think of that?" "I hope he will stay. Kansas is better off without him." "I hope he will go. Missouri doesn't want him. Then there is Emmons Baird. You say you are pretty sure he belonged to a company that came out to make Kansas a free state, and he is here now, a slaveholder. I tell you such men have no principle, or if they have, it is of the quicksilver variety. You never can put your finger on it. They are in the free state movement, or any other movement, for what they can get out of it. Now to my mind," he continued thoughtfully, "there are three kinds of men in Kansas: men of honor like yourself, actuated by the most exalted humanitarian principle. I concede that they are there, and I am glad they are, for God knows they are needed. Then second, there are men of the John Brown stripe, fanatics, sir, with principle of a certain kind, perhaps, but no sense to balance it, and a fanatical fool is always a dangerous man. Then, last and worst, blatherskites like Tigerman, who have sense of a certain kind, but no principle to balance it. They may not all be bad men now, either, but men without fixed principles are always in danger of becoming bad men, and dangerous men, if the opportunity comes. Strengthen your own class, Doctor, for if the John Browns and the Tigermans ever come to the front, they will give Kansas a black eye that she will not get over in a day." "I suppose there are bad men everywhere," Dr. Cheever remarked reflectively. "Yes, but you'll find more where they are rushed in for a purpose, with pecuniary rewards in plain sight. You thought so when we went over to help you vote, and it is all the worse when they are under a banner dubbed philanthropy. We called ours plain self-interest." "I suppose it is hard to say just which side has been the most to blame in this dreadful border warfare," said Mrs. Trevilian. "Yes, Mrs. Trevilian, it is hard to get down to the real beginning of a war of retaliation. And from first to last, this Missouri Kansas trouble has been of that kind, though I know many people in the East who could not be persuaded that that is true. But I think it is over. I believe the peace they celebrated down here at Fort Scott last summer will be a lasting one." "I hope so, from the bottom of my heart," said Colonel Trevilian. "But you mark my words, Doctor," he raised his finger and punctuated his utterances with it, "if war, with its opportunities and its temptations to unbridled license, should ever come, and men of the Tigerman stripe get the whip hand in Kansas, God save the State." "And God save the border," said Mrs. Trevilian with sudden prescience. They sat in silence a few moments, and then Colonel Trevilian said, "I suppose you have seen some stormy times in Kansas, Doctor?" "I have indeed, and it is not entirely over yet. There is still a good deal of lawlessness. It is better than it was, but life is pretty cheap. But, Colonel, one of the strangest things I've come across, one of the hardest to unravel, is going on there right now. Do you know, there is a mysterious somebody going around that country putting his mark on this man and that and the other, and when the mark is there the man is gone. None of them live to tell the tale." "And that mark," asked the Colonel with interest, "is a bullet hole in the center of the forehead. It never varies. And I suppose I've seen a dozen of those men." Virginia was leaning against her father from the ottoman, which was her favorite seat. She sat up now and looked at the speaker with fascinated eyes, which dilated and darkened as she listened. "This must be what Dr. Lay was telling us about, father." "Undoubtedly. I think he said it had been going on for several years, from what he could hear." "Yes, sir. The first that I ever heard of it was 4 years ago this winter, in 1856. A man was found dead out on the prairie west of town. I was called to examine him. It seemed a peculiar case to me then, because it was such a clean piece of work. Well, sir, in about 2 months I was called again to examine a man discovered in the woods not far away. It was exactly such a case. A single bullet had pierced the brain. Since then the cases have multiplied until it positively seems almost dangerous to live in the community." "Is it always in the vicinity of Lawrence?" "No, not always. I heard the other day of a victim found 2 or 3 counties away. The man had left Lawrence because he was afraid to stay, but his enemy found him out." "Is there no clue to it at all?" asked Mrs. Trevilian. "No. You can't really say there is a clue to the murderer, but a strange coincidence has been noticed that may lead to a clue." "What is that?" asked Colonel Trevilian. "Well, at first there were no data to go upon at all. For all one could tell, it was merely chance that chose each victim, young or old, rich or poor, married or single, it was all the same. That shut out the idea that it was from the ordinary motives that prompt such deeds. It couldn't have been jealousy, for some of those men were middle-aged men of family. It evidently was not for robbery, for the men's pockets were always unrifled." "Remarkable!" ejaculated the Colonel. "After a while it was noticed that every man killed was a Kansan, a Free State man, I mean." "Aha!" said Colonel Trevilian, thoughtfully. "Is it supposed that this is the work of the Missourians in Kansas, sir?" "No, Colonel. I think that is not held by anybody now. There was some feeling at first that it might be, but there is absolutely no evidence to prove it. In fact, no set of men among us have done more to ferret this thing out than the Missourians. It is clearly the work of one man, or a combination of men, actuated by the same purpose, and having attained the same skill in the use of the revolver. And that is a consummate skill. My own idea is that it is the work of a monomaniac, a man insane on this one subject. Still—" He stopped. "Well?" queried the Colonel. "I was going to say that one thing which would give color to the theory that it is the work of the pro slavery faction is that every man found dead has been discovered, by tracing the thing back, to have been identified with a band of jayhawkers that a few years ago went around Kansas doing pretty deadly work, I guess, from what I can hear." That looks bad." The Colonel shook his head. "I sincerely hope the pro slavery men would not carry their retaliation to such a length as that. Does this band still exist?" "No, sir. They disbanded some time ago, I am told, and have scattered, possibly because the observation had been made that the victims were all from among their number." "It is a very strange case," said Colonel Trevilian, "very strange indeed." "You don't know whether this man Baird ever lived in Kansas?" asked Dr. Cheever, irrelevantly. Colonel Trevilian thought not. He had come here from Virginia, it was said, though nobody seemed to know much about him or his antecedents. They talked very little about their affairs, were quite close-mouthed, in fact. "Why?" "Oh, nothing," Dr. Cheever returned. "I just had a little curiosity about the man. I can't get his face out of my mind." "Aunt Nan doesn't believe he is a Virginian, Dr. Cheever," said Virginia, mischievously. "Tell him why, Aunt Nan." "He may be," said Miss Nannie, "but I have never seen a Virginian before that said 'hadn't ought.' Have you, Dr. Cheever?" "Never," he laughed. "You have us there, certainly." "And I've never seen one that couldn't bound his own county, either." "I wish I could see this man and talk with him," Dr. Cheever said, after a pause. "I believe I could tell whether he is a Virginian from his speech. And maybe I could tell some other things." "From his speech?" asked Virginia. "Yes," he said dryly, "if I could make him speak long enough." Then he rose. "Come, Miss Virginia, let's go for a farewell gallop. Miss Nannie, I can actually get up now without a stump. I had to give Jake $1, though, to get back his respect after having my horse led up to the blocks. But I'm learning a good many things." 10 minutes later they were cantering gaily down the road toward Dr. Lay's for a last call. "Aunt Nan," said Virginia, that night as they were undressing. She was so under the influence of the Kansas story that she would not sleep alone. "I have the strangest feeling about what Dr. Cheever was telling us. I feel perfectly sure that in some way that man, I know it is just one, is going to come into our lives. Do you suppose it is a presentiment?" "No," returned Miss Nannie, with emphasis. "It's biliousness. You need a blue mass pill. Your liver is out of order." "Aunt Nan," Virginia spoke indignantly, "you know you have always said I didn't have any liver." "Well, you are getting one, to talk like that. Or else you have enlargement of the imagination. There is not much difference between the two. You have been reading too many of Mrs. Emma D.E.N. Southworth's stories, or Sylvanus Cobb Jr.'s. I'll put you on a course of Calomel and Baxter's Saints' Rest. That will hit both." Virginia clothed her soul with a garment of dignified silence, but her last waking thought was, "He will. I know he will." End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Order Number 11 by Caroline Abbot Stanley. Chapter 12. A Pen and Ink Sketch. About 10 days after Dr. Cheever went back to Kansas, Gordon Lay, away off in Lexington, Kentucky, was reading a letter written in a running feminine hand and dated Keswick. It said, "I am sure you will want to know all about what sort of a time we had Christmas when Miss Abby's brother was here, and what we thought of him, so I take my pen in hand, etc., to tell you all about it. You know we expected to have a perfectly funereal time at Christmas with you and brother gone. Of course we were sad when we thought of you, but I don't think I ever had a nicer time in my life." "That's pleasant for a starter," said Gordon. "If all grown-up men are like Dr. Cheever, Sallie and I feel that we just can't wait for Richmond and Lexington to come. I know Sallie has told you what we did and where we went, so I will tell you all about Dr. Cheever. I am sure that will interest you more than anything else I could write." Gordon gave a grunt and turned the pages of the letter over. Cheever to the end, confound him. "Well, to begin with, he is very small, but exceedingly handsome. I never thought before that I could possibly like a small man, but after you know him well, you hardly think of his being small. He says he thinks men grow too large in the West, larger, that is, than they were intended to be, and I don't know but they do. I can think now of a good many that seem too tall, really. Father asked him if he did not think that in New England they might be a little undersized, but he thinks not. If he is small in stature, he certainly is not in brain. He is the most intelligent man I ever saw in my life. Why, he seems to know something about everything. Aunt Nan says he is what old Mrs. Tolles would call a phenomena by nature, and she wasn't making fun either. Aunt Nan thinks he is awfully nice." "Oh, he's got them all, if Miss Nannie thinks he is nice," groaned Gordon. "There is one funny thing about him, though. He doesn't know how to ride, or at least he didn't when he came. I gave him riding lessons while he was here, and he got along splendidly. We kept the horses saddled most of the time, and when there was nothing else to do, we went riding. He was so anxious to learn. Doesn't it seem funny to think of a man that can't ride? I always supposed they knew by instinct. I never heard before of anybody's having to learn. But he says they don't ride much in New England. They go in buggies. Dr. Cheever thinks I am an excellent teacher, but severe. That's what he said. I suppose it was because I told him I positively would not go with him again until he learned to mount from the ground. You see, the first time we went riding, Jake brought the horses out, and we were on the horse blocks, and Dr. Cheever didn't make any motion to bring my horse up, and so I told Jake to do it. And then Dr. Cheever seemed sort of helpless, and Jake looked wild, and I suppose Father thought somebody ought to do something, so he told Jake to lead Dr. Cheever's horse up to the blocks, and he did. Everybody was very grave, but when I looked back, Father had gone straight to the house, and I could see Aunt Nan going off into conniptions behind the Venetian blinds, and I thought Jake would have a fit. He was just doubled up. But Dr. Cheever never knew a word of it. He was too busy holding Milo in. You know, Gordon, Milo is the pokiest old thing on the place. Well, we were going over to your father's, and I kept wondering how in the world I would get him in the saddle again. I knew we would have a perfectly delightful call, and that they would be charmed with him, as they were, but I did dread the scene at the horse blocks. I told Sally about it on the sly, and do you know, she got us out of it in the slickest way. She is too cute for anything. Dr. Cheever didn't know what she was up to, neither did I till it was over. I got on my horse. I wasn't going to help him if he never got up. But Sally switched Milo around, made a bow, and said with a great show of ceremony, "Allow me, Dr. Cheever. This is the way we do in the West." And there was the horse ready for him to mount from the blocks, and everybody laughing at Sally. Ain't she cute? Well, I tell you, it saved the day. I told him on the way home that if he was going to ride with me, he simply had to learn to mount from the ground, that Milo would let a baby climb up his legs into the saddle, and he could take him down in the pasture where nobody could see him practice till he learned. I suppose it was severe, but it had to be done. Now he gets up as well as anybody almost. Gordon was beginning to take more interest in the subject. This letter wasn't bad. I suppose you will be thinking from all this that Dr. Cheever doesn't amount to much. And he was. But when I tell you that he is small and can't ride, I have told you the very worst. He is a perfectly delightful man to talk to. He makes you think things. You see, he is so well up in books and everything of that kind. He has been laying out a course of reading for me, and is going to send me the books when he gets home. Gordon, could you lay out a course of reading for a girl? I don't believe you could. I never even heard you intimate that you thought I needed a course of reading. But Dr. Cheever is so cultivated in that line. Then he has traveled so much, and can tell so many interesting things about the places he has seen. That makes a man such charming company, you know. He thinks I ought to go to Boston for my finishing year. Says I would have better advantages there than in Richmond, in art and all those things, but I don't believe a word of it, do you? I don't believe Boston is ahead of Richmond in anything. I told him so, and he just laughed. Dr. Cheever talks beautifully about art. He has told me things about pictures and statuary that I never dreamed of. Mother says it is a liberal education to live in the house with him. Oh, they've all got it, interpolated Gordon. Everybody likes him, even the servants. He certainly knows how to make friends. He is not a bit like Miss Abby. He put his shoes out to be black the first morning he was here, and now they have some respect for him. The second morning he put a quarter in the shoes, Liz says. He seems really fond of Miss Abby. Isn't it funny? Of course I like Miss Abby and think she is a good teacher and all that, but I don't really see how anybody could be fond of her. There doesn't seem to be anything to catch hold of, but he is so different. Well, this is a long letter, but I knew you would want to know all about Dr. Cheever and what we thought of him. Write soon. As ever, Virginia. P.S. Dr. Cheever thinks he will not always remain in Kansas. He has told me so much about Boston, and it makes me feel so differently about the place from the way I used to feel. I encourage him to go back there. If Gordon had been a swearing man, he would certainly have sworn at this. Encourage him to go back. What concerns of hers was it where he went? P.S. number 2. I forgot to tell you how much we missed you. Verge. P.S. number 3. It seems that I will never get through. I just wanted to add that Dr. Cheever is coming over to see Miss Abby again in about a month. He thinks the books will be here by then. He says it is so near that he thinks he will come over often and see how she is getting along. He seems to be such a good brother. V.T. When Gordon finished reading this letter, he sat a long time tugging at his mustache, which had recently come. He felt so hopelessly young. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Order Number 11 by Caroline Abbot Stanley. Chapter 13. Living Pictures in the Olden Time. It takes so short a time for a year to roll by. Almost before the winter was begun at Keswick, it was gone, and the spring was like unto it. Now June roses were blooming, and the boys were coming home. It always seemed on Grand Prairie, when the young people were scattered in the fall, that the mirth of the land was gone. But it was renewed tempestuously with the homecoming. Always, for the first day, two of that quartet looked at each other shyly, noting the changes that the year had wrought, and waiting to see whether this tall young man with a hint of beard were really Gordon, and the young lady in crinoline and lengthened skirts the Verge of old. But it never took more than a day, nor so long for Beverly and Sallie. They always rushed at each other, took one critical look, and then stood off, Beverly saying anxiously, "Sallie, don't you think your hair is just one shade redder than it was?" At which Miss Devereux would lift her crown of auburn locks and say sweetly, "I should know you anywhere, Beverly, by your manners and your freckles." It is too bad they don't teach elimination and substitution in your school. She added one day, "I would use buttermilk and tansy if I were you. It's very good." "Have you used it?" he asked with interest, and the unsuspecting Sallie walked straight into the trap and said, "Yes, often." "Then I think I'll try the other thing," he remarked quietly, with a look at her complexion, which went naturally with red hair. They were always sparring at each other, but could never keep apart. Mrs. Trevilian used to look at them sometimes and wonder what the future had in store for them. Sallie was a dear child. "I do hope the boat won't strike a sandbar," Sallie was saying just now to Virginia, as the two sat pasting gilt stars on the crown of night, which had been fitted to Virginia's head, and on the filmy veil that was to accompany it. "It will be perfectly dreadful if they don't get here for the tableau, for we've saved the very best ones that need men for them." "Oh, they will get here. It is nearly time for the June rise. There are no sandbars now." "I'm sure I hope so," said Miss Nannie from the side of the bed where she was cutting out Ahasuerus's robe of royal purple. "This is too long for anybody but Beverly. Virginia, if you are through, you can be basting the spots on this ermine." They were deep in the manufacture of royal robes, for the school year was to end with such an exhibition as the neighborhood had never known. John Pasco and Ike Swamscott were already wrestling with Brutus and Cassius, whom they were expected to do up in the most approved style. There were no misgivings about their undertaking what in later years was to call forth the best efforts of two giants of the boards. Grand Prairie was not critical in matters pertaining to the drama, having no standards by which to judge or to be judged. Virginia's part was a finished essay, remarkably deep, Miss Abby said, on "The Seasons of the Heart." Dear child, to whom life had been all spring. She had got the title from the back of Quackenbos's Rhetoric, and evolved the contents from her inner consciousness. Sallie was expecting to score a triumph in the Maniac. She practised it nightly before the glass, rolling her eyes in the fine frenzy that maniacs are supposed to maintain, and wailing effectively at the end of each stanza, "I am not mad. I am not mad." Miss Abby had rather objected to this selection as unsuited to the time and place, but Sallie had heard it down in Fulton at a school exhibition, and she pleaded so hard to be allowed to try her hand on it that Miss Abby gave in. Sallie proposed to have it with all the accessories, and hunted up an old piece of log chain, which she contrived to have manacled around her tender wrists, as no maniac has had done since the days of Miss Dorothea Dix. But that Sallie did not know. The principal interest of the exhibition, however, centred in the tableaux. These were something new in the neighbourhood, and were invested with unusual charm, because they necessitated a curtain. Even sheets drawn back and forth, with but indifferent success, give an air of mystery to a performance which is delightfully stimulating, though Mr. McTavish, who was Scotch Irish, did object to the sheets on the ground that they were just like the theatre. As this gentleman of Scotch Irish extraction was an elder, and his consent to the curtain was desirable, if not indeed necessary, it seemed that there might be a hitch, until Miss Nannie suggested the borrowing of two of the McTavishes for a tableau. "If they hesitate," she said to Virginia, who was sent on the errand, "tell Mrs. McTavish we want the prettiest children on the prairie for early piety." Miss Nannie knew the human heart. When this message was delivered to the mother, she capitulated, and even agreed to bring Mr. McTavish around. "You say all they've got to do is to kneel down by the one that's actin' the mother like they was sayin' their prayers? Well, there surely can't be anything wrong in that." And the happy choice of actors and subject won the day. The good lady circulated it industriously around the neighbourhood that Mr. McTavish he didn't really believe in tableaux. She had learned it that way long ago, and being Scotch couldn't unlearn it. But they said over to the school that they just had to have the prettiest young ones on the prairie, and so their pa he give in. "Prettiest young ones, indeed!" exclaimed Mrs. Tigerman, when this was repeated to her. "Everybody knows them young uns ain't as pretty as mine. But, of course," with the injured air of one who has a grievance always on tap, "the Trevilians wouldn't want my children for their show." The indifference of the Trevilians to her and hers was the Mordecai at the King's Gate to Mrs. Tigerman. The tableau had been Miss Nannie's suggestion, and she threw herself heart and soul into their successful presentation. She sent for Matt Dawson to come out from Independence to help, and the Trevilian garret was ransacked. Silks and brocades were brought out that had not seen the light since Miss Nannie had worn them in Richmond. They went over one day to see the Bascom girls, and find out what could be secured there. These ladies, Miss Tiny and Miss Tony, were verging upon 50, but they were always called the Bascom girls, because they had been girls once and had never changed their state. They enjoyed a distinction all their own in the primitive community, from the fact that they had a brother in the regular army. That seemed to set them apart from everybody else, even in a community where every fourth man was a colonel or a major or at least a captain. The Mexican War had left behind it a goodly number of officers, so many, in fact, that one could not help wondering sometimes why all the mortality had been among the privates or non-commissioned. But a brother in the regular army, that was different. There were other things that helped to put the Bascom girls in bas relief, as it were. In the first place, they were Episcopalians, and the only ones on the prairie. And then they were so intensely Virginian. Many in the neighbourhood were from the Old Dominion, it is true, but most of them had occasional lapses of memory in regard to it. Not so Miss Tiny and Miss Tony. They never forgot. They never allowed anybody else to forget. Of course, Jackson County was a land flowing with milk and honey in comparison with their native state. But it was not Virginia they mourned. They had come to the West because their brother George, with whom they made their home in the helpless fashion of the age, had chosen to migrate. They came under protest. They remained under protest. They buried their brother in Missouri, feeling that it was foreign soil, and they said of themselves passionately, as did Jacob of old, "Bury me with my fathers." Each sister had put away in a secure place the money that would ensure her a final resting place in Virginia's sacred soil. Beverly, the scamp, called it their post mortem transportation. Each had taken a vow of the other, as did Joseph of the children of Israel, saying, "God will surely visit you, and ye shall carry up my bones from hence." Even the Bascom girls got out their relics for the grand prairie tableau, contributing a cherished suit of the colonel, who was in the regular army. "I hope you won't ask for the sword, my dear," said Miss Tiny, firmly, seeing Miss Nannie's eyes fastened covetously on that sheathed weapon above the mantel. "That was presented to our brother Jeemes for bravery at Buena Vista. He hung it there with his own hands, and sister and I have sworn that it shall never come down." "Oh, certainly not," said Miss Nannie, hastily. "I shouldn't think of such a thing. I would not ask for the suit for anybody but Gordon Lay. But he will be here in time for the tableau, and we do need the epaulettes so." "Yes," said Miss Tiny, "Gordon is a gentlemanly lad. His father is a Kentuckian, I believe, but he is a very nice man." "In spite of it," laughed Matt Dawson, a moment later, when the two sisters had padded off to the garret to get the suit. Matt was also a Kentuckian. Several little complications had arisen about the cast of characters. Of course they had Rebecca offering the jewels to Rowena. A set of tableaux in that day without that particular one would have seemed as incomplete as living pictures to day without a Gibson girl. When it came to disposing of the characters, everybody could see at once who should be the Lady Rowena. Lois Chandler, the girl with the golden hair, was of the pure Saxon type. "But she has nobody to fix her up," objected Miss Abby, as they considered the matter one night in family conclave. "Lois's mother was dead, and she would have been no good at tableaux if she had been living." "She would make a magnificent Rowena," mused Miss Nannie. "I think we will have to have her. I will fix her up myself, in my blue satin with a string of pearls around her neck." "The blue satin you wore to the governor's ball, Aunt Nan?" "Oh, won't she be stunning?" and Miss Abby corrected her for her misuse of language. "It isn't a misuse," persisted Virginia. "I can just see her now. She'll be perfectly gorgeous, Miss Abby." When it came to Rebecca there was a balk. Renee Taggart would have done finely for a Jewess, but Renee was long ago out of the ring. Mollie Driscoll agreed to take the part until she learned that Rebecca would have to kneel at the feet of the Saxon beauty. "Do you suppose I'm going to kneel to that Chandler girl?" she said indignantly to Virginia. "Well, I think I see myself. Why can't Rowena kneel to Rebecca?" There was a derisive shout at this from the lovers of Scott, and Mollie turned off in deep resentment. It ended in Virginia, who was a brunette and had no scruples of dignity about doing anything that needed to be done, being Rebecca. "Virge, I'm glad you have some sense," said Miss Nannie. "I hate these people that are always pulling back." But she found that Virginia could pull back when the time came. The boys got there 4 days before the exhibition, long enough for needed rehearsals and several delightful scampers around the neighborhood together on urgent errands. Virginia was glad that her essay was finished, even to putting in the blue ribbons, for there was precious little time. Gordon and Beverly looked quite metropolitan in their clothes of newest cut, and both had taken on the indescribable something which betokened that childish things were put away forever now. Beverly looked quite settled, Sallie said, and Gordon "What do you think of it, anyway?" she asked Virginia. "The moustache, I mean." They had all gone down to the grapevine tree. The two girls were swinging gently back and forth, Beverly at their feet, and Gordon standing with his hand on the old vine that had seen them all grow up. Sallie spoke as impersonally as if she were discussing a graven image. "I like it," returned Virginia, as frankly, looking straight into Sallie's eyes. "It makes him look almost like a grown up man." And she flashed a mocking look at the owner of the moustache. He raised his hat. "Ah! Perhaps when he has a full beard he may be able to suggest a book for a young lady to read." "What are you two talking about?" said Sallie. Of course they had Pocahontas saving the life of John Smith. That was a foregone conclusion. Virginia was to be the Indian maiden, Gordon the redoubtable John, and Beverly Powhatan. Almost the whole school were braves or squaws of assorted sizes. Everybody wanted to be wild for once. All went well till the time of rehearsal came. Then Virginia, with a sudden realization of the embarrassment of Pocahontas's position, declined to save anybody unless it could be Beverly. "Virginia Trevilian, how silly!" cried Miss Nannie in exasperation. She had taken her off in a corner to reason with her, while Beverly lowered his tomahawk and Gordon sat up, never once looking toward the corner. "Why, Gordon Lay is just like your brother." "Aunt Nan," said Virginia, "I'm not going to do it now." And Miss Nannie knew she wouldn't. With Beverly for the endangered captain, Virginia played Pocahontas with the utmost abandon, and Gordon Lay, standing over them with the tomahawk, wished he were John Smith, but liked Virginia all the better because he was not. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Order Number 11 by Caroline Abbot Stanley. Chapter 14. Select Readings. The church was packed. It was not often that anything approaching a theater was to be seen on Grand Prairie. The word had gone forth that this might be mistaken for it, and the rumor of curtains and sheeted dressing rooms piqued curiosity. Everybody was there. The exhibition was almost over, and over with credit. Sally's Maniac was magnificent. It scared the young McTavishes almost into fits. Rebecca and Rowena had set more than two manly hearts to thumping with their ravishing beauty. Colonel Trevilian and Dr. Lay sat side by side and congratulated each other as the entertainment progressed that they had such an up-to-date teacher. This would make next year's patronage certain. But the end was not yet. Miss Abby had prepared a pleasant surprise for the people of Grand Prairie. The last number on the program was "Come to the Old Oak Tree." As the rhythmic notes rolled on with a swing and a dash that set all the young feet in the church to keeping time, Miss Abby was having a last whispered word in the dressing room with Lois Chandler in white muslin and blue ribbons. "You are sure you can do it?" "Oh, yes," cried Lois, in pleased anticipation. She had said to Beverly at the door, where they had stopped to talk, "You just wait. You'll be surprised at something." There was such a note of exultation in her voice that Beverly had been wondering all evening what she meant. When the song ended, the singers took their places in the audience. Miss Nannie and Matt Dawson went to folding up dresses behind the curtain, and Miss Abby stepped to the front. "I thought this was to be the last," whispered Gordon to Virginia. "Why, it was. I don't. Hush!" For Miss Abby was speaking. "Ladies and gentlemen," Mr. Singleton had announced the program, and the sound of a woman's voice was most startling in a community long used to the dictum, "Let your women keep silence in the churches." Miss Nannie stopped to listen. "Ladies and gentlemen, our program will conclude with a few select readings from a book that is read to day throughout the civilized world, one that has been translated into many languages and bids fair to rival the Bible in its circulation. Miss Lois Chandler will give you a few choice selections from Uncle Tom's Cabin." Uncle Tom's Cabin, a book that was to the South at that time like a red rag to a bull. "Well, did you ever?" said Miss Nannie, dropping the blue satin and sitting down on the pulpit steps. If a bombshell had exploded in Hickory Grove church, there might have been more danger, but not greater surprise. There was hardly a man in that audience that was not a slave owner, and upstairs in the gallery, enjoying the exhibition to the full, were the slaves. There was a hush that presages a storm, and then Mr. Caldwell and his family, who were from South Carolina, rose and marched out. Mr. Pasco followed suit, but most of them stood fire, possibly because they had, deep in their hearts, a curiosity to know how it would turn out, and what the readings would be. "Did you know anything about this?" asked Dr. Lay of Colonel Trevilian. "Certainly not," he said sternly. "The woman is beside herself." But there was method in Miss Abby's madness. She had thought out this plan with her accustomed thoroughness. She looked upon Uncle Tom's Cabin as the book of the century, and she had discovered with unbounded astonishment that it was not read in the South, at least in this part of it. She had not found on all Grand Prairie one person that had given it a hearing except Dr. Lay. She had put it into Virginia's hands one day, whence it came promptly back to her via Mrs. Trevilian, who told her, with the gentle dignity that never left room for argument, that she would rather Virginia would get her ideas of slavery from real life than from fiction. She had offered to lend it to Miss Nannie, who had said with scorn, "No, I won't read it. It's nothing but a pack of lies." "How can you tell if you haven't read it?" Miss Abby asked, with some show of logic. "I know from the people that like it," said Miss Nannie. It was this attitude of Southern people toward Uncle Tom's Cabin that had determined Miss Abby upon her course of action to night. Such a book as this ought to be brought before them. She felt that she could do no better missionary work than to become the humble instrument in the hands of Providence to do it. Of course it would be better if they would read the whole book, but if they wouldn't, even fragments properly presented would be better than nothing. Probably they would become so interested that they would seek to pursue the subject afterward. Miss Abby, it will be observed, while a thoroughly good woman, was lacking in that quality of the imagination which enables one to enter into the life and feelings of others. If she had possessed it, even in small measure, she would hardly have entered upon so perilous an undertaking as this. To the proper presentation she had given her full strength, writing out a clear-cut synopsis of the story from one selection to the next, which Lois memorized and gave as prelude and interlude. That synopsis, though brief, missed none of Miss Abby's points. The first selection was Eliza's escape with her child. There was a skillful abbreviation that told the gist of the story: the sale, the flight, the pursuit, the escape. Lois was a natural elocutionist, and she had been trained for this hour. Moreover, she was new to the platform, and supposed that the intense interest on the faces before her was due to her rendition of the piece. Stimulated by this, she threw her whole soul into it. She was finishing it now. Right on behind they came, she declaimed, her colour rising with the excitement of the theme and the breathless attention of the audience, and nerved with strength such as God gives only to the desperate, with one wild and flying leap she vaulted sheer over the turbid current by the shore on to the raft of ice beyond. It was a desperate leap, impossible to anything but madness and despair. The huge green fragment of ice on which she alighted pitched and creaked as her weight came on it, but she stayed not there a moment. With wild cries and desperate energy she leaped to another, and still another cake, stumbling, leaping, slipping, springing upward again. "What in de name er God is she talkin' about?" whispered Mammy to Liz up in the gallery. "And what's de matter wid de white folks?" Her shoes were gone, the young elocutionist concluded with dramatic intensity, her stockings cut from her feet, while the blood marked every step, but she saw nothing, felt nothing, till dimly as in a dream she saw the Ohio side, and a man helping her up the bank. She stopped and made a slight bow, a smile of pleased anticipation on her lips. Not a sound broke the stillness. There had been generous applause before for every number. Now there was silence. With a perplexed look at her audience, and a half appealing one toward Miss Abby, Lois proceeded with the story. Uncle Tom's journey down the river, the meeting with St. Clair and little Eva, and the coming of Miss Ophelia. The next reading was the kitchen scene between that lady and Dinah, one of the best in the book, for this is true to life. A deadly suspicion was fastening upon Lois that something was wrong. She was glad that this was a humorous selection, but it did seem humorous to Grand Prairie. They had seen such kitchens too often to perceive anything funny in them, or a portrayal of them; and when the choice of this humorous sketch was made by one who had not spared criticism of such kitchens, it became doubly offensive. The next extract, for Miss Abby had been remarkably conservative, she was saving her strength for the finale, was the death of little Eva, which has brought tears to the eyes of countless thousands, even when divorced from the extraneous excitement of two Markses, a double Topsy, and bloodhounds galore. But by this time the audience was so hot that they did not care whether Eva lived or died. Lois threw a despairing glance toward the pew where Beverly, flushed and uneasy, sat. He could not resist the appeal, and a solitary handclap smote the stillness. It was not followed. The reader was damned with faint praise, and in a voice that quavered slightly she announced her last selection, the death of Uncle Tom. "Oh, heavens!" groaned Dr. Lay. "Now we shall have Cass and Legree and all that." But they were spared Legree. Before she had gone further, Colonel Trevilian rose with courtly dignity, and after a kindly tribute to the speaker's powers that brought a ghost of a smile to Lois's quivering lips, remarked that the hour being late, and most of them having some distance to go, he would suggest that they postpone the death and burial of their lamented friend until a more convenient season. Whereupon Mr. Singleton, taking the cue, rose immediately and announced that the program was ended. The buzz began as they went out. Mr. Swamscott, who was also from Virginia, remarked dryly to Colonel Trevilian, "Well, Colonel, I reckon she is a little too smart for us." Inside, Lois Chandler was sobbing in Miss Nannie Trevilian's lap, and Miss Nannie cuddled her, indignant as she was. It wasn't the child's fault. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Order Number 11 by Caroline Abbot Stanley. CHAPTER XV WHEN HEARTS ARE YOUNG The select readings proved a boomerang. Miss Abby was hardest hit of all, for it settled irrevocably the question of next year. Grand Prairie did not propose to pay for this kind of thing. Even Miss Abby saw that after her conversation with Colonel Trevilian. He took her in his carriage to Kansas City, where she was met by her brother. Dr. Cheever had gathered enough from her letter to fill him with dismay. Such ill-judged zeal, he sighed to himself. Why will they do it? Dr. Cheever's principles were identical with Miss Abby's, but they were tempered by judgment and tact. "I regret this exceedingly, Colonel," he said, as the two sat together in the parlor of the old Gillis house. "If I had only known she contemplated such a thing, I think I could have forestalled it. But I knew nothing of it whatever. I can't wonder at all that your people should have felt just as they did, but I trust, sir, that it will make no difference in my own relations with yourself and your family, which I assure you have been among the most pleasant of my life." He was so earnest in saying it, Colonel Trevilian said in reporting the interview, that I could not doubt the man's sincerity. I believe he is genuinely attached to us. They were all out on the porch, and Gordon was watching Virginia as she listened to her father. He would have given a good deal just then to have had his finger on her pulse. "I think I'll write to him and give him a special invitation to come and see us this summer," said Mrs. Trevilian, "just to show him that we don't bear this up against him." "Do, mother," cried Virginia, and Gordon's spirits fell. He hardly believed she cared for this New Englander, but true love is ever self-depreciative and fearful of the possible. Miss Abby was not the only one hurt in the recoil of her weapon. Public censure fell heavily on Lois Chandler. The affair was much talked of in the neighborhood, and in a way that brought the girl into undesirable and most unjust prominence. It was such a bold thing for a girl to do, they said. Anything might be expected from one who had no more sense of propriety than that. But then, what could you expect from a girl raised as Lois Chandler had been, etc., etc. Its effects were farther reaching than anybody would have dreamed possible. It is a great pity for a young girl, particularly one as pretty as Lois Chandler, to be held up before a community as bold. The Trevilians, who knew how innocently she had been led into it, had constantly to take up the cudgels in her defense. Beverly raged inwardly at the position in which she was placed, but said nothing. He knew he would say too much if he said anything. But Gordon Lay, with his strict love of justice, was outspoken in her behalf, particularly to Mollie Driscoll, saying more than he had meant to say about her sweetness of disposition, her simple-heartedness, and other charms. Mollie always provoked one to take the other side rather violently. And Mollie, having the retentive memory that sometimes goes with a small soul and a limited discernment of motives, did not forget his words. If Beverly did not say much, it was not for want of feeling. It had been in his heart, when he came back this summer, to try to introduce Lois into the merrymakings that he knew they would have. As he had thought over it in Virginia, it seemed an easy thing to do. If they knew her as he did, they would all see how different she was from her father and her surroundings. And when the curtain had risen that night on Lois as the Lady Rowena, looking so stately and high born in her blue satin gown, and accepting so graciously the casket from Virginia's hand as though it were her right, his heart throbbed with exultant pride and hope. They would all see now that she would grace any assemblage, any home, he thought, with a quickening of the pulse. This would make it easier, for they could not fail to see. If he could only once get Lois in, he felt no fear that she would not be able to hold her place. He would get the boys to help him. Gordon would, he knew, and he and Gordon could pretty nearly make things go their way on Grand Prairie, and he recalled with a smile the time they had set out to make Renee Taggart a belle, and succeeded. Of course they did that in fun, but there was no reason why it could not be done in earnest. When he thought of the girls he was less confident. Girls were queer. One never knew what stand they would take. The only thing you could count on was that they would hold it when it was taken. Well, he would try to bring Virginia over to his side. If Virginia and Sallie would only take her up, it would be all right. But this was before the select readings. Now, he thought gloomily, that was all over. They had a gay time that summer on Grand Prairie, and the heart of it was at Keswick, for Lydie Merriweather was visiting Virginia from Lafayette County, and Tom Caruthers had come on from Virginia to spend the summer with his Missouri kin. Then Mount Delano and a friend came out from Independence to spend a month, and they had a house party most of the time. Caroline was busy enough now to have satisfied even Miss Abby, and there seemed little probability that any of Mrs. Trevilian's 500 chickens would reach the winter market. Sallie and Virginia and Mollie Driscoll were through school now, and the emancipation was thorough. Girls did not take themselves very seriously in the 50s, that is to say, in Missouri. Perhaps they did in New England even then. In the South a girl's young ladyhood was her time of florescence. Nobody expected fruit then, but what a beautiful flowering it was. Sometimes Gordon Lay wished that Virginia did not have so many summer friends, and thought with regret of the days when they had roamed along the creek banks and gathered pawpaws. He felt this specially after Tom Caruthers came. Tom was Virginia's cousin, of course, and it was natural enough that he should be fond of her. It was not strange that anybody should, for that matter, but the depressing part of it was that Virginia also seemed fond of Tom, and what any girl could see in Tom Caruthers. Gordon was riding home from Colonel Trevilian's alone. Sallie was going to stay all night with the girls, and he was glad of it. He said to himself savagely, Sallie's chatter was enough to tire a man out. He gave Damon a sudden touch of the whip, which was meant figuratively for garrulous females, but was taken as a personal affront by Damon, who was a strictly silent male and resented this misapplication of rewards and punishments. Now the real cause of Gordon's discontent was not Sallie at all, but Virginia. She has the most confoundedly cool way of disposing of everybody, he ejaculated. I had made up my mind that I was going with her to that barbecue and let Tom Caruthers go to thunder, when what does she do but whip in ahead and say, Gordon, Lydie doesn't like to ride horseback. Suppose you and brother take the two girls, Sallie and Lydie, in our carriage. Tom and I will ride. That's the way it always goes this summer. Tom and I always ride. I'll be glad when it's time to go back to Transylvania. There's no use hanging around here. At this very moment Sallie was saying to Virginia, as she took down her hair and combed out the abundant auburn tresses, Virge, I thought I'd die when you headed Gordon off. You knew he intended to go with you. I know that young man is just raging. Let the heathen rage, quoted Virginia. I reckon I don't belong to Mr. Gordon Lay. He'd like for you to, said Sallie. Then she added doubtfully, at heart she was very loyal to her cousin. Virge, do you really care anything for Tom Caruthers? Yes. Virginia blew out the candle and jumped into bed. I'm dead in love with him. He's so much more polished than the Missouri boys. Tell Gordon I said so. He would rage then, sure enough. Tell him, Sallie, and see. We'll watch him at the barbecue. And they whispered and giggled and plotted wickedly until Colonel Trevilian knocked on the floor of the room below. They knew that meant stop. This was in the summer of 1860. The Independence girls went home after a while, but Lydie had concluded to stay another month. Sallie and Gordon being but a mile away, a sextet was always available, and they certainly did have good times, in spite of gathering war clouds and the muttering of thunder. Virginia and Sallie and Lydie had hardly caught the rumble of the storm yet, but the boys had. They were men now, and when they were not off with the girls, they were on the porch, listening to Colonel Trevilian and Dr. Lay. The two old friends were much together that summer. It was a time when man sought counsel of man. The very atmosphere was charged with foreboding, and it made one restless to be alone. Almost every afternoon Dr. Lay could be seen ambling up the road from the Trevilian big gate. Then the Colonel would call for a mint julep, and over the cracked ice and the savory infusion they would discuss the situation. Men were doing it all over the land that year, and nowhere with more vital interest than in Missouri. Mrs. Trevilian and Miss Nannie would bring out their work sometimes, and listen, not saying much, but promptly aligning themselves where their sympathies naturally led them. Sometimes Mrs. Trevilian would look at her husband with a quick warning glance, but the doctor never took offense. I tell you, sir," cried Colonel Trevilian one day, bringing his fist down on the broad arm of his porch chair, "if Lincoln is elected, it will split this nation in two. The South will never submit to such an indignity." "The South may not be able to help herself," replied the doctor quietly. "You don't expect the North to sit by and see the Union disrupted and say nothing, do you? There are not men and money enough in this nation, sir, to subjugate the South. It will be a sorry day for her when the issue is forced. The South can't compete with the North. Thrice armed he is that hath his quarrel just," his host returned. "But look here, Colonel," and then the straw would all be threshed over again, and Mrs. Trevilian would go into the parlor where the young people were, and try to throw off the depression brought on by such talk. "Maybe it won't come after all," she would think, looking at the three stalwart young men so full of hope and the joy of life. "But if it should come, would mothers hold them? Ah, what targets they would make for rifle balls!" Then there would be a burst of laughter, or the merry chatter of girls' voices, with an occasional note of bass, and she would put it all from her and enter into the spirit of the present, saying to herself, "Oh, no, it won't come. I'm very foolish." Such rollicking times as they had! There were picnics over on the Snai, and fishing parties on Little Blue, and what did it matter that these streams were far away? The ride was the best part of the picnic anyway, especially the one home in the gloaming, when the sun had just gone down, and the heavens were filled with the glory of his passing, and they rode with bated breath and laughter hushed through the light that never was on sea or land. Then there were riding parties, when the whole neighborhood of young people would congregate, a score or more at some appointed place, and forming a procession would sweep over the prairies at a gallop, with jest and laughter and ringing shout, the very prairies over which in 2 years night birds would be scurrying and hostile bands hunting each other to the death. Ay, when even among this care-free crowd would be hunter and hunted. May God be thanked for an open present and a hidden future. They did not race often, but sometimes they did even this, for in the veins of many on that prairie ran the Kentucky blood. It is a thousand wonders there were not more accidents, for the girls wore riding habits with skirts down to their horses' heels, the longer the better, and would have been as helpless in an accident as a babe in swaddling clothes. It was on one of these occasions, when the blood of the old fox hunting squires got the better of their discretion, that Gordon saved Virginia from a frightful death. Virginia never forgot that moment in which she lay in his arms, more, perhaps, thoughtless girl, for what it revealed to her than what it saved her from. This was the way it happened. She and Tom Caruthers, Gordon, and a girl from Lexington who was visiting Mollie Driscoll had started ahead of the others for a race, Virginia, as usual, offering the dare and being in the lead. The four swept past the other couples and were going at what seemed to the Lexington girl frightful speed, when Gordon saw a broken girth swing out from the horse in front of him. That horse was Rob Roy. There was no time for warning, no time for anything. He gave Damon a stinging blow that put him alongside of Virginia's horse. The girl swayed with a white, terror-stricken face. She realized in one awful moment what had happened, and what it would mean with all that mad troop behind. At that instant Gordon dropped his bridle, reached over, caught her in his arms, and lifted her to his horse's neck. He was a powerful fellow, and quick to think. The riderless horse dashed on. Both horses did, in fact, for Damon had not recovered from his indignant astonishment at a blow, but Virginia was safe in Gordon's arms. When the others came up, the two were on the ground, Gordon silently patting Damon's neck, and Virginia trying to think how it happened. "By Jove, it was the neatest thing I ever saw done!" Tom Caruthers exclaimed with genuine admiration. "I didn't know a thing had happened till I saw Virginia spirited to your horse's neck. Why, it was like the rape of the Sabines." He wrung Gordon's hand, and said warmly, as Virginia and the Lexington girl talked in unison, trying to tell each other how they felt, "My dear fellow, I can't begin to express—" "Don't try," interrupted Gordon, rather coldly. "Any man would have done the same." And it wasn't necessary for them to tell each other how they felt. With Virginia's horse still galloping in the distance, and her saddle in the dust behind them, there was nothing for her to do but to get up behind Gordon, who had the only horse that would carry double, and be conveyed to the nearest house, which fortunately was Dr. Lay's. There he could get her a new mount, and they could proceed with the party or go back home as she wished. "I believe I'll go back home," Virginia said. "Mag, you tell them I'm all right, but I want mother." Then Tom took Virginia's foot and lifted her up behind Gordon, and Gordon buttoned his coat, and Damon acted like sin, and Virginia had a hard time to hold on, and was nervous anyway, and Gordon kept saying, "Hold tight, Virg, I don't know what makes him act this way." They reached Dr. Lay's at last, and while Gordon saw to the horse and sent a man back for the saddle, Virginia told the story to sweet, gentle Mrs. Lay and Sally's mother, Mrs. Devereau. "It was God's mercy, my child," said Mrs. Lay, solemnly. "I don't know," Virginia said softly. "I think it was Gordon." To Sally next day she said, "Suppose it had been Dr. Cheever instead of Gordon. I hardly think God's mercy could have saved me then." And Sally, who was unusually sober for her, replied, "Maybe it was God's mercy that put Gordon there." The two rode home to Keswick a little later, when the stars were coming out one by one, and the great golden disk of the moon was just appearing above the horizon. It was rather a silent ride. Both hearts were full. They could not talk just now of commonplace things, nor laugh and jest. They had not quite emerged from that shadow of averted death, and Gordon could feel her in his arms yet. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Order Number 11 by Caroline Abbot Stanley. Chapter 16, in which Beverly supposes a case. The next day after this exploit and its happy termination, Miss Nanny sat out on the long piazza on the east side of the L. A clematis had been trained from post to post, and the great purple clusters hung down from the drooping profusion. Had they been a little deeper in color, a little more tinged with the blood of the vine, they might have passed as the grapes of Escol, so perfect were they in shape. The young folks were down at the grapevine tree, all except Beverly, who had been off riding somewhere and had just thrown himself, whip in hand, on the broad step at Miss Nanny's feet. She was reading the New York Observer, but she put it aside to talk to him and took up the roll of embroidery on her lap. "Aunt Nan," he said abruptly, after they had talked of the riding party of the night before and Virginia's escape, and the barbecue that was to be, "why is it that Lois Chandler is never invited to any of these things?" "She doesn't belong to your crowd," said Miss Nanny, under the impression, apparently, that that answered the question in full. "But why doesn't she belong to our crowd? That is the very thing I'm asking. We've always known her. The girls went to school with her. She's a neighbor. She belongs to our church. Only because there is no congregational church for them to go to. They were Congregationalists before they came here. Why, Aunt Nan, Lois Chandler was born here. She's a Missourian, just as Virginia is. Well, she's a Yankee just the same. I thought Dr. Cheever had cured you of your prejudice against Yankees. There are Yankees and Yankees, Beverly. Dr. Cheever is a cultivated, educated gentleman, but the Chandlers... Mr. Chandler is a graduate of Yale College. Old man Chandler? Yes'm, he told me so himself. Why, Beverly, he was down south as an overseer. I know it. He told me that too. Miss Nanny looked at him with embarrassing directness. It seems to me he's been telling you a good many things. When did you and old man Chandler get so thick? He went down south when he was a young man, he said, ignoring her bantering remark, with the idea of being a sort of missionary among the Negroes, and he started in as an overseer. Good judgment, she commented. Well, he didn't know how it was going to be, and then he gave that up and came up here and went to farming. He doesn't seem to have made much use of his education. Perhaps not, but Aunt Nan, I'm not talking about Mr. Chandler. It struck Miss Nanny that there was something strange in his not saying old man Chandler, as usual, but she let it pass. I'm talking about Lois. She is a nice, refined girl, and I can't see why she isn't taken in with the rest of the girls. I think it is a shame. He was so impotent that he felt hot and indignant. Miss Nanny stitched on imperturbably. Beverly, you can't force these matters. They regulate themselves. People find their own level in any community, and the level of an overseer's child, even an ex-overseer's, is a different one from that of your father's daughter, naturally. Besides, she continued after a moment's thought, it would be no kindness to Lois Chandler to bring her into associations that could ultimately bring her only sorrow and disappointment. What do you mean? He paused in his work of snipping off the heads of the pretty by-nights with his whip and looked up at her with genuine curiosity. I mean, she said, if it must be so plain that young people who would never under any circumstances think of marriage had better not be associated very closely. You never know where these things are going to end. And why? Began Beverly with heat, and then he stopped, Prudence coming to the rescue. Aunt Nan, let's suppose a case, just for the sake of argument. Very well, present your case. Suppose Gordon Lay, we will say, well-born, well-bred, and well-educated as he is, should fall in love with Lois Chandler and want to marry her. Now, why shouldn't he do it? It is his life. Why shouldn't he live it as he wants to? And why shouldn't he associate with any other life that he wants to? He spoke so impetuously, so as if it were a real cause he was advocating, that Miss Nanny laid down her work to answer. For one thing, because he owes something to his family. If he is well-born and well-bred and well-educated, as you say, they, it is to be supposed, have made him so, and he owes it to them to give them a daughter of whom they need never be ashamed. I don't know how Dr. Lay would feel, she broke off to say, but I can tell you such a marriage would be a bitter pill to your father. You couldn't strike him in a more vital spot than in his family pride. He stooped over and pulled up a spear of grass, waiting for her to go on, which she did. And then a man owes it to his children to give them a mother that shall be able to make them what his mother has made him. It must be a source of great unhappiness to a man to be continually contrasting his wife with his mother, to the wife's disparagement. But he must do it if he marries beneath him. But if he loves her... Oh, love isn't everything, Beverly. Certainly puppy love isn't, though I should hardly think that Gordon Lay would ever be carried away with. I didn't say he was. I only said suppose he should want to marry her. There is another reason. Such a marriage would never bring happiness to him, leaving his family out of the matter entirely. Her want of cultivation would be continually thrusting itself upon him. He would come to be ashamed of her mistakes and her social shortcomings. It would be a very strong woman that could hold a man under those circumstances. Lois Chandler never could. It would be a bitter day for Gordon when he woke up. But if he loved her, he protested, he would have the patience to teach her and bring her up to his social level. It is safer to take one that is already taught, remarked Miss Nanny astutely. The teaching is apt to be a trying process to both if it comes after marriage. Such a person seldom realizes her own deficiencies, and her husband's well-meant instruction she might mistake for nagging. There would be a great chance for unhappiness there. "Oh, these little social conventionalities," began Beverly impatiently. "What do they amount to anyway?" "I'm not talking about little social conventionalities. I feel about many of those things just as you do. Some people seem to feel that the sum total of culture is to eat with your fork and sip soup from the side of a spoon instead of the end. I'll grant you that such things can be acquired by anybody with a little effort. But good breeding goes deeper than that, and one of its best fruits, one that can't be taken on with any veneer, is a nice sense of the proprieties of life. It teaches a girl what to say and how to say it, what to do and when to do it, and above all, when not to do it. It teaches her what to think, what to feel. After generations of this kind of thing, right thinking, right feeling, and right acting become instinctive. And it is really never very good breeding until it is instinctive." She paused a moment, then went on. "Now take this case of Lois and her readings that there has been so much said about since the exhibition. I don't think, myself, that Lois was a particle to blame in that matter. She did what Miss Abby told her to do, without a thought that she was doing anything out of the way." "Of course she did," he replied eagerly. "It was all Miss Abby's fault. It is ridiculous the way people blame Lois for that." "Yes, it is. I agree with you about that. But Beverly, a really well-bred girl, would have seen the impropriety of it, even if Miss Abby didn't. And you have never heard me say that I considered Miss Abby a model. She was strong in mathematics, but she was weak in social perception, or she would never have tried to give us that dose of Uncle Tom's Cabin." Beverly flicked the pretty by-nights relentlessly. He thought he could see the drift of this. "Well, the point I want to make is this. Virginia, or Sally even, with all her love of fun, would never have done what Lois did. They would have seen at once that it was not the thing to do. And there is where Lois will always be at a disadvantage, and where she would many times be a source of mortification to a man like Gordon Lay." They sat in silence after this, and then Miss Nanny, thinking that there had been enough of this serious talk, asked, "Who are you going to take to the barbecue?" And it must be recorded that, after all her strictures upon Miss Abby, she said "who," where that lady would have said "whom." "Oh, Sally, I suppose," returned Beverly gloomily. As he rose to go, Miss Nanny stopped him. She had been going over in her mind the case he had supposed. "Beverly, you certainly don't mean that Gordon Lay is likely to become interested in Lois Chandler?" She looked so distressed, and the supposition was so absurd that the temptation to carry it on appealed irresistibly to his sense of humor. "I know he likes her," he replied, with a non-committal air of gravity that implied ability to tell more if he thought it wise to tell. "And, as you say, one never can tell where these things will end." He likes her. That may mean much or little, and Miss Nanny took it to mean much. She pondered over it when her nephew was sauntering toward the grapevine tree. Gordon certainly had been very outspoken in his defense of Lois whenever the affair of the selected readings was brought up, but my, what a shock that would be to his family! Then she shook her head slowly and knit her brows. "I always thought that someday Gordon and Virginia would—" The perplexity in her face turned to cunning determination. "I believe I will give Virginia a hint of this. Just a hint. I would hate to see her give her affections where— Oh, pshaw! I don't believe it." But she was believing a good deal more of it than Beverly ever intended she should. though she thought better of speaking to her niece about it. End of chapter 16. Recording by Gretchen McCluskey.
Chapter 17, Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Order Number 11 by Caroline Abbot Stanley. Chapter 17, The Barbecue. The barbecue was to be at Lone Jack, a modest little hamlet of one street, taking its name from a solitary oak, a black jack, which stood near the roadside. Under its spreading branches were dug, 2 years from that August day, 2 trenches side by side. In one was laid the Federal, in the other the Confederate dead. Some of the very men who strolled over the grounds to-day, chatting and joking with the friends and neighbors and brothers they fought to the death that day. It was a bloody fight. The old black jack did its best, but it could not give a shadow from the heat for all who lay beneath it when the sun went down. But the barbecue was on the other side, over by the grove, and nobody foresaw what the old tree was to witness in 2 short years. Perhaps it was the social instinct, fostered by the barbecue, that gave direction to the commemoration of that sanguinary day. For certain it is that for 40 years the Lone Jack picnic on the 16th of August, the day of the battle, has been a county institution. To it come wagon loads of farmers with their families and their baskets, jolly parties of merry makers from the neighboring towns, politicians with axes that can be sharpened here in a lump, and not least, oh no, not least the dwellers on Sinai. It was precisely this concourse that made up the barbecue of 1860. 2 congressional candidates were stumping the district, and a gathering like this was too good an opportunity to miss. Everybody wanted to have his candidate's position clearly defined in '60. No man would be away who could get there. The Keswick crowd arrived just before noon. They had a long way to go, and had driven at a leisurely gait. As had been planned, Beverly and Sallie, Gordon and Lyddy Merriweather rode in the carriage, with Uncle Reuben in the driver's seat, and a generous hamper of provisions at his feet. "You all won't like barbecue fare," Mrs. Trevilian had said. "Aunt Viny will fix you up something." At the last moment it was decided that it was too warm for horseback riding, and Virginia and Tom followed in the buggy at a safe distance to avoid the dust. One member of the carriage load looked back at every turn to see if they were in sight. "What do you keep looking out for?" asked Lyddy. "I feel a little afraid of this tire," said Gordon in some confusion. He spoke in a low tone so that Uncle Reuben should not hear him. "Dat tire's all right, Marse Gordon, sir. Hit's de buggy whar de danger is." There was a peal of laughter at Gordon's expense, and Uncle Reuben drove a full mile trying to see where the laugh came in. The buggy did have a loose tire, and the carriage didn't, but white folks was awful fond of haw-hawing. They all reached the place about the same time, and the 3 birds of brilliant hue shook out their ruffled plumage and chattered like magpies. A little later Colonel Trevilian rode up on Milo, his big iron gray. They would have time, they decided, to stroll around a little and see the lay of the land, while Uncle Reuben was attending to the horses and getting things ready for dinner. Near the center of the grounds was the arbor, fashioned securely from stout hickory saplings, some of them of nature's own planting, and the rest sunk deep in the black earth. To these supports were fastened transverse poles, with smaller ones crossing them, all held in place by hickory withes. Over the whole were laid leafy boughs, fresh gathered, and the result was a cool and shady dancing pavilion not to be scorned. Such a rustic pavilion is sometimes called in the West a Bowery, which gives it rather a rakish sound, particularly if the capital B is imagined, but spelled as its derivation would suggest, a Bowery dance is quite a harmless affair. The arbor was large enough for 9 sets at a time, and was always taxed to the utmost when the Lone Jack blood was up. The floor was level smooth as a tennis court, and covered with a thick carpet of sawdust. The men who had the work in charge protested against the waste of time and material in making it so thick, but old Bob Ballentine knew what he was about. He had superintended the making of arbors a good many years for both dances and camp meetings. "Just you wait tell Hank Menifee and Bud Taggart get a goin'," he said. "You'll see. That Snide gang kicks up a heap er dust. Some of 'em don't know how to swing corners 'thout whirlin' the girls around 2 or 3 times, and makin' their skirts stand out like balloons. No, sir, you can't get too much sawdust for the Snide gang, not for a dance." At one end of the arbour was a raised platform for Uncle Putney, the black fiddler, who from this elevation could make his stentorian voice heard to the remotest corner of the arbour. He was in his glory when the 9 sets were all going, and Bud Taggart was getting in his best licks. Then he would literally rise to the occasion, standing up where he could survey the field, and issuing trumpet calls to the whirling, stamping, rollicking crowd. Around the arbour were placed rude benches, patronized by women past their dancing prime, who held their babies and looked enviously on, saying, "Them figgers ain't near as pretty as the ones they had in our time. My, do you remember how Jim Force used to dance? Tucker, Bid Taggart ain't a patchin' to Jim. Why, Jim would kick sawdust till you wouldn't know but 'twas a horse pawin'." These benches were used occasionally, too, by tired belles, who protested that they could not wag a foot till they had rested. But they and the envious ex belles held possession. There was no provision at Lone Jack for chaperons, nor any need of it. The theory of the community was that every dog should have his day, and the young people, who had every confidence and merited it, had all the liberty they wanted, unhampered by elderly females. It being early, the dancing was going on in a perfunctory sort of way, which gave no hint of the height to which it would rise by 3 o'clock, and the Keswick party directed their steps to the banqueting place, Colonel Trevilian acting as guide. This was at the right of the arbour, and a little way back. Long narrow tables, formed of 2 boards supported by cross pieces set in the ground, were planted under the shade of the hickories and oaks. On either side were board benches, similarly planted, over which the banqueters, male and female, deftly stepped to seat themselves. "Let's go where they are barbecuing," said Beverly. "Liddy says she has never seen it done." Back at some distance the cooks were busy. Luckily they had nothing to do but to barbecue the meat, for that required not a little attention. Old man Collins was the prize barbecuer for the neighbourhood, and he had plenty of assistants. They had dug deep pits the day before, and started fierce fires in them, feeding these with logs till they had a pit of solid coals. Over each of these inexhaustible broilers they had spitted the half of a beef. Colonel Carter's best, they said, and Colonel Carter's poorest was good. The pole on which the beef was hung was suspended across 2 forked sticks at the ends of the pit, and the great roast was turned assiduously by attendants, who basted it with vinegar, pepper, and salt. It was a tedious process, but the old timers say there was never meat like it. It seems now that it must have taken a youthful appetite, plenty of outdoor air, a long ride, and a strong infusion of patriotism to make one see it so. "Gordon," whispered Virginia, as the others watched the cooks, "who is that man over near the other pit? I don't believe he belongs around here." It was a young man of 23 or 4, apparently well dressed and gentlemanly in appearance. He was looking carelessly at the crowd as it surged now toward the tables. "I never saw him before. Rather nice looking, isn't he?" "Yes." Just then the man turned and looked straight at Virginia. An accidental glance, of course, but somehow it sent a thrill through her. And yet she had never seen the man before. Why should his chance look affect her like this? She said nothing to Gordon about the feeling. The Trevilian party ate their fried chicken, grated ham, and beaten biscuits, to say nothing of other toothsome dainties, from a tablecloth on the grass, with Uncle Reuben standing behind his Miss Virginia and pouring iced cherry bounce as it was needed. Colonel Trevilian was too busy talking politics to waste the hour on a set of giddy young people, so they had things all their own way. There was a lull in the arbour during the dinner hour, but Uncle Putney's voice was soon heard again. "First four forward, ladies change." His foot was keeping time with his bow, and through their conversation was a running fire of calls, ending generally with an upward tilt of the voice that nobody but a Negro fiddler or a camp-meeting musician of the olden time can give, and that none can understand save those who have heard it. Occasionally he would break into a tune when the plot thickened and the sawdust began to fly. Then, with arms and feet and head all a-quiver in an ecstasy of time, his voice would catch the infection and ring out in rhythmic exultation. "Swing your pardners all around, and all promenade." They were in a full fling when the Keswick party reached the arbour. The seats were creaking and sagging portentously with their burden of matrons, augmented now from the ranks of the elderly, who could not withstand the witchery of Uncle Putney's bow, and the sound of shuffling feet, though they compromised with their consciences by keeping only one eye on the dance, and decrying it openly as a device of the devil. "I was at the baptizin' when Matt Dalloway jined the church, and jest look at her now, kittin' round thar like she wa'n't a professor." Just then there was a tangle in the set, resulting from Matt Dalloway's inexperience. It stirred the flow of the caviller's terpsichorean blood. "Look at that!" she exclaimed in vexation. "They ain't gettin' that figure right. Ef I wasn't so heavy a church member, I'd show 'em. I've danced that figure many a time till 4 o'clock in the morning. It was my favorite one. But I seen the folly of it," she added, recalled from her reminiscences by a smile on the face of her auditor, and feeling that she had made an awkward admission. "I see the folly of it." "You had the fun of it first, though," said the woman, who was patting her foot and longing to be on the floor. She was hampered by no scruples. It was the 2 small boys hanging to her skirts, and the absence of partners. "They all see the folly of it when they are your age." She was going to say size, but refrained in a spasm of generosity. The girls and young men from Keswick were standing outside the arbour, looking over the heads of the seated spectators. In the set facing them was a girl, tall and straight, with a certain kind of ferocious beauty in her black eyes and scornful mouth, and a willowy grace of motion. She was watching the party with eyes that never once turned toward them. "Why, Gordon!" Virginia leaned across Liddy, who stood between them. "Isn't that Rene Taggart?" "Yes." "Oh, do you remember that day?" "Yes," he said quietly. "Don't look at her, and don't laugh. She's watching us." Just then the girl lifted her head with a defiant gesture. She fancied they were talking about her. Virginia had turned to her cousin, and as he met the girl's eye, Gordon raised his hat and bowed. The blood surged to her face. She nodded, and went on with the dance. Nobody knew that her heart was thumping so she could hardly hear the calls, least of all Hank Menafee, her partner, who at this moment caught her round the waist, and gave her the triple swing for which he was famed, and which nobody enjoyed more than Rene generally. To day she released herself angrily. "You needn't keep it up till I'm drunk," she said. "What's the matter with you?" he asked, eyeing her keenly. Rene could hardly have told herself. While this by-play was going on, Gordon's attention was wandering to the crowd surrounding the arbour. He was looking for familiar faces, and bowing to this one and that. Suddenly his eyes fell upon the face of the young man that Virginia had called his attention to at the barbecue fire. For a minute they rested there. Who was he? Gordon wondered. He seemed in the crowd, and yet not of it, for he was evidently but a looker-on, taking no part in the festivities, and speaking, so far as Gordon could see, to no one. His interest seemed less in the dance than in the people circling around the edge of the arbour, and constantly changing. As Gordon stood looking at him, a subtle change came over the man's face, a gleam of something. Was it recognition, or hate, or satisfaction, or a mingling of all three? Leaped into his eyes, bent now like a basilisk upon some person or object on the other side of the big arbour. Gordon had once seen a snake charm a bird to its destruction. This man's narrowed eyes, and a certain swaying motion as he moved past intervening heads, made him think of it. He looked in the direction of that gaze. He could see nothing to carry out the similitude that had suggested itself to him. No helpless innocent bird was striving to free itself from that fateful spell. His eyes fell only on old Mr. Collins and his daughter, and Jim Baird, Emmons Baird's brother, a country lout who was watching the dancers with open mouth and good-humoured smile. Gordon looked back to the charmer. He would have to take his bearings again if he was to find out what caused that basilisk gaze, but the man was lost in the crowd, and when Gordon turned back to where Jim Baird had stood, he too was gone. "Where is Beverly?" suddenly exclaimed Sallie. "I've lost my bow." She had not discovered it till now, so absorbed was she in the scene before her, though he had been gone a half an hour or more. "I saw him walking across the grounds with a young lady," remarked Mr. Caruthers. "A beauty with blonde hair. Who is she, Miss Sallie, do you suppose?" "It sounds like Lois Chandler," returned Sallie. "She is a beauty, has blonde hair, and Beverly—" "Nonsense, Sallie, how you talk. interrupted Virginia sharply. "Come on, Tom, let's look him up. Come, Sally." Two women turned to look after them. They supposed the whole party was gone. "That's Colonel Trevilian's girl," said one. "That one in the buff chambray. Ain't she a high stepper? That's her cousin from Virginia with her. They say she's going to marry him. These Virginians are great on marrying cousins." Liddy looked up at Gordon as the others moved off. He was smiling down at her inscrutably. "Do you believe it?" she asked. He evaded it by a counter question. "Do you?" "No, I don't. I hope not, anyway." "Why?" "Oh, because." "Because what?" She looked up at him with a glance which was half searching, half coquettish. "I think she could do better nearer home." "I don't know where there would be any one nearer to her." He purposely misunderstood. "He is her own cousin." "Well," she fluttered with a little sigh, "I hope she won't marry him." She said it mainly because she hoped she would. Liddy was secretly a little in love with Gordon herself. The girls were getting their things together for the return when a pistol shot came from the direction of the grove back of the grounds. "What's that?" asked Liddy. "Somebody shooting at a target, probably," Beverly replied. "You'll hear it again in a minute." But they did not. The girls went on folding shawls, etc., and chatting about the day's pleasures, and explaining some of the local points to Tom. But Beverly and Gordon were becoming dimly conscious of some excitement in the air. They were starting carelessly toward the grove when Colonel Trevilian rode up. "Is Reuben ready?" he said in a low tone to Beverly. "You'd better start at once. There's been trouble over yonder in the grove. Don't let the girls know anything about it. But a man was shot just now." "Shot!" cried Beverly. "That was the pistol shot we heard then. Who was it?" And Gordon asked in the same breath, "Was it accidental?" "It was Jim Baird. No, I don't believe it was accidental." Colonel Trevilian wiped his forehead with a shaking hand. He seemed strangely moved. "He fell dead with a bullet hole in the middle of the forehead. God knows where this thing is going to end. Get off as soon as you can." They did not tell the girls anything about it, and that ride home was as gay as if death were not stalking amongst them. Colonel Trevilian had stayed behind to see what could be done about Jim Baird, who, after all, was his neighbor, and there was nobody but Uncle Reuben to hold them in check. They drove home by the light of the moon, which flooded the prairie roads long before they reached Keswick. The quartet in the carriage sang till their throats ached, "Rosalie the Prairie Flower," and "My Old Cabin Home," and "The Pirate's Serenade," and nobody sang with truer notes than Gordon, though the singing was a trifle mechanical, and there was an undercurrent of wonder about the man that stood watching Jim Baird that day. Was he the one that fired that shot? And why should he have selected Jim Baird, as inoffensive a man as there was on the prairie? If it had been Emmons now, that might have seemed reasonable, for everybody said that Emmons Baird had a bad face. It was well for Gordon that they sang instead of talked, for it left him freer to think, and his thoughts were not all of Jim Baird and his tragic death. Virginia had tried to shift the load when they started from Lone Jack. "Tom," she said sweetly, she had reasons of her own for wishing to avoid that drive with her cousin. He had had a letter from his father the day before requiring his immediate return, and she knew it. "Suppose you take Sally in the buggy, and I will go in the carriage. I don't like to leave Liddy all day long." "I should be most happy," said Mr. Caruthers, with a courtly bow to Miss Devereux. He was smothering an oath, but he was a gentleman. "You look it," said Sally, satirically. Then turning her back upon him and shaking her fist surreptitiously at Virginia, she replied, "I couldn't think of it, Virgie dear. I am to be prima donna of the quartet going home, and you know, you and Liddy both sing alto. This is one time that you couldn't fill my place, you wretch," she finished under her breath as she passed her. So Virginia Trevilian had to take that ride in the moonlight with Tom Caruthers, though on his face was the look that every woman shrinks from and wards off instinctively, sometimes even when at heart she is glad. What he said nobody will ever know, for nobody heard but Virginia and the moon, and Virginia was true, and the gentle goddess had been confidant to too many lovers in all these ages to begin to betray them now. She only looked down upon them and smiled and went under a cloud for a moment, while Virginia answered and came out again with a burst of light, as if to show the poor fellow that it was a bright world, a glorious world, in spite of girls. But he didn't see it. They always think that is the end. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Keenan. Order Number 11 by Caroline Abbot Stanley. Chapter 18, A Memorable Campaign. The shooting of Jim Baird made a great stir in the neighborhood. Dr. Lay's almost forgotten story of the case he had seen at Lawrence was suddenly remembered, and was repeated with great shaking of heads and numerous blood-curdling additions. Before the barbecue crowd had dispersed, the story had gained currency, and people rode home in excited groups, telling it over and prophesying that the scene of the strange assassin's operations would be shifted now from Kansas to Missouri. The body was taken home that night to the old Baskin place, Dr. Lay going on ahead to break the news to the brother who was not at the barbecue. It is impossible to describe the condition into which that news threw Emmons Baird. Dr. Lay said at Keswick, where he stopped on his way home, that he should always think more of the man because of his affection for his brother. "Do you think it was affection for his brother or fear for himself?" asked Colonel Trevilian, thinking of the look he had once seen on Emmons Baird's face. "Well, I hadn't thought of that," the doctor said. He thought of it the next day. It had been arranged between himself and Emmons Baird that the funeral should take place the following afternoon, Dr. Lay offering to secure the services of Mr. Singleton, that the dead man might have Christian burial. But when the neighbors got there the next day, and many there were that came, the number being constantly augmented by new arrivals, they were met with startling information. The old house was shut up, and there was a new-made grave out in the orchard. Uncle Bob, the old Negro that Emmons Baird had bought when he first came to the neighborhood, told the story to the astounded group. "Yes, sir, him and me done buried him last night. You hadn't much more'n got outer sight, doctor, 'fore he set me to digging the grave." "Where is Emmons Baird now?" demanded the doctor. "De Lord knows, sir, I don't. When Cindy went to the house dis mornin', he was gone. No, sir, I don't know nothin' 'tall about it. His bed wasn't tumbled or nothin'. He didn't even take his clothes. He just took his gun and that black mare his'n and lit out." The story was repeated to fresh installments as they came up, and never was there a more surprised funeral assemblage, nor one that felt more defrauded. The old story of the Kansas assassin was hashed up again as they rode off in groups, talking excitedly. Some there were who believed that Jim Baird had come to life and been spirited off in the night, but Dr. Lay shook his head. The man was certainly dead. There was no doubt about it whatever, and so they went away. Uncle Bob's story was true. The murdered man was in his grave, and Emmons Baird had disappeared as completely as though the earth had opened and swallowed him up. It was a great pity, but it had. The whole thing created a 9 days' wonder, twice that for the women. But excitement was rising to such a height now over the coming elections that it was soon overshadowed for the men. The time seemed likely to be at hand when the death of one man would be a small matter. In Missouri, the quadrangular fight of 1860 was virtually a three-cornered one. And yet, the specter of the tall man at the fourth corner inspired gravest forebodings. "If Lincoln is elected, it will split this nation in two," Colonel Trevilian had said to Dr. Lay. It was heard on all sides during that feverish, hard-fought campaign. It was spoken with every shade of feeling, angrily, boastingly, defiantly, with resolute hearts that heard the trumpet call in the distance and were ready, and sorrowfully, pleadingly, by prescient souls that saw behind it all a tide of blood and shrank back. "If Lincoln is elected, it will split this nation in two." They did not underestimate the keenness of the wedge. They did not overestimate the blows that would be rained upon it. But they had not calculated the strength of resistance, a factor as potential in war as in physics. It was a summer and fall of restless anxiety to all. It did not seem possible, from the Jackson County point of view, that Lincoln could be elected. But if he should, what then? The most baseless, exaggerated fears were real in those days. Men knew not what was before them, and feared the worst. Everything, in fact, except the thing which came. A deluge of blood for 4 long years. Nobody expected that. The first enlistments were for 3 months. Ample time, it was supposed, for putting down the rebellion. They knew as little of the fiber of the men they were to subdue as the British knew of the Boers. The ignorance on the other side was as marked and perhaps more amusing. Any Southern man can whip a dozen Yankees, it was the common belief. They felt, no less than the North, that they were fighting for God and home and native land. How could the mercenary Dutch, the Yankee mudsills, stand against the chivalry of the South? They would die in the last ditch, they said. Vain, glorious boast, uttered by men that knew not war. It was made a scoffing and a byword for 4 long years. Its echo, after the stillness of a 40 years' peace, has in it something of humor. But to an ear attuned to the plaintive minor chord, as well as the triumphant major, there is more of pathos. The world bears witness now that when the end came, there were not many ditches left, nor men to die in them. And the fair Southland was filled with widows and widowed maids. Men were scanning the sky everywhere in 1860, and nowhere more anxiously than in Missouri. The storm was gathering. The heavens were dark. Prudent men had their ears to the ground, and the timid sought cover. It hardly seemed for a while that the boys could go back to college. Things were so unsettled and money so scarce. Virginia and Sally had been obliged to give up all thought of Richmond and Lexington. How that battle raged in the early fall! How men argued and ranted! How the forces gathered themselves for the final onslaught! Would it be Breckinridge? Or Bell and Everett? Or would it be Douglas, after all? November came. It was Lincoln. "My dear," said Colonel Trevilian one day, looking up from the paper he had been holding before him for an hour, with his eyes glued to one spot, "what would you think of my hiring out Liz?" It was late in December, and the Negroes were hired out the 1st of January. Mrs. Trevilian laid down her knitting and looked at him in amazement. She could hardly believe she had heard aright. "Hire Liz out? What for?" There had never been a Negro hired out from her family since she could remember. Colonel Trevilian shifted his position uneasily. "Times are very hard, my dear. I have never known money so tight, not even in the hard times of '57. And the worst of it is that there is no telling where it is going to end. People don't know what is before them, and they won't let their money go. Then, you know, the last 2 years we have had no crops on account of the drought. Altogether—" "Well?" "Well, I've had an opportunity today to hire Liz out, and I don't know but I'd better do it." "Who wants her?" Colonel Trevilian stooped to pick up his paper. He answered without looking up. "John Renfrew." "John Renfrew?" "Yes." Colonel Trevilian felt her tone to be uncompromising. "Do you think she ought to go?" The question was incisive. "I hardly know. You see, my dear, it is like this. Beverly's expenses make a constant drain upon me for ready money, and, as I said, money is exceedingly hard to get hold of. Mr. Renfrew offers a good price for her and will pay cash. If you could get along without her—" "Oh, I could get along without her. That isn't it." "It is not just the place I should like for her myself," Colonel Trevilian admitted. "But, well, the truth of the matter is that if I don't do it, Beverly will have to come home. I should be very sorry for him to do that, in his last year." "Why don't you hire out one of the men?" "I can't do it. Everything is in such an unsettled state that nobody wants help that he can do without." Mrs. Trevilian knit 3 full rounds before she spoke. When she was at the middle of the needle, she folded the sock together and looked at her husband. "Mr. Trevilian, Liz belongs to me. She is not going to Mr. John Renfrew's." She spoke very quietly. In the whole course of her married life, it was the first time that the question of mine and thine had come up. As in the case of most Missouri women, her property, which was large, had been taken into the common fund and was known thenceforward as his. They had always lived in such abundance that this had never created a ripple between them. They hardly knew that there was any other way to do. Supreme in her own domain, she had never in her life before interfered in his. "Mr. John Renfrew's is not a safe place for Liz. Her mother served us faithfully. I will not see her child harmed while I live." "Then Beverly will have to come home." "Very well. He may come home. He will never be educated at Liz's expense." The Trevilians were gentlefolk. They had never quarreled. The swift fingers had knit twice 3 rounds before the colonel spoke. "I think perhaps you are right, my dear, as you usually are." He sighed inaudibly. He wanted very much for Beverly to graduate from the University of Virginia. That night, when they were in their own room, his wife said, "I don't know, but it is better anyway." There was no need of her saying or his asking what. If old Virginia should go, he'd be sure to go with her if he was there. "Old Virginia will go," he answered. "You can depend on that." End of chapter 18. Recording by Brian Keenan. Chapter 19 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Keenan. Order Number 11 by Caroline Abbot Stanley. Chapter 19. A Working, Buzzing, Stinging Hive. Spring had come. Down in the woods, the anemones were holding up tinted cups on slender, wiry stems that swayed with every passing breeze. The violets and bloodroot and adder's tongue and all the rest were waiting only to have the dead leaves pushed away to prove to the world that they were doing their part if nobody was looking on. Virginia, with a restlessness which she never even asked herself to explain, tramped over the creek banks for dogwood and redbuds. They were not altogether pleasant excursions to Virginia. The dogwood and redbuds were so high. They made her think all the time about Gordon and Beverly when she tried to reach them. And she was troubled about Beverly. He was at home now. He couldn't stay out the year. But he seemed preoccupied, and not like the Beverly of old. Then he was always finding some reason for going down to Mr. Whalen's. At least he went down that way. It was no wonder that he was restless. Everybody was, for that matter. And anything was better than for him to go in the other direction, Mrs. Trevilian thought, with a shudder. For at Independence they were recruiting and drilling and doing all sorts of warlike things. Virginia hoped secretly he would join the Greys. It would be glorious to go to war. It was not that troubled her about Beverly. She and Sally made rebel flags out of scraps of silk. Sally had been strictly loyal until Beverly's return. Then the principles imbibed from her uncle were swept away in an evening. It took just that long for Beverly Trevilian to convert her. Beverly was so handsome, he would look elegant in gray, she confided to Virginia. It was not plain sailing with the flags. They had great difficulty with their stars, which looked more like starfish than celestial luminaries fit to adorn the new nation's banner. They began to hope that no more states would secede. They took one, very straight and plumb as to its crimson bars, but shaky as to the field, to show to Mammy. Nothing was ever quite finished with Virginia till Mammy had inspected it. They had fastened it to a lead pencil for a staff. "And that's old Virginia's flag," said Mammy, holding it up and looking at it critically. "Ole Albemarle, Miss Virginia? Humph, that little thing got de shorens to wave. Ain't you children going to make me an Albemarle flag?" "You can have this one," said Virginia, eyeing the stars with manifest disapproval. "I think I can improve on this." And so Mammy became the possessor of a rebel flag. Little did they dream where it would rest at last. Virginia made one and sent it to Gordon. Pinned to it was the legend, "This is the flag that the friends of Virginia fight for." Whether the state or the girl, she did not specify. While Sally and Virginia were busy with their banner making, Mrs. Trevilian and Miss Nanny were preparing for war of another kind, less glorious perhaps than that which filled their minds, but fraught with dangers stern enough if the truth were known, for a brigade of women was to be brought together for a whole day in the spring of '61. They were going to clean the church, a useless labor if they had only known it, for within a 12-month it would be in ashes. "Now, Nan," said Mrs. Trevilian, as she took a last look at the array of buckets, mops, and brooms that Uncle Reuben had mustered for the fray, "let me give you one last warning. Don't say anything." "Sister Betty, I'm not going to say a thing unless old Mrs. McTavish gets after me. But that old woman irritates me beyond measure. She always rubs my fur the wrong way. If you see her coming, I want you to head her off, for I feel it in my bones that if she tackles me, I'll say something. What business has she being Union? I don't mind it in old man Chandler and Lois and people like that. It's natural for them, I suppose. But old Mrs. McTavish is a Virginian." "Oh, well," said Mrs. Trevilian, soothingly. "She's from Western Virginia, you know." Apparently, Western Virginia did not count. "I do hope Miss Tiny and Miss Tony won't go," mused Miss Nanny. "They're worse than I am." "Oh, yes," assented Mrs. Trevilian. "They haven't any sense." "I never heard anybody carry on as they do," said Miss Nanny. "Miss Tiny told me yesterday, when I was there, that their brother Jeems was all they had, but they would willingly see him offered up on old Virginia's altar." "Have they heard what he is going to do?" "No, but Miss Tiny nearly took my head off when I asked her the same thing. 'Do,' she said in her most dignified manner, the one, you know, that makes you feel that you could crawl through the eye of a needle and would like to. 'My dear, he is a Virginian. That is sufficient.' But Miss Tony told me that they sent every day to the office for the letter. I believe it would kill them if he didn't go with the South. But of course he will." "I'm not so sure of that," said Colonel Trevilian, looking up from the St. Louis Republican. "It will depend entirely on how it strikes him. I went to school with Jeems Bascom. He is as hard-headed as they are." As they were on their way to the church, Mrs. Whalen's rockaway drove up beside them. "I'm hurrying on," she said, "but I must stop to tell you something, Mrs. Trevilian. Did you know you had offended Mrs. Tigerman very much by not giving her a special invitation to come today?" "Well, why should I? It's not my party. And she was in church when the notice was given out. I saw her." "Yes, she was. But she heard of your sending word to Mrs. Pasco and myself and one or two others, who were not there. And she feels dreadfully aggrieved that she did not have a special invitation. Her feelings are so hurt, she says she wouldn't think of coming now." "It's a good thing," remarked Miss Nanny, while Mrs. Trevilian looked quite disturbed. "Anybody that has such fragile feelings as that had better put them on the top shelf out of the way and stay at home to watch them. Around with a dozen other women is no place for them, certainly. Did you ever see such people, Mrs. Whalen?" "Never. They stand with a chip on their shoulder all the time, both of them. He is as bad as she is." "And people that are looking out for slights always find them," said Mrs. Trevilian. "I've noticed that." And Mrs. Whalen, assenting heartily, drove on. It was on a Saturday, the 11th of May, that the Bucket Brigade met at Hickory Grove Church. A peaceful army enough, for they all went to work as if they were dumb. Every woman was on her guard. for everyone knew that she held within her breast a powder magazine that would explode the moment the spark was struck. That church was soon in the midst of an upheaval. Each woman had brought a Negro woman with her, and several had brought men. By noon, the strips of carpeting from the pews made the grove look like a bannered hall. The spittoons were out sunning, and the floor was drinking in soapsuds. Nobody had talked. Everybody had worked, and peace reigned. They had their dinner in the grove. Miss Nanny waited till Mrs. McTavish was seated, and then sat down on the other side. "Mrs. Trevelyan, I see Beverly is back," said Mrs. Whalen. "Isn't that unexpected?" "No, not exactly. We thought it best for him to come. Things are so unsettled." "My, I should say so," broke in Mrs. McTavish, as she reached for a pickle. "I was telling him yesterday that I was glad all ourn was girls. It seems like, if this war goes on, and dear knows it looks like it was going to, that everybody will be uneasy that's got boys." "Yes," said Mrs. Trevelyan, gently. "Yes." She had been bearing that load for weary months. "Mrs. Lay, are your peas ready to stick yet?" "I don't see how anybody can gabble about peas and such like when the country is in the condition it's in," Mrs. McTavish said in an indignant aside to Mrs. Devereaux. She had opened the subject purposely. "I reckon it's better for us to keep the conversation on peas than war," returned that lady. "It doesn't do for women to talk, Mrs. McTavish." "Well, there's one thing I'm going to ask Miss Nanny Trevelyan before I get away from here. I heard she said—" "Oh, I wouldn't try to ferret out reports, Mrs. McTavish. You can hear anything these days." They were talking in pairs around the tablecloth, when one of those horrible unexpected pauses that sometimes fall upon a company, as if by concerted action, descended to Mrs. Whalen's confusion. "You know they've taken the St. Louis Arsenal," she was saying in a low tone. It sounded preternaturally distinct. Mrs. Lay threw herself hastily into the breach. "Mrs. Dyson, how is your meat keeping this year?" She had forgotten in her haste that this was a winter subject of conversation. And so they dodged the thing that absorbed them all, for even as they talked of household matters and flowers and green things growing, they were thinking of war and their boys. "Miss Nanny," began Mrs. McTavish as the pie was started around, "I've been laying off to ask you about something I heard you said." Miss Nanny rose. "I haven't time to talk about anything now, Mrs. McTavish. I'm going at that pulpit right away. Sister Betty, save me some of that ribbon cake to eat on the way home." But when they got back to the church, they found their political affinities and their tongues. Scattering out in twos and threes, a soft babble arose. They had stood it as long as they could. If the recording angel had flitted from one group to another, he would have heard fragments that told the story of where their interest was. "You know the governor has called for troops," said Mrs. Swampscott, taking a fresh piece of paper for the window she was polishing. She spoke guardedly, and her companion lowered her tone in reply, for Mrs. Whalen was passing just then. "Mrs. Whalen," called Mrs. Swampscott from her elevation, "I was just saying to Miss Marthy that it did seem like the men might refrain from tobacco in the house of the Lord." "Well, now, it does so," returned Mrs. Whalen, as her woman deposited the spittoon in the pew whence it had been removed. Then they discussed the frailties of the other sex with great unction, for that was perfectly safe neutral ground on which there was no danger of disagreement. "I thought I wouldn't let her think we were talking about her," remarked Mrs. Swampscott later to Miss Marthy. "Mrs. Whalen is a mighty clever woman, if they are Union." "And so is he," agreed Miss Marthy, not noticing the sex complications in which she was involving the gentleman in question. On her knees, where she had dropped to straighten the strip of carpet that Mrs. Pasco was tacking, Mrs. Trevelyan was saying, "No, I'm afraid we can't keep him. It is the Independence Grays he wants to go with." She had said it a good many times before on bended knees, with no ear to listen but the infinite. "I know just how you feel," sighed Mrs. Pasco. "John went yesterday." Up in the pulpit, where they were dusting and placing the haircloth sofa and the chairs that flanked it on either side, Miss Nanny's energetic whisper was heard. "Of course they have a right to secede. Why, Brother William says—" The angel caught the rest. They were nearly through when Mr. Swamscott appeared in the doorway. He had been over to Cass County and stopped in on his way home. He had a paper in his hand and was laboring under great excitement. "Have you all heard the news?" "No, what is it?" asked Miss Nanny, speaking for the company. "They've taken Camp Jackson." "What? Camp Jackson? Who has?" "Captain Lyon. The boys are all prisoners of war now." His news was like fire to tow. Some of those prisoners were from Jackson County. From all quarters of the state, young men had gone to that encampment to learn something of the art of war under General Frost. And they were captured, actually made prisoners of war, by a Yankee captain. "There's more to it than that," said Mr. Swamscott. "As they were going back to the city with the prisoners, they halted them near Olive Street and kept them waiting for several hours. Of course, a big crowd gathered, men, women, and children, and it seems that the crowd was jeering at the troops and calling them blackguards in derision. You know, one of the German companies calls itself Die Schwarze Garde, and it wasn't very hard to make Dutch blackguards out of that. Well, nobody seems to know just how it happened, but the Dutch began firing on the people." "The helpless, unarmed people? Was anybody hurt?" "Hurt? I tell you, they just mowed them down. One that they killed was a baby in arms." The women broke into horrified ejaculations. "Oh, the wretches!" cried Miss Nanny. "But what can you expect when a foreign foe is permitted to invade the state? I wonder what Frank Blair thinks now of his home guards." "This is awful," breathed Mrs. Lay. "Do you think it is possible it has been exaggerated, Mr. Swamscott?" "I'm afraid not, Mrs. Lay. It comes pretty straight. The Republican says the wounded and dying made that field look like a battleground." "How did the people take it?" asked Miss Nanny. "Weren't they wild? The Black Dutch." Mr. Swamscott read on. "It is impossible to describe the intense exhibition of feeling manifested last evening. The streets were thronged, imprecations loud and long were hurled into the darkening air, the drinking saloons and other resorts were closed simultaneously at dark, and the windows of dwellings were fastened for fear of a general riot. The offices of the Missouri Democrat and the Anzeiger des Westens were placed under guard for protection." "That old Dutch paper ought to be razed to the ground," exclaimed Miss Nanny, with flashing eyes. "Missouri has warmed a viper in her breast that is ready now to sting her." There was no reply to this. Nobody was ready just then to defend the Dutch, as the Germans were universally called. Undoubtedly, this act at the inception of the war had much to do with the very cordial detestation in which they were afterward held. "Oh, oh," cried Miss Nanny, "why didn't they pass that bill to arm the state?" "They've passed it now, Miss Nanny. They were considering it yesterday when the news came of the capture. The Union men were fighting it just as hard as they could when the governor came in and told them that the camp was captured and the state troops held as prisoners of war. That was enough. Their opposition was gone. In 15 minutes that bill had passed both houses and was ready for the governor's signature." "Isn't that glorious?" cried Miss Nanny, her good resolutions cast to the winds. "We'll get Missouri yet, Mr. Swamscott." "Nan." But Miss Nanny was past holding in now. "And that isn't all," continued Mr. Swamscott. "This happened yesterday, you know. The paper says that at midnight all Jefferson City was roused by the ringing of the church bells. The legislature came hurriedly together, and the governor notified them that he had just been informed of the approach of 2 of Blair's regiments to capture the capital. Well, sir, they just went wild. An act was rushed through both houses, authorizing the governor to take such measures as he might deem necessary to repel invasion or put down rebellion. And," he added in triumph, "if you'll believe me, they appropriated $30,000 to be used for that purpose." "Oh," breathed Miss Nanny. "If they had only done it before." Mr. Swamscott folded his paper and put it in his pocket. "Mrs. Trevilian, you'd better be seeing after Beverly. I know I've got to chain Isaac." It was a good thing that Hickory Grove Church was nearing completion, for interest in the Lord's house had suddenly abated. They were all eager to get home and tell the news. Uncle Reuben was loading up and Miss Nanny getting her things together when Mrs. McTavish approached. She was going to have that out if the state had gone to smash. "Miss Nanny," she began. The beleaguered lady turned upon her. "Well, what is it?" The tone was uncompromising. Miss Nanny was ready for anything now. The ladies all continued their preparations for departure, but with one ear turned toward the combatants. "I heard you said something about me." "You did? What did you hear?" "I heard you said there wasn't nobody from Virginia but the poor tackies in the mountains that was Union." A smile rippled over the faces looking into their baskets. "I don't doubt she said it," whispered Mrs. Swamscott to Mrs. Devereaux. "Did you hear it from good authority?" "Yes'm, I did." "Well," said Miss Nanny, composedly, "I don't know whether I said it or not. It sounds very much like me. But I'll just tell you now, Mrs. McTavish, that I don't hold myself responsible one day for what I said the day before." And with this, the irate lady of Caledonian name and Hibernian proclivities was forced to be content. End of Chapter 19. Recording by Brian Keenan. Chapter 20 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Keenan. Order Number 11 by Caroline Abbot Stanley. Chapter 20. Tramp, tramp, tramp. And there was tumult in the air, the fife's shrill note, the drum's loud beat, and through the wide land everywhere the answering tread of hurrying feet. The capture of Camp Jackson, with the subsequent firing upon the crowd of spectators, was a bomb that set Missouri ablaze. The state had been invaded. Blood had been shed. Surely the fullness of time had come now. The river counties sprang to arms. Within a week they were hurrying to the capital, from Cooper and Cole and the kingdom of Callaway. The Independence Greys went down with full ranks, Beverly in the forefront and Ike Swamscott beside him. They carried the cannon captured from the arsenal at Liberty. A cannon was a thing to be proud of. Not every soldier who took up arms in Missouri took up more than the Lord had given him. But they did their best. Hunting rifles were taken down from the antlers, and shotguns and powder horns called into requisition, as the flintlock muskets of their revolutionary forefathers had been. It was anything that could shoot. It seemed lucky for once that the Missourians were a bellicose people. Revolvers were commoner with them than with their brethren in the North. Beverly had gone forth buoyantly. It would not be long, he said. And Virginia, believing him, had buckled on his sword with hands that did not tremble and eyes that shone. The two stood together at the horse blocks just before he went away. He had been down the road toward Mr. Whalen's, to say goodbye, he said. "Virge," he said suddenly, stooping to examine his saddle girth, "why don't you and Sally and the rest of the girls ever go to see Lois Chandler?" "Lois Chandler?" repeated Virginia, wonderingly. She was thinking of war, not girls. "Why should we?" "She's the prettiest girl in the neighborhood, and she's a nice girl, too, if her father did vote for Abe Lincoln." "She is awfully pretty," assented Virginia, who was not without ability to see beauty in another girl. "And she's nice enough, too, I suppose. She always seemed so at school. But, brother, you know, she's just not our kind. She says hadn't ought and how and all that." "Virge," Beverly's tone was very serious now, If the time ever comes when you could do a kindness to Lois Chandler, I want you to do it. She must be awfully lonely. Did you ever think how cut off she is from everybody? And besides," the girth needed tightening now, "a friend of yours thinks a good deal of her." "A friend of mine?" Virginia's cheeks glowed with a sudden inflow of blood. "Well, I'm sure he's welcome to. Who is this friend of mine?" He looked at her curiously a moment, and then threw back his head with his old-time hilarious laugh. He was going to speak, but just then his father joined them, and the opportunity was past. Virginia pondered over his words not a little when he was gone. Why should she go to see Lois Chandler? Suppose Gordon did think a good deal of her. Of course it was Gordon. That was nothing to her. He had always liked her when they were in school together, but so had Beverly and the rest of the boys. She was just the kind of a girl that boys always took to, pretty and clinging, and not much sense. Perhaps it was her dependence that appealed to all the masculine hearts, she said to herself, scornfully. Perhaps it wasn't Gordon, after all, that he meant. Then there came to her the recollection of what Gordon had said to her the day she tried to find out if it was Lois he had been walking with. If I or Beverly or any of the boys wanted to tell Lois Chandler goodbye, why shouldn't we? Yes, it was Gordon. It was very lonely when Beverly was gone. So many of the boys were with him. Ike Swamscott and Lee McMurtry and John Pasco and the 2 Caldwell boys and, oh, ever so many. And it was not the young men alone. Ben Tollis had stood it till old Virginia went. Then he said he couldn't go agin his native state. And there were many just like him. There was a clattering back and forth in Jackson County. The recruiting officers scoured the country, and not in vain. The other side was not idle. From Kansas City, Van Horn had gone to St. Louis and obtained permission to organize a battalion. Recruiting had begun in earnest. The blight of war had fallen upon the ragged little town at the mouth of the Kaw. Business, except that growing out of military operations, was practically suspended. Gordon had intended settling there when he got his degree, but anybody with half an eye could see now that Kansas City, with its neighbors on the west, was a place to leave if one could get away. A few months before it had been a thriving village of 2,500. By May it had shrunk to half that size. On Grand Prairie they were bracing themselves for a shock. Mr. Caldwell had taken his Negroes and his mules and gone to Texas. Jackson County was too close to the border for safety, he said. Tigerman, having little else in the way of personal property, had packed up his wife and children and gone, nobody knew where. Perhaps he, also, noticed that Jackson was pretty close to the border. "Judge Saunders has taken his Negroes down to Arrow Rock," said Colonel Trevilian to his wife one day. He had just come from Independence. "He has? Do you think there's any danger?" she asked anxiously. "Not with ours," he said confidently. "I have no fears whatever of our Negroes leaving us. Why should they? They've always been treated well, and they have sense enough to know it." "I don't know, Father," Virginia said, looking up from the gown yoke she was embroidering. "Liz says Jake told her they would all have a farm if they went to Kansas, and wouldn't have to work any more. It has evidently been talked over." "My dear," returned her father, with some irritation, "you ought not to encourage Liz to talk about such things. It is preposterous." "I don't encourage her, Father. I told her it was ridiculous. I don't know where Jake got it from." "Old man Chandler, probably," remarked Miss Nanny, with acerbity. Gordon came home in June, but not to locate in Kansas City. He had held himself until his diploma was earned, but his heart was keeping step to the drumbeat of the nation. Paul's message had come to him. "I speak unto you, young men, because you are strong." What better use for his strength than to defend his nation's flag? "I knew you would go," his mother sighed. "I have been nerving myself to meet it. Oh, yes, I know it is right, dear child, but I'm afraid I am not made of such stuff as the Spartan mothers." but Dr. Lay grasped his hand as man to man, and Gordon felt his heart thrill with a new determination and strength. "Go, my son, go. Our country needs her bravest now." Gordon went over to Keswick the next day. There had not been much communication between the families during the last few weeks, and Sally was down in Cass on a visit. Beverly was gone, they knew that much. And so did he, for Sally had written him how handsome he and Ike Swamscott looked in their new uniforms. Most of the troops were ununiformed, but the Grays were an exceptional company. He did not tell them where he was going, nor ask any of them to go with him. So many things had happened since he had seen them last. So many things were likely to happen now, and he felt himself growing hot and cold as he thought of the differences between them. Carefully put away, not for love of it, but for love of the fingers that made it, was the little rebel flag that she had sent him. How often he had thought of the message that came with it. "This is the flag that the friends of Virginia fight for." What would she think of his enlisting to fight against it? But he knew perfectly well that, whatever she thought of it, he should do it. He had fought that battle first of all and come off victor, though a little faint and spent, perhaps. He gave his bridle and a coin to the grinning Negro who came shambling out from the rear. "Howdy, Mars Gordon. Thank you, sir. How does your corporosity seem to satiate, sir?" "All right, Jake. My corporosity is in prime condition. You haven't forgotten how to talk dictionary, I see, since I've been away. How are you?" "Mighty poorly, bless the Lord, sir." No well-bred Negro ever owned up to being anything more than poorly or tolerable at most. "You don't look it," said Gordon, giving the sleek face and well-fed body a critical glance. "You are possumin'. How's Caroline?" "Caroline's just tolerable, sir. She's got a misery in her chest, Caroline is. Mars Gordon, looks like you favors your pa mo' and mo' all the time. You just a very spit of him. Yes, sir, dat you is." "Are the ladies at home, Jake?" Gordon's heart was beating so that he was glad of the Negro's loquacity. It gave him time to steady himself. "Yes, sir, dey all in de house, 'scusin' of Miss Virginia. She done gone to Independence to make a visit. Jes' walk in, Mars Gordon. Dey done heard de pronouncement dat you'd come from y'all's Bentley was comin' over here sparkin' dat triflin' no-count Liz. I reckon dey's contemplatin' your arrival, sir." They received him exactly as they would have done a year ago. They talked of his journey home, his school, his commencement, Virginia's absence and the disappointment she would feel at not seeing him. Everything but Beverly and the war. People grew very skillful in those days at threading the passages of conversation without running into shoal water. At last Gordon asked pointedly about Beverly. "He is in Jefferson City," Mrs. Trevilian said, with a little tremble of the chin. "We couldn't keep him, Gordon." "Some of us didn't want to keep him," Miss Nanny said, with flashing eyes. "I gloried in his spirit." Mrs. Trevilian talked straight on. Gordon's heart sank. In many ways, Virginia was like Miss Nanny. She was intense and sometimes imperious. And yet she was like her sweet mother, too, who was always reasonable. This was the undercurrent that was running in his mind while Mrs. Trevilian talked. She told him all about Beverly and the message she had left. Miss Nanny had been called away, and they talked more freely without her. "He said he knew you would be for the Union, Gordon, but that should never come between you." And Gordon felt a sudden rush of feeling to heart and eyes. He rose to go at last, and Mrs. Trevilian went with him out upon the pillared portico. Keswick had never looked more beautiful. A queen of the prairie was trained around one column, and a Baltimore belle, with its full-set clusters and the fragrance one never forgets, was on the other. At the parlor window was a sweetbrier. He and Virginia had found it in the woods one day and planted it there. They were all doing their bravest. It was a time for nature to help, and Missouri roses are riotous in June. They stood in silence. Not a word had been said about his plans. He looked out now over the scene before him with a sudden prophetic anguish of spirit. How peaceful it was! How beautiful! What would it be when he saw it again? On the left was the summer house. How often he and she had sat there together. Would they ever again? When he turned to Mrs. Trevilian, his eyes were dim. He took her hand and raised it to his lips. "It has been like home to me," he said, "and I may not see it again." Her hand closed over his. "You are going?" she said, rather than asked. "I am going. I can't expect you to say Godspeed, Mrs. Trevilian, but give me your blessing." She took him in her arms. He was almost like her own son to her. "God keep you, my child. I pray him that you two may never meet in battle." "Heaven grant it. But if we do, I do not need to tell you, Mrs. Trevilian, that this arm will never be raised against him." "I believe it, Gordon," she said. It comforted him afterward to remember her faith. And this was the sweet memory of Keswick he took with him. End of Chapter 20. Recording by Brian Keenan.
Chapter 21 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Order Number 11. By Carolyn Abbot Stanley. Chapter 21. Oh, Sister Phoebe. They were having a party at Mr. Delano's in Independence the next night. Thank God it is never all shadow anywhere or anywhen in this world. They were in full tide of what the scoffing called Presbyterian dancing. Mr. Delano was an elder, and of course could not be expected to countenance worldly amusements. Dancing he believed to be a device of the evil one. In fact, he knew it. His mind never experienced one fleeting doubt on this subject. His principles were ultramarine, and his practice, well, the young people in his house always stood in a ring instead of a parallelogram, the girls sandwiched between the boys, and then joined hands and circled to the left to the music of their own young voices, in the pious delusion that it was not a dance, but a play. Good Mr. Delano, looking on with approval and thanking God that these dear lambs were not as other lambs, not even as the poor ungodly Episcopalians, who fiddled openly and danced on the square. It was "Oh, Sister Phoebe" they were playing, the game that stands in all hearts of that day for youthful effervescence and the joy of life. It was another Missouri Compromise. It has limbered the joints and satisfied the cravings of whole generations of youthful sinners, longing to dance and daring not. Even Mr. McTavish could see no harm in "Oh, Sister Phoebe," though his more acrid spouse, after watching it once, said that for her part she couldn't see much difference between professors and worldlians. One seemed about as limber-jointed as the other. But the majority took Mr. McTavish's view, and the Presbyterian youngsters got their share after all, for nature is rarely cheated. They were singing it gaily tonight, with a soft swish of skirts and the tread of slippered feet. "Oh, Sister Phoebe, how merry were we when we sat under the juniper tree. The juniper tree-y, hi-oh, hi-oh, the juniper tree-y, hi-oh." Thus far, it was always clear sailing, and everybody felt and looked natural. But in the next quatrain, a choice was imminent, and those having any reasonable hope of being selected by the lone occupant of the ring looked away in rosy self-consciousness or cast coquettish glances, as the case might be. And now it was, "Rise you up, Johnny, and choose the one. choose you the fairest, or else choose none. Or else choose none, hi-oh, hi-oh, or else choose none, hi-oh. All this was preliminary, of course, for with the maiden of his choice seated demurely beside him, Johnny, or Tommy, or Jimmy, or whoever the happy youth might be, had a cap in his hand with which to crown the captured lady. For his guerdon he was to, but the song itself tells it. Take this cap on your head, keep your head warm, take a sweet kiss, and 'twill do you no harm. 'Twill do you no harm, hi-oh, hi-oh, 'twill do you no harm, hi-oh. And probably it never did. None of us can remember the damage anyway, though we have no difficulty in recalling the bliss. From time to time, couples slipped out of the ring and promenaded up and down the piazza, which seemed built on purpose, running as it did the length of 2 generous Missouri rooms and the hall. Then there was the summer house in the yard, whose moonlighted doorway and shadowy nooks stood invitingly near. Of course, a place of any pretensions always had a summer house. Virginia Trevelyan was radiant that night in a dotted white Swiss, with blue-shirred ribbons defining her snowy arms and neck, and a queen of the prairie rose in her hair. John Delano had asked her if it were named for her. It might have been, considering her stateliness, the bloom on her cheek, and her prairie home. Somehow nobody ever thought of Virginia as a country girl. She was simply from Jackson or the prairie. She was talking animated to young Tevis when she heard her name pronounced behind her in a stage whisper by Uncle Joe, the Negro man who waited on the door. She excused herself and stepped into the hall. "What is it, Uncle Joe?" "Dey some young man waitin' for you outside, Miss Virginia. Num he say he won't come in. He's waitin' down dar by the white honeysuckle." "Who is it? Do you know?" "No'm, I don't know him. Looks to me like he's one of dese heah Federals." "Oh, no, Uncle Joe," she laughed. "There's no Federal that wants me, or would get me if he did." She ran lightly down the walk to the honeysuckle, which covered a flaring, fan-shaped frame out in the yard. A tall man stood in its shadow. She cast a half-scared glance toward the house as she saw the uniform of a soldier. "Did you wish to see me?" she asked, with head erect. "I am Miss Trevelyan." The visor of the man's fatigue cap threw his face into shadow. "Virginia!" "Why, Gordon Lay!" She put her hands impulsively in his and then drew back. "What are you doing in those clothes?" His heart sank. He had not seen her since September. Before her welcome even was her disapprobation made manifest. "When did you get home from Kentucky?" "The day after you went away, your mother said." "Did you go to see Mother?" "No, I went to see you, but you were gone. Then I came on here. I couldn't go without seeing you, Virginia." She dropped into a seat that stood at the foot of the honeysuckle, and he sat down beside her. They were enveloped by its cloying sweet. The fragrance associated itself forever afterward with that hour. "Gordon, are you really going?" His soldier dress had told the news. "I am going. I have come to say goodbye." "But, Gordon, why do you go? I know you don't feel as we do. But why must you go to fight your own people? For they are your own people." "Because I am needed," he said simply. "Did you know Beverly had gone?" "Yes." "Suppose you two should meet on the battlefield. Have you thought of it?" "I have thought of it many, many times, Virginia. But he did what he thought was right, and I must do the same. Do you blame me for it?" "No, it isn't that. But, oh, Gordon, It is so dreadful. Will you be where they will fire cannon and bombs and all those things that you can't dodge as you could a little bullet? I shall go wherever they send me, he said. A soldier cannot choose. When did you enlist? Yesterday. The moonlight made the place like day, except for the shadow of the honeysuckle. Did Mother see you in those clothes? No, but I don't believe it would have made any difference with her if she had. He was thinking of her parting blessing. Gordon, stand up. He stood before her in the full strength of his young manhood. His uniform accentuated his height. She shivered and turned her head with a little gasp. You are so tall. They would be sure to aim for you. The promenaders went back and forth on the piazza. Black coats and figures in voluminous skirts and rainbow tints, with gleaming bare arms, flitted past the French windows. The soft tramp of that endless circle came to them plainly. There was a burst of gay laughter now and then, and the song went on afresh. Oh, Sister Phoebe, how merry were we! Virginia drew her breath almost in a sob. It was always in the past. How merry were we! How merry were we! It seemed to her that it would never be are we again. There was a tightening in her throat and a constriction about her heart. What good times they had had all their lives! But it was over now, with Beverly in one army and Gordon in the other. Oh, it was too dreadful, and that wretched, senseless music. When we sat under the juniper tree, hi-oh, the juniper. She recalled how they used to wonder what the juniper tree was, and why Sister Phoebe had chosen that, and who Sister Phoebe was anyway. But if the juniper tree was not in her catalogue of remembered umbrage, almost everything else was. Everything, certainly, that grew in Jackson County, and Gordon was with her under them all. There were the apple trees they used to rifle in the spring, and the haw bushes, and the crab apple down in the pasture whose blossoms, Gordon had told her shyly one day, were just the color of her cheek. She had always remembered that, for that was the day she first found out. Oh, well. And there were the locust trees in Dr. Lay's yard, under which they had all sat and played authors, steeping themselves in perfumed bliss and carefree indolence, while the bees went back and forth gathering honey for future needs and looking down in buzzing superiority upon the lazy mortals, never guessing that they too were gathering sweets for wintry days. And there were the redbuds and dogwood that the boys had scorned to have called trees at all, and the giants of the forest that they climbed for grapes, and the hickories and black walnuts of their youthful hunts, when they did not mind stained hands for the joy that was set before them of luscious nuts and winter nights and Scott's novels, and the big honey locust, under which they found the thorns to use as stilettos for the gown yokes the girls were always embroidering. Even the sapling spoke of him, for one of her earliest recollections was of the boys holding down the slender trees for herself and Sally to mount and ride. Gordon always showed her exactly where to sit and let her up gently, while Beverly misled the trusting Sally and went into convulsions of laughter on the ground as she shot shrieking into the air. Oh, the good times they had had under the trees, and Gordon was in them all. How merry were we! How merry were we! Virge, he dropped into the old name unconsciously. Suppose I shouldn't come back. Would you care? Care? It seemed to the girl, with a cannonball before her eyes, that she would never care for anything else. There was little coquetry about Virginia Trevelyan, and there was no time for it, had there been. They were facing tremendous issues, and they knew it. "Oh, Gordon," she said, her heart in her eyes, and he took her to his arms. It was a poor wooing, but when two hearts have opened side by side from nascent bud to perfect flower, there is small need of words. "Virginia, if I come back." If? She clung to him. He would come back. He would. Surely the cannonball would pass him by. It must strike somebody, of course, but not him. Oh, God, not him. It was thus we pray, with inarticulate moans. It is thus we believe in our helplessness and in our love. Some other one, not ours, we say, forgetting in our anguish that he, too, that other one is somebody's stay, somebody's best beloved. "If I come back," he whispered. "When you come back," she said, her form erect, her head thrown back, with shining eyes and lips that tried hard not to quiver. "When you come back." She would not say if. And so they were betrothed. "Virginia," he said after a while, "I was half afraid to come to you in my uniform. I thought you might scorn me, perhaps because I had it on, and yet I wore it purposely." She looked up at him proudly. "Why should I scorn you for offering your life for the cause you think right? If, feeling as you do, you had stayed at home rather than risk losing me, then I should have scorned you. I can forgive a courageous act, even when it is against my side, but a base one, never. Dearest, I think one could hardly do a base thing with love of you in his heart." Virginia remembered those words long afterward, and tried to believe they were true. "But, oh, Gordon," she cried later, "I do wish you were in the other army. I won't know now which side to pray for." "Pray that the right may win," he said gravely. End of chapter 21. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 22 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Order Number 11 by Carolyn Abbot Stanley. Chapter 22. Border Warfare Begins. One September morning, 3 months after that farewell under the honeysuckle, James H. Lane, with his Kansas troops, crossed the border into Missouri. 2 weeks later, that body of cavalry in their beautiful suits of blue rode proudly back into Kansas City, the flag at their head, the flag men were dying for elsewhere, and in their rear the spoils of war. They had struck a blow for the Union. The little town of Osceola was in ashes. A score of her citizens, who had dared resist the looting of their homes, lay dead or dying. The contents of the wagons told the rest. "Everything disloyal," said General Lane, "must be cleaned out." And remarks his biographer, "Never were orders more literally or cheerfully obeyed. Indeed, if we may believe the record, the disloyalty most feared by this worthy brigade was that which lurked in feather beds and silver plate. They must rid the land of that, first and foremost." "What do you think of this, sir?" demanded Colonel Trevelyan of Dr. Lay when the news of that raid reached Grand Prairie. "It is damnable, sir, damnable." Mrs. Lay started. In all her life, she had never heard her husband come so near swearing. The doctor's indignation was so deep and his chagrin so evident that Colonel Trevelyan really said less than he had intended to say. He could not help remarking, however, that he understood Lane's own particular share of the spoils to have been a fine carriage. "It is true, sir," returned the doctor. "I have it from good authority. I hunted that story down when I was in Kansas City yesterday. That man, sir, is a disgrace to the flag he follows. He wrote a letter that night to Governor Robinson of Kansas, whom he had met several times at the Gillis House, protesting in the name of the Union men of the border against such outrages. They will force men into the Confederate Army. They have already done so." To this letter, Governor Robinson replied that weeks ago he had written General Fremont, commander of the Western Department, urging that Lane's brigade be removed from the border. "I have told him," he wrote, "that what we have to fear, and do fear, is that Lane's brigade will get up a war by going over the line, committing depredations, and then returning to our state." Dr. Lay took this letter over to Mr. Whalen, and after some consultation, they decided to write a letter of protest from Jackson County themselves. The letter was barely gone when still more alarming intelligence reached them. Osceola was several counties removed. The new danger was near at hand. At that time, there were no railroads in western Missouri, and the transportation of supplies became a question of some importance. About 200 prairie schooners and 500 or 600 oxen were collected at Kansas City to be sent to Jefferson City and Rolla as terminal points. General Lane's Kansas troops were to escort them. If the people along the route had heard that the escort was to be the Devil's Own, they would not have felt more consternation. They were wild with fear. Anything would be better than to risk such a visitation. Without realizing that they were promising what they could by no possibility be sure of fulfilling, some misguided ones pledged the government authorities that if only the escort were not sent, the train should be unmolested. The wagons started in 2 sections, 24 hours apart. They camped in neighboring towns, and in one ill-fated night were set upon. The wagons burned, and the cattle stampeded. It was probably the initial work of Quantrell's guerrillas, but the penalty fell upon the innocent, not the guilty. It was made the pretext for Jennison's first raid. Jennison, the scourge of the border, the man who fought with lasso and torch, the scavenger whose grappling hook took hold of all that was worth having and never let go. From that day, the people of the hapless section ate the bread of adversity and drank the water of affliction. "A nation has come up upon my land," lamented the Hebrew prophet, "strong and without number, whose teeth are the teeth of a lion, and he hath the cheek teeth of a great lion. He hath laid my vine waste, and barked my fig trees. A fire devoureth before them, and behind them a flame burneth. The land is as the Garden of Eden before them, and behind them a desolate wilderness." He might have said it of the border. The Sabbath that followed will not be forgotten by this generation, nor the next in that vicinity. It is called Jennison's Day yet. The prophet Joel certainly had that devoted land in mind. "Tell your children of it," he says, "and let your children tell their children, and their children another generation. That which the palmer worm hath left hath the locust eaten, and that which the locust hath left hath the cankerworm eaten, and that which the cankerworm hath left hath the caterpillar eaten." The pious Palmers came in Lane's footpad brigade. A swarm of locusts lighted when Jennison and his jayhawkers swept down upon the land. The noisome cankerworm, with mandibles multiplied, crept after them in the redlegs. When they got through, there was nothing left for the caterpillar. Grand Prairie's day came later. Through that fall and winter they waited and trembled. A counter-force was gathering in the woods around them. 7 or 8 desperate men had met on Little Blue and chosen a leader. That leader was Quantrell, a name rivaling Jennison's for grim work from the first and surpassing it when the last stroke fell. They were not all outlaws in the beginning. Most of them went in with a wound that rankled. Some of them had seen the accumulation of a lifetime go up in smoke while their families were thrust out upon the pitiless prairies. Others had followed bloodied stock to the Kansas border and gone back to take up their guns. One had seen a father's gray hairs dabbled in blood. Another mourned a son. Many there were who went because they could not stay in safety at home. Every raid of Jennison sent recruits to Quantrell. It was safer to be in the brush than at home, and they would have revenge at any rate. The clans were gathering all along the Snai, the stream abounding in fastnesses and skirted by almost inaccessible precipices. It was a good spot for a lurking foe. It is historic yet. The hold-ups which have given rise to the worn joke, "Gentlemen, we are now entering Missouri. Secrete your valuables," have many of them had their origins in this very Cracker Neck, and some of the men who planned them are survivors of that band. On Grand Prairie, they held their breath. They knew that when the shock came, it would be terrific, and they were in the storm center. Beverly was with Price in southwest Missouri, making bullets from Granby lead and improvising cartridges. He was a lieutenant now, and had sewed a bit of red flannel on his shoulder to show it, straps not being at hand. He and Gordon had fought against each other at Lexington, but neither knew it. Gordon was shut up with beleaguered Mulligan, and Beverly fought behind the hemp breastworks that won the day. Ike Swampscott stood beside him. They were all busy sewing one day at Keswick in the early spring of 1862. Mrs. Trevelyan was finishing off a zouave jacket for Virginia, made from one of her father's black broadcloth coats turned. It was to go with a Garibaldi waist of magenta delaine, which had once been white, but was now the fashionable war color by virtue of a bath in cudbear. Cudbear was an aniline dye, which had the double merit of being bright and cheap. Everything was colored with cudbear during the war, from bonnet ribbons to carpet rags. There are some persons who have an unconquerable aversion to cerise and all kindred shades. They are usually persons with good memories. The color brings up the instant suspicion, no matter how fine the article, that it has been dyed. The Garibaldi waist and the zouave jacket were a part of Virginia's outfit for a visit to Matt Delano. It was to be worn with a black silk skirt of Miss Nanny's, flounced to the waist. Virginia was trying on a pair of side-laced draped-a-tay gaiters that Uncle Reuben had just sold for her. She had got the pattern from Liddy Merriweather, and it had gone all over the neighborhood. Dry goods and shoes were getting frightfully dear, but one couldn't go barefoot. People hardly knew how they would have got along without the providential rise of that fashion in gaiters. Sometimes they were made of scraps of cloth, but draped-a-tay was the approved material. Somehow the foreign name took off the homemade curse. "It is all ready to put on," said Mrs. Trevelyan, looking at the jacket admiringly. "What do you think of it, Nan?" "It is very pretty indeed," returned Miss Nanny, "especially to have been made out of rags and gumption." There was a loud knock at the front door just then, and Mrs. Trevelyan opened it. 2 armed soldiers stood outside. "Madam," said one respectfully, "we are belated, and would like to stay all night if we can." "Certainly," said Mrs. Trevelyan. No belated traveler had ever been turned from that door, no matter what was the color of his coat. If he had been a friend and a Virginian instead of a foe and a Kansan, he could not have received more courteous treatment. He and his companion were entertained until bedtime, and then put into the guest chamber, being invited in the meantime to remain to family prayers. At breakfast they were served with hot waffles, which they liked, being rather surfeited with hardtack. When they were starting away, the leader beckoned Mrs. Trevelyan into the hall. "Madam," he said, "you have treated me as a gentleman. I will prove to you that I am one. Jennison is coming through here tomorrow. If you have anything of value, hide it, and lie like the devil." End of chapter 22. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 23 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Keenan. Order Number 11 by Caroline Abbot Stanley. Chapter 23. A Day of Sowing. The warning threw them into the utmost consternation. What should they hide? Where would they hide it? Messengers were dispatched to different places to give the alarm. To Mr. Swamscott's, Mr. Pascoe's, Miss Martha Robnett's, all of whom had sons or brothers in the Southern Army, and to a number of others who had taken no part in the war, but were known to be Southern sympathizers. Virginia got on Rob Roy and rode over to Dr. Lay's. There was not much probability of the Jayhawkers molesting them, Colonel Trevelyan thought, but it would do no harm to put them on their guard. Miss Nanny herself went over to Miss Tiny's. There was never any telling how they would take things, she said. Their attitude verified the assertion. Miss Tiny, who was the leading spirit, simply stood up in the middle of the floor and declared that they would not turn over a hand. When her position was defined, Miss Tony supported it. Were they receivers of stolen goods, she demanded, that they must put things into hiding? Certainly not. If these cutthroats and thieves chose to rob and kill, let them do it. If they had to be overrun by an abolitionized North, life was not worth much anyway. No, she should hide nothing. "But, Miss Tiny," urged Miss Nanny, "they probably won't kill you, and they will take your silver. You don't want to eat with pewter spoons just because we are in the hands of the abolitionized North, do you?" "I shall hide nothing," said Miss Tiny, firmly. "It would be undignified and unworthy a Virginian to concede in such a manner any possible control they might have over my property. I hope I am not so lost to what... She never finished it. She was accustomed to ask herself in any unexpected emergency, what would they do in my native state? Or to say promptly in any known case, they never do so in Virginia. Today, the props were all knocked from under her. She was without precedent. "Miss Tiny," Miss Nanny said, desperately, "if you won't do that, there is only one other thing to do. Brother William says to tell you you must put yourself under the protection of your brother in the Federal Army. He says to show them the letter you received from your brother Jeems telling of his determination to stand by the Union, and tell them that if they harm you in any way, they will have to answer for it to a United States officer. He thinks that even the Jayhawkers will not dare to molest the sisters of General Bascom." At the beginning of this message, Miss Tony had glanced with startled apprehension at her sister. That name had never been spoken even between themselves since the day the letter came. But a surging hope rose in her heart. This would be such a reasonable way of escape from the danger that threatened them. She waited, breathless, for her sister's reply. Miss Tiny did not falter. She was as white as she would be when she was dead, but the hard lines around the mouth did not soften. She looked straight into the eyes of her visitor. "We have no brother," she said. Miss Tony fell back in her chair, and Miss Nanny went home in a rage. "They deserve to lose everything they have," she told her brother. At Dr. Lay's, Virginia heard news that put the Jayhawkers out of her mind. Gordon had been ordered south. He was coming down the next night to say goodbye. What had taken place under the honeysuckle was a sweet secret between these two. They had never confided it to a soul. Engagements were not made public then as now. But Mrs. Lay put her arms tenderly around Virginia when she went away and drew her to her heart. Perhaps she guessed. There was a scurrying around on Grand Prairie that day. At Keswick they hid the silver and the little money they still had, and Colonel Trevilian's best suit, and Beverly's that he had left. It did not occur to them to hide women's clothing, which was unfortunate. Over the parlor was a dark garret, entered from the hall bedroom. Such valuables as they could collect were thrust in here. The door was papered over, a bed put up against it, and they felt reasonably secure. There was not much sleep at Keswick that night, nor elsewhere on Grand Prairie. In the morning, the Philistines were upon them. The Trevilians really had very little idea what they were to expect, but they supposed, in the simplicity of their souls, that this was an army on its way somewhere, and that Jennison would be at its head. As they watched the soldiers coming up the road, their bayonets glittering in the morning sun, they were surprised to see how few there were, only 8. "This must be just the advance guard," said Miss Nanny. But in a moment, some government wagons rolled into view. Empty ones, as they found out later, and no more soldiers appeared. "Can that be Jennison?" asked Miss Nanny, as she and her niece peered through the Venetian blinds. "The one at the head, I mean. Why, haven't I seen that man somewhere?" Virginia was thinking, with a sudden sinking of her heart, that she had seen the one behind him. They had no time, however, for further investigation, for the squad had now passed beyond the range of their vision. "Aunt Nan," said Virginia, "I believe in my soul that is—" The sentence was unfinished, for at that moment there was a resounding, imperious knock at the door with the butt end of a rifle. Colonel Trevilian went to the door, and the 3 women crowded around him. Thus, when the door was opened, it happened that the whole family confronted Mr. Tigerman. And what could be worse to confront in such a moment than a small vindictive soul, nursing a fancied grievance, and clothed with a little brief authority? "Good morning, Tigerman," said the colonel, as though he had met him yesterday. The man swelled up like a frog. His day had come now. "Lieutenant Tigerman, if you please, when you speak to me," he said brusquely. "Ah, Lieutenant Tigerman, and what can I do for you, sir?" "I want your arms, and that pretty quick." He ignored the ladies with fine disdain, remembering a time when one of them had ignored him. "Come, I don't want any of your palaver." "We have no arms," said Colonel Trevilian. "They were all taken from us at the beginning of the war by Colonel Jennison's orders, as you must know." Virginia had been scanning the faces behind the lieutenant. There were but 6 of them. The one she was looking for was not there. Tigerman pushed past the group in the hall and strode into Mrs. Trevilian's room on the left. How often he had longed to enter that house and hold familiar converse with its inmates. Well, the time had come at last. "Unlock that drawer," he commanded, pointing to a mahogany bureau, "and don't give me any more of your damned impertinence." There were 7 armed men against him, and Colonel Trevilian unlocked the drawer. While Tigerman was going through the bureau, and a soldier standing guard, the other men were scattering through the house. When this raid into Jackson County was planned, Tigerman had boasted with an oath that he would gut Keswick. The rest might go where they pleased, but he would have that for his share, and he had called for volunteers to assist. The men understood their privileges and availed themselves of them. Finding that it was plunder and not blood they were after, Colonel Trevilian left them and hurried down to his stables, and the 3 helpless women stood by and watched the ravaging of their home. Upon the pretext of looking for concealed weapons, wardrobes were rummaged and drawers ransacked. Trunks were emptied on the floor to make room for such things as they wanted to carry away. Silk dresses, furs, jewelry, table linen, all was grist that came to their mill. 2 of the men spying around went into the hall bedroom. "Seems to me that's a queer place for a bed," said one, looking around with a practiced eye. They whirled it aside, and the patch of new paper told its story. They did not even have the trouble of hunting up the Trevelyan valuables. They were collected ready for them. Miss Nanny stood by, speechless with rage. When they took her pearls, her beautiful necklace and brooch and pendant earrings that were to be Virginia's on her wedding day, her voice returned. "You are brave soldiers," she cried, maddened past all sense of fear. "Is this the way you fight your country's battles? Filching jewelry from bureau drawers?" The man laughed lightly. "You are a rebel, aren't you?" "Yes, I'm a rebel, to the backbone. If I had ever been Union, I wouldn't own it now." "Nan!" But Miss Nanny was past stopping, even by that soft voice. "Well, I guess we have a right to confiscate rebel goods," said the man, holding up an Ashes of Roses silk and then laying it in the trunk. "Do you know what Florence Nightingale said?" demanded Miss Nanny. "I believe I haven't the honor of Florence's acquaintance. What did she say?" "She said, 'Governments confiscate, soldiers steal.'" Mrs. Trevelyan caught her by the arm and shook her. "Nan, these men will shoot you." "Sister Betty, I don't care if they do. I will say what I think of it. It's infamous." "Go ahead," said the man, good-humoredly. "It does you good, and it don't hurt us." In another room, Virginia was pleading for her zouave jacket and dry-tee gaiters. It was no use. Ahab coveted the garden, even to the snowdrops and the lilies of the valley. The government wagons were driven close to the door. Into them went household goods of every description: beds, mattresses, furniture, silk quilts, rose blankets, even heirlooms and family portraits. Mrs. Trevelyan begged for the portraits, but Lieutenant Tigerman had a taste for the beautiful, if not for the good and the true, and family portraits are scarce in a new country. Colonel Trevelyan's best suit had been thrust hastily into Logan's box, in the hope that the Negro's belongings would not be searched. Vain hope. A tall soldier drew them out with gloating eyes. "For de Lord's sake, master," said the Negro, "don't take my breeches. Dem's de ones I'm going to be married in." The man took a look at the long legs in his grasp, and then at the squat figure of the darky. "You're lying," he said. "By the length of them, they belong to that long-legged old rebel in the house." Virginia kept close to her father that day. She soon left the house to her mother and Miss Nanny. Locking her arm in his, she went with him as he tried to save his stock. While the others were at work in the house the day before, he had been busy outside. Rex, his blooded bull, had been taken down into the brush and corralled. The more valuable animals of other kinds were disposed of in like manner. They might have saved themselves the trouble. When the men came, they called for Rex by name. His fame had gone abroad, and they had come for him. It was when they were getting Rex that Virginia came face to face with Emmons Baird. He half spoke, being taken at a disadvantage, for he had not expected to see her here. She only looked him over with scornful eyes. It was he that she had seen then. She thought so. Her look angered him, as her words had once before. "I've come back," he said insolently, "to keep company with you." "I see," she said quietly. "You went away like a thief in the night, and you've come back like a thief in the daytime. I suppose you can't help it." Colonel Trevelyan stood by, as many another man on Grand Prairie did that day, utterly powerless, as his choice herd was driven off. He would not beg, It would have done no good if he had. They needed stock. Of all the people on that place and all the things they had set out to do, only Mammy was successful in holding her position. She had undertaken to save the meat. They had fed soldiers before, and Mammy was tired of it. Moreover, there was the constant fear that the meat might someday be carted off. She set her wits to work to devise a plan whereby this might be prevented, and Mammy's wits were not to be despised. Somehow and somewhere she had got hold of a spoiled ham. She kept it in a box, ready for the emergency. That day, one of Lieutenant Tigerman's soldiers came to the kitchen door and ordered dinner for 12 men. Of course, teamsters have to be fed as well as men that bear arms for their country. Mammy had seen the lieutenant looking into the smokehouse, and she recognized the fact that the emergency had come. She drew forth the ham and a turkey wing, talking volubly as she did so to prevent the man's getting away. She made savage passes at the meat, but did not cut into it. "Hurry up, old woman. We can't stay here all day." Mammy flirted the wing higher and higher. "Yes, sir, Mars Colonel. I's hurrying all I kin. I just brishin' de skippers off dis here meat. They awful vigorous, skippers is, but I'll get 'em out directly. Look here, Mars Colonel." The man came close and surveyed the meat. "Ugh, throw that to the hogs. Haven't you got anything else?" "Nothing but middlin'," said Mammy, regretfully. "We all got some monstrous good fat middlin'. Look like de skippers don't care so much for de side meat." "Neither do we. Uncle Sam gives us enough sow belly. Haven't you got any chickens?" "Nary a chicken," said Mammy, glancing down toward the pasture as she spoke, in mortal terror lest the recreant fowls that she had been at pains to tie in a thicket should have escaped and taken this inopportune time for a stroll. Just then Lieutenant Tigerman came around the house. "I don't know, but we better go on to the next place for dinner, Lieutenant. Look at this meat." Lieutenant Tigerman took one look, and then stepped to the smokehouse door. A goodly array of hams hung from the joists. "Are they all like that?" he asked. He was intending to fill in vacant spots with hams. "Yes, sir, dis just a fair sample, I reckon," said Mammy, respectfully. "We all had monstrous bad luck with de meat dis year." It is likely that if Colonel Trevilian had heard her, he would have upset the whole successful venture. He would rather have lost his hams than his reputation for curing them. That is, he would in 62. The men turned away. Lieutenant Tigerman spoke a word to the soldier ready with the ladder, and Mammy put the ham back in the box with a chuckle. "You done mighty well dat time, old sow-leg. I go and try you and de skippers again." And she did. When that cavalcade crossed the boundary between the two states, it looked like the train of some barbaric conqueror. All it lacked was the captives in chains. It stretched out miles and miles in length. Herds of cattle, flocks of sheep, droves of swine. Blooded stock was rare in Kansas then. Many a man got his start that day. Behind them was despair. The next day, Lieutenant Tigerman drove a government wagon into his private yard in the outskirts of Lawrence. Mrs. Tigerman came out to assist in the unloading. "My land," she said admiringly, "ain't that a mattress worth having? There must be 40 pounds of hair in it." Mrs. Tigerman had usually lain on shucks. "I bet they hated to see that go." Mr. Tigerman set down his end of a heavy pier glass that had been the pride of Keswick and the country round. As he looked at it now, even he had his doubts about its feeling at home on his wife's rag carpet. But then, there might be other trips and other carpets. He took off his coat, his beautiful coat of blue, with the lieutenant's straps, and wiped his brow. "I tell you," he said firmly, "this Union's got to be preserved, no matter what it costs. There ain't any sacrifices we can make that is too great." "That there ain't," asseverated his wife, fervently, shaking out the folds of Miss Nanny Trevilian's lavender silk. "I'm nothing but a poor, weak woman, and it ain't much I can do, but I'm going to stand by the government to the last. Did you get any spoons? End of chapter 23. Recording by Brian Keenan. Chapter 24 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Keenan. Order Number 11 by Caroline Abbot Stanley. Chapter 24. Trifles Light as Air. Reprisals came. That train was hardly out of the state before Mr. Westover, a Union man, was called out by Quantrell's men and shot on his own threshold. Mr. Whalen had his stable burned. Dr. Lay's last horse was taken, a calamity for a doctor. And so it went. When Gordon came down the next night, he found a household filled with apprehension for his safety and their own. They ate supper with locked doors and drawn shades. It was late when he got over to Keswick. Virginia had been to the front door a dozen times, listening for hoofbeats. At last they came, and, catching up a shawl, she sped down the walk into the night. She was waiting for him at the gate. "Gordon," she whispered. It might not be he, and even if it were, there was no telling these days who would be skulking around. "Virginia!" It was the first time he had seen her since that night under the honeysuckle, and on that meeting nobody shall intrude. As they started up the walk, the door opened, and a shaft of light fell upon them. Virginia drew Gordon hastily into the shadow. Then the light was obscured, and Miss Nanny stood in the doorway. By the time they got to the porch, they were all there to greet him, and he was taken into the family room. If Gordon had had any haunting doubts about his reception, they were cast to the winds now. He almost wished, as the evening flew by, that they were not so fond of him, for he had not a word with Virginia alone. There was so much to talk about, the Tigerman raid, and all the exciting times of the last 8 months, that it almost seemed as if the evening was gone before it was begun. As he left Virginia at the steps, Gordon whispered, in a voice inaudible to the rest, "Tomorrow we'll go down to the grapevine tree. I've got to see you." Then he was gone. The next morning, as Gordon was taking a morning nap, he heard his father's voice calling him. He sprang up. There was a note of alarm in that voice. "Gordon, did you fasten the stable door last night?" "Yes, sir. Why?" "Your horse is gone." "My horse," echoed Gordon, in consternation. "Gone?" He was throwing on his clothes and going down the steps as he spoke. "It's gone. When Wash went down this morning to take care of him, the door was open and the horse gone. It must have been taken, I think, though I thought it was just possible that you had not fastened the door and he might have got loose and started home." "I am in hopes that is the way it was," said Gordon. "Still, I'm sure I fastened the door. He might possibly have worked it loose. If it was a Kansas City horse, it would go straight home." It was a Kansas City horse. Damon was lame, and I had to get another one. It is rather lucky he was. By Jove, he said, shaking his head, as he took in the bearings of the case upon his safety. I'd hate to think he was stolen. Was the saddle gone? "I don't know," returned the doctor. "Wash has just come in. I didn't think to ask." They went down to the stable themselves. There were fresh tracks around the lot, and the saddle was gone. That made it certain. "Well," said Gordon, ruefully, as they told the tale at the house, "I begin to wish I was safely out of this. And I don't just know how I'm going to get out." "Colonel Trevilian is going tomorrow to Kansas City," said the doctor. "Perhaps—" "Why couldn't he go in the Rockaway?" cried Sally. "And Virginia could go along for protection." "I wonder if the colonel would dare to take me," Gordon said. "Of course he would," returned his father. And so the matter rested. It wouldn't be so bad after all, Gordon thought. At the breakfast table, Sally said, "Gordon, did they tell you how Uncle Reuben saved the Rockaway?" "No, they told me about Mammy and the meat." "Well, Uncle Reuben was about as smart as Mammy. He took off a wheel and hid it, and nobody knew where it was, and old Tigerman couldn't take it off on 3 wheels, and so they have it still. Good for Uncle Reuben. I suppose if it hadn't been for him, Mrs. Tigerman and the cubs would have been riding in it today. And the raid kept them busy during the meal. That morning, Virginia had to go down to Mrs. Tobe Taggart's on an errand. Mrs. Taggart was a weaver, and Mrs. Trevilian wanted a rag carpet woven. She had had it in mind for some time to have one woven for Mammy's house, but the raid had changed things. The dining room carpet was presumably being put down in Kansas this morning, and the lady of the house and Mammy and Miss Nanny were busy dyeing and cutting and sewing rags to replace it. The affairs of the household must go on in spite of war, sometimes because of it. Virginia was in something of a hurry this morning, having in mind the meeting at the grapevine tree, and was rather reluctant to undertake the errand. She had herself an undutiful feeling that they had lost a good deal of time last night. Having finished her business conference with Mrs. Taggart, she started toward the blocks where she had left her horse. She looked round her curiously as she went down the steps into the unfloored passageway between the 2 rooms that comprised the house. She had heard of that passageway from Miss Nanny. It was open in front, and in it was stored everything that did not have a definite place elsewhere: saddles, riding skirts, bags of grain, and sacks of wool, the grindstone where it would be handy, and the big wheel just now not in use. From the joists hung strings of red peppers and dried okra, hanks of warp, and flapping garments waiting for their sacrifice. Great bags of carpet rags and balls proclaimed the nature of Mrs. Taggart's calling. Virginia smiled to herself, recalling Miss Nanny's succinct account of the place the first time she ever saw it. "Sister Betty," she had exclaimed hysterically and with cumulative emphasis, "I tell you there is everything on the face of God's earth in that passage but the mare and colt." Renee went out with her to the horse blocks. It was no unusual thing to do, but the girl was so silent about it that it did not seem a simple act of politeness. She hardly seemed to notice what Virginia was saying about the chickens in the yard. She led the horse up to the blocks, and, as Virginia thanked her and was gathering up the reins, she stopped her with a gesture. "There's something I want to say to you," she said. "Wait till Ma goes in." She stooped to tug at the girth. When she raised her head, Mrs. Taggart had gone into the house. "What is it, Renee?" Virginia said in a low tone. She was startled at the girl's manner. "It's about Gordon Lay," she said. "He's home, I see." Virginia started. She did not think that any living soul knew of Gordon's coming but his own family and hers. They had taken precautions to keep it even from the Negroes. But Renee, with her hand on the pommel of the saddle, was looking straight into her face and asserting it as if she knew. "What makes you think so?" she asked. "I don't think so," said Renee bluntly. "I know so. I saw him." "Where in the world did you see him?" asked Virginia, thrown off her guard. "Down at old man Chandler's last night, talking to Lois. It's about that I wanted to speak to you." "About his talking to Lois Chandler?" exclaimed Virginia with a flash of anger. "No," said Renee, "about his being down there. Let me tell you something. This ain't no safe place for Gordon Lay. These woods are too full of bushwhackers." "I think you must have been mistaken about its being Gordon," Virginia said incredulously. "I ain't mistaken," Renee replied quietly. "I know Gordon Lay when I see him, and I saw him last night." "But, Renee," persisted Virginia. She felt sure she could trust the girl. "He was at our house last night. You couldn't have seen him at the Chandlers'." "I tell you I did," said Renee impatiently. It seemed to her that Virginia was more concerned trying to prove that Gordon was not at the Chandlers' than in finding out about his danger. "I had been down past there hunting a cow. I saw him just as plain as I see you. It wasn't real dark. Gordon and Lois was standing out by the lilac bush, and he was talking to her, and she was crying. I don't know what she was crying about. Maybe her pa was sick. But you tell him what I say. There's danger for him down here. I know what I'm talking about." She glanced cautiously around her, and then came closer to Virginia, speaking in a low, tense tone. There's men around here would as soon kill Gordon Lay as to stick a hog. I've heard him talk." "Reenie," called Mrs. Taggart from the passageway. "You'll take cold out there without any bonnet on." "Go on," said Renee, releasing her hold of the pommel, "and you tell him what I say." As she rode away, Virginia's soul was in a tumult. What was the danger that threatened Gordon? Who was it that was seeking his life? And then, her first thrill of fear over, came other questions no less agitating. Was this thing true? Had Gordon gone to Lois Chandler before he had come to her? And that after all these months of separation? It couldn't be. She would not believe it. It was false. She gave her horse a cut with her whip, and then reined him in suddenly. She did not want to get home too quickly. She must give herself time to think. Renee must be mistaken. Of course she was. And all the time she felt in her inmost soul, the one that tells us things and will not take them back, and cannot be silenced by argument, that Renee was not mistaken. She might mistake some other man, but not Gordon. Virginia remembered his lateness in coming last night. And this was the reason. First of all, he had gone to Lois Chandler. Anger was getting the better of her. Then she reined herself in as suddenly as she had reined her horse. How absurd for her to feel that way. Of course, if Gordon had gone, and she almost admitted now in her own mind that he had, he undoubtedly had some good reason for doing so. Probably, as Renee had suggested, Mr. Chandler might be sick, and Gordon had gone over with some message or something from his father. She felt the flimsiness of this explanation before it was formulated. Dr. Lay would never let Gordon take a risk like that. But maybe Dr. Lay was sick too and couldn't go with the medicine, and Gordon had insisted upon taking it, as of course he would, and then had waited till nearly dark so as to lessen the danger. Then Lois might have come out to the door with him so as not to disturb her father, and have been anxious and nervous, and it would have been the most natural thing in the world for her to have cried a little when Gordon sympathized with her, as of course he would. She drew a breath of relief at this, feeling that she had been sensible enough at last to see a perfectly natural, reasonable explanation of it all. But why hadn't he said something about it last night when she asked him why he was so late? She reined her horse into a walk then, and tried to recall exactly what Renee had said about it all. It hadn't seemed strange to Renee that he was down at the Chandlers'. Perhaps she had seen him there before. What Renee had thought of was Gordon's danger. At that she quickened her horse's pace. She was beginning to think of this herself. Gordon might even now be down at the grapevine tree, and the woods full of bushwhackers. She would think no more of this silly thing, she said, with her lips set firmly together. Of all things in the world, a jealous, suspicious woman was the worst. He had probably forgotten to say anything about it last night, and no wonder with so many things to talk about and think of. Anyway, she knew it was all right, for Gordon was all right. Now. And her lips were firmer than before. When she got to the house, they told her that Gordon had been there and had gone down to the grapevine tree. Virginia could hardly deliver Mrs. Taggart's message in her haste to be gone. There was no telling what might happen to him down there in the woods. But when she reached the old trysting place, and he came to meet her with outstretched arms and folded her to his heart, she forgot Renee's warning and all else in the joy of being with him again. They had been separated so long, and the months had been such weary ones. When she remembered her fears and told him of them, he drew her to him and kissed her and smiled down into her eyes, and said he would rather risk the bushwhackers than the family. He couldn't have a word with her there. They would make sure of this morning anyway. And listening to his tender words, she was beguiled out of her other fears, too, and felt ashamed as she recalled them. With her hand in his and looking up into the honest eyes that had never turned away from hers in all these years, those fears seemed base and ignoble. As they sat there talking the hours away, lost to danger and the world, they heard a sudden crackling sound behind them as of a cautious step. Virginia sat upright, and Gordon grasped his revolver and leveled it in the direction of the sound. It was a moment of suspense, but following the step came another, and then a grunt, and a strolling pig stepped into view. The laugh that rang out startled him as much as he had startled them, and he stood not on the order of his going. But the incident, trivial as it was, brought to Virginia's mind a fresh remembrance of Renee's warning, and she would not stay longer. When they reached the house, there was a fire in the parlor, and the sofa drawn up before it. "Gordon," Miss Nanny said regretfully, "we will have to leave you to Virginia this morning. Sister Betty and I are busy with our dyeing. You won't be disturbed. I have locked the front door and drawn down the blinds if anybody should be prying around. Virginia, you treat Gordon well. He is the only decent Federal I know of." And with this parting shot she was gone. The memory of that day stayed long with Gordon Lay. He carried it with him to Southern battlefields. He thought fondly of it as he sat beside the smoldering campfire. He dreamed of it in his lonely midnight hours. He lived it over in a bewildered way years afterward, recalling every word, every look, every motion of the woman he loved, and trying vainly to recall his own. At dinner it was Mammy that waited on the table. Mammy could be trusted with any secret, and it was well to be on the safe side. Colonel Trevilian had been going around the neighborhood that day, looking after claims that were to be presented to the commanding officer at Kansas City tomorrow. Gordon was easily persuaded to stay to supper, that he might see him. Again and again through that day Virginia thought of what Renee had told her. Again and again it was on her lips to ask him frankly what it meant. And each time she would think, "I will not. It will seem as if I doubt him. I will not bring up anything, to mar this day." Before he left, they had arranged for the trip in the morning. It was raining now, and the probabilities were that the day would be bad. But it would be all the better, Colonel Trevilian said, for their plans. They would be less likely to meet anybody on the road. And besides, that would be a good reason for putting the curtains down. "I will have Reuben drive," he said, "and I will sit in front with him. Together we will make a pretty good screen. On the back seat, Gordon, and with the curtains down, you will be pretty well protected from view." Gordon thought with grateful heart of that long ride with Virginia beside him. It would take nearly all day. He had resisted the maddening desire to stay with her through the evening, remembering his mother. And so, buoyed up by the thought of the morrow, he said goodbye. When Virginia Trevilian knelt that night by her white bed and lifted up her virgin prayer, this was the burden of it. "Oh God, keep him, keep him, keep him, and make me worthy of him. He is true. I know it." End of chapter 24. Recording by Brian Keenan. Chapter 25 of Order Number 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Keenan. Order Number 11 by Caroline Abbot Stanley. Chapter 25, A Dark Night's Ride. That night, while Gordon lay on his bed, dreaming waking dreams of another day of bliss, and Virginia Trevilian was sending up fervent prayers for his safety, a strange company was gathering in Tobe Taggart's big room, which, by the way, was no larger than the rest of the rooms in the modest log house, but was so designated because it was the state apartment, reserved for guests. In that hospitable section, even the lowliest home had its place for guests. Many other things were lacking, but never this. On the south side of the passageway which had so excited Miss Nanny's mirth was the family room, with the children in the loft. On the north side was the big room, its two high, rounded beds suggesting the plucking of generations of geese, and gorgeous just now in rising sun quilts and diminutive pillows edged with crocheted lace. At the windows were paper shades, with gay ladies and gentlemen on them. And tonight the shades were closely drawn. Above this room was Renee's bedchamber in the roof, reached by a ladder. One looking at the house from the front would never have guessed that there was a second story, but its presence was attested by a small window in each gable. There were no windows below them, the gable ends of that house being mainly occupied in taking care of the immense fireplaces and the scarcely less immense outside stone chimneys that led therefrom. Renee and her young sister had, by invitation, ascended their ladder early, so as to be out of the way of the guests. "They'll be gone before you want to get up," Mr. Taggart had said, when she had complained of this apparent caging of herself and Lizy Ann. There was a note of significance in his words that did not escape Renee's attention, but she was not much accustomed to questioning her father, and lighted her candle with no more words. Lizy Ann's breathing was giving evidence of sleep when the men entered the room below. A considerable time had elapsed, long enough, in fact, for Renee to take out the lower sash and hang an old quilt in front of the window after the child was asleep. She could hardly have told why she did it, but that something was on foot she knew. She had seen the men talking around the woodpile, and she wanted an exit. She had let down the trap door, which gave the two rooms a decent appearance of privacy, but there was a big crack in the door, widening at one end, and a knothole. Renee's eye was over this hole. There were 3 of the men besides her father, all heavily armed with revolvers, though they carried neither guns nor sabers. One had a bowie knife in his belt. They were shaggy and ill-kempt, and had the look of men who were hunted and hunting, for they kept their revolvers close at hand, and drew them sometimes at an unexpected noise. Once, when a rose bush scraped against the window pane, every man cocked his pistol and stood ready, looking a little sheepish when the cause of the noise was ascertained. Renee, from her point of observation above, surveyed this company with interest. She knew these men. One of them was Hank Menifee, who had turned corners so furiously at the barbecue. That was his way of doing things. Hank had just come. He had not been with them when she had seen them at the woodpile. "Jeff 'lows we better not all go to sleep at one time," suggested Hank Menifee when they began to lounge on the beds. "Shucks," responded Mr. Taggart, contemptuously. "Old Tige is unchained, and I reckon he's got better years than any one of you." "Yes, and he knows more," added Dick Renfrew, who was young. "Oh, shut up, Dick. This ain't no time for puns." "I reckon Dick would pun, or try to, if it was the Jedgment Day," said Mr. Taggart. "I've known men killed for less than a pun like that one. But people that pun just naturally has to get 'em in, good or bad." "I reckon you'll see one killed tonight for less," answered the one called Dick. "I don't quite stomach that job myself." The man that had said nothing turned sharply upon him. "Well, stay at home then," he said gruffly. "We don't want no backing out." "Shucks," said Tobe Taggart soothingly. "Nobody ever knowed of Dick Renfrew's backing out of anything. He's game. Ain't you, Dick?" "I ain't a-backing out," said Dick, "and Jeff knows it. But I tell you I don't like this thing of killin' for nothin'." "Nothin'? You call it nothin' for a man's house to be burnt over his head, and his stock run off, and—" "Well, he ain't done it." "His side done it." "Look here, boys," remarked Tobe authoritatively. "Quit your quarrelin' and go to sleep. If we get off at 2 o'clock... The girl at the knothole, with senses strained to the utmost, started. "We? Was he in it, too?" The gruff man looked apprehensively up at the trapdoor. The eye was not there now, but an ear was pressed close to the knothole. "Who's up there?" he asked suspiciously. "Nobody but my 2 gals," returned Tobe Taggart, with warmth. "If you are so all-a-fired skeery, Jeff Dicus, maybe you better go somewheres else for your meetin' place. There ain't no spies around here, I can tell you that." It was the gruff man's turn now to play pacificator, and when this was done to the satisfaction of all, Tobe withdrew. There was not much said after he was gone, but the girl who was playing eavesdropper was quick-witted, and she knew the gang. A man was to be killed. That much was sure, And killed for nothing, Dick had said for revenge. That meant he was on the Union side. Who was the man? She could only conjecture. She was getting weary of her cramped position and the small returns it was bringing her, when Dick spoke again. "Say, Jeff, you can shoot the boy if you want to. He's fighting on the other side. But derned if I'll see the old doctor harmed. He took me through a spell of pneumonia last winter." Renee sat up. It was Gordon Lay. She crept into bed then, and lay with wide-open eyes, staring up at the roof. And her father was in it, too. As she lay there, her mind alert and active as her senses had been when she was on the trapdoor, a fierce anger surged within her. They shouldn't do this thing. What right had they to take Gordon Lay's life? He hadn't harmed them. No, nor would he, even if he had the chance. She raised herself cautiously on one elbow then, and listened. She could hear the heavy breathing of the three men. They had learned to catch sleep when they could. There was never any telling when it would be over. She sat at the side of the bed in the darkness, thinking out a plan. She must perfect every detail before she made a move. She couldn't light the candle. Where were her shoes? She felt along stealthily for them. Ah, here they were. She put them inside the waist of her calico dress. Fortunately, she had not removed her clothes. She reached for a shawl that lay across the bed. Why hadn't she pulled up the ladder? A sheet would not be long enough to reach the ground after it was tied securely. She had jumped from greater heights, but she knew the splash on the wet ground beneath would betray her. She had never stirred from her place. It was her mind only that was groping around the loft for something that would let her down. That was all she cared for, only to get out and on her mare, Kit. It was raining hard. The night was starless and dark, save for an occasional flash of lightning, but she cared not for that. If she could only get down. Her mind traveled around the loft, taking in the things stowed away under the edge of the roof. It traveled slowly, for there were many obstructions. Finally it struck. A thrill passed through her. She would never say again there wasn't any such thing as Providence, as she had said the other day to Grandma Tolles. It struck the old bedcord that had been replaced by a new one. She found it definitely with her brain before she moved. Then she went noiselessly across the room to where it was. Her hand closed upon it exactly where she thought it would be. She had even calculated the distance. The human mind has room to stow away a good deal of rubbish and find it again, if one will only give thought sufficiently concentrated to the matter. She unrolled it, matched ends, and tied knots 1.5 feet apart all the way down. Then she fastened it to the bedpost and made her way to the window, thanking God with a fervor new to her, for Renee was not very religious, that she had taken out the window. They would certainly have heard her if she had had to do that now. In 2 minutes she had gone down that rope like a cat, stopping near the bottom to say softly, "Tige! Tige!" The dog licked her hand. In 2 minutes more she was saying soothing things to Kit, who whinnied low. The saddle was in the passageway, but Renee was not dependent upon saddles. She found a bridle by feeling for it, and was off. It was 3 good miles to Dr. Lay's over summer roads. They were doubled in March, when each step was as far down as forward. She went slowly at first, startled, every time Kit's foot came out of the mud, for fear the sound would be heard. Faster when the distance grew, and then at a mad gallop when she struck the prairie road. She was barebacked and astride. A bonnet was not within reach, and she had tied on an old hat of her father's that her hand chanced to touch. The storm that had been threatening all evening was upon them, but she was glad of it. Nobody else would be likely to be out. The lightning flashes showed her that Kit knew the road. The creek was up. There had been a thaw that had set all the brooklets running, and the rain had been steady for hours. She was not quite sure of the ford, but Kit would know. She gathered up her skirts, spoke soothingly to the mare, and plunged in. And Kit missed the ford. There was an agonizing 5 minutes for Renee Taggart then. The mare, finding her footing gone, plunged, snorted, and began to swim. Renee dug her heels into Kit's sides and clung to her neck with the grip of despair. The current took them down the stream, but the brave animal's feet touched a bank at last, and up she plunged. After that it was easy. There were no more streams to cross. It was dark at Dr. Lay's when the girl stopped before the door and sent out a ringing "Hello." It was the ordinary call at a doctor's house, and it was a woman's voice, but Mrs. Lay, not the doctor, answered it from the window. They took no unnecessary chances in those days. "Who is it?" "It's me, Renee Taggart." "Oh, did you want the doctor, Renee? Is anybody sick?" "No, but—" "Get off and come in, child. I'll be down in a minute." When she got in, they were all there, even Sally, shivering over the balusters. Gordon took her by the hand. "What is it, Renee?" "They are after you," she said simply. "I came to tell you." "After me? Who?" "The men. Quantrell's men." "What have I done?" "Nothing. They are going to kill you for what Jennison's done, I reckon." She told of the plot she had heard, leaving out her father and Hank Menifee, and indeed giving no names. They were Quantrell's men. That was all she would say. The circumstantial exactness of her report left them no reason to doubt its accuracy. "I'm sure I don't know what I can do," said Gordon. "Every horse on the place has been taken, mine with them. Fortunately, they did not know I was here, or they would have got me then." "Maybe you could get one from Colonel Trevilian," called Sally from the stairs. "You haven't got time for that," cried Renee. "I tell you they'll be here before you get off, if you don't hurry. Take Kit." "Your horse? What will you do?" "Oh, I'll get home some way. Go on. Take Kit and go. When you get to Kansas City, turn her loose. She'll come back. Oh, hurry, hurry." "Suppose somebody should take her up?" "If anybody can catch her, they are welcome to," she said proudly. "Renee, if your father finds out that you have done this, what will he do?" "I don't know." Her lips grew white, but her eyes blazed. "I don't care. Take Kit and go." "I'll take you home first," he said. "It's a good long time till 2:00. "If you'll get me across the creek," she said, the horror of that crossing stiffening her tongue, "I won't mind the rest. I know a shortcut." Goodbyes were said quickly in those days. It was a straining embrace and a "God bless you," and he was gone. She rode behind him, her arms around his waist. "Hold tight, Renee," he said. "There's no time to lose." It recalled Virginia and their ride after her girth broke. It was what he had said to her. He might never see her again. They crossed the creek in safety. He took her to the pasture fence. Then she slipped down from her seat, and he stood beside her. He threw the bridle over his arm and took her hands. "Renee, you have saved my life. God bless you." He held her cheeks between his hands, her cold, wet cheeks, and kissed her on the lips. Then he was gone. Renee Taggart walked home in a dream. She could feel the touch of his lips yet. It was raining, but she did not know it. She stepped into puddles, and the water gurgled in her shoes, but she did not feel it. She touched her lips once with the tips of her fingers to see if they were the same. The next morning, Mrs. Taggart went early to Renee's room. The bed cord, with all its knots untied, was rolled up and tucked away under the roof. The wet quilt was under the bed. Renee's dress hung before the window. "Did you hear anybody prowling around here last night?" Mrs. Taggart stood beside her daughter's bed. "No." Renee's heart was beating like a trip hammer. "Well, Kit's missing this morning. Must 'a' got loose, I reckon, in the night." The ice was so thin that Renee did not dare to risk a step. Her mother turned from the bed to the garment hanging in front of the window. "Why, Renee Taggart, what's the matter with your dress? It's as wet as sop." "It is? I left it in front of the window, and I reckon it got rained on. It was a powerful beatin' rain." Mrs. Taggart looked at her sharply, She was putting two and two together. "Humph," she said didactically to her offspring. "Don't ever be a bigger fool than you have to, Renee." End of chapter 25. Recording by Brian Keenan.